Deep in my mind, I believe everything is possible. Deep in my mind, I believe everything is possible. Deep in my mind, I believe everything is possible. Deep in my mind, I believe everything is possible. Deep in my mind, I believe everything is possible. Deep in my mind, I believe everything is possible. Deep in my mind, I believe everything is possible. Deep in my mind, I believe everything is possible. Deep in my mind, I believe everything is possible. Deep in my mind, I believe everything is possible. Deep in my mind, I believe everything is possible.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get your attention, please?
I see America not in the setting sun of a black night of despair. I see America in the crimson light of a rising sun, fresh from the burning creative hand of God, who have brought light where there was darkness, warmth where there was cold, and peace where there was only bloodshed. We're a powerful force for good. With faith and courage, we can take freedom's next step.
The United States of America has an advantage that no autocracy can match. Our combination of free enterprise, free minds, and free people.
So what kind of strength leads to peace and prosperity in 2022? Well, national strength obviously includes a robust economy, innovative diplomacy, trade policy that reflects our strategic interests, among other things.
And to me, it's making it clear to China that they can't violate the laws of territorial sovereignty is why Taiwan matters, because we want the Indo-Pacific to remain stable and free.
The people in Ukraine remain foremost on our minds. Russia poses an acute threat to the international system, as illustrated by its ongoing war of choice and its brutal tactics.
Even in times of challenge, our democracy is a powerful engine for its own renewal. So I will put the American system up against any other, and I'll do so with great pride and total confidence.
We've lighted the world with our inventions, gone to the aid of mankind wherever in the world there was a cry for help, journeyed to the moon and safely returned. So much has changed, and yet we stand together as we did 2 centuries ago.
Today's is the finest fighting force the world has ever known. There's no other military that's stronger, more capable, more experienced, or more innovative. But that's not a birthright. It's not guaranteed. We can't take it for granted in the 21st century. We have to earn it again and again.
It is time for us to realize that we're too great a nation to limit ourselves to small dreams. I do not believe in a fate that will fall on us no matter what we do. I do believe in a fate that will fall on us if we do nothing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Mr. Fred Ryan.
Thank you. Well, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Welcome to the 2022 Ronald Reagan National Defense Forum. I'm Fred Ryan, Chairman of the Board of the Foundation Institute, and we are delighted to have everyone here this morning. I'd like to start our morning by welcoming Cadet Chief Master Sergeant Asira Tawalaki and Cadet Senior Master Sergeant Rebecca Hayes to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, as well as Captain Wayne McCrae, Regional Chaplain of the Marine Corps Installations West, Marine Corps Base, Camp Pendleton, for the invocation.
Please place your right hands over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning. President Reagan once said the following in a 1984 speech to the Ecumenical Prayer Breakfast in Dallas, Texas. Without God, there is no virtue because there is no prompting of the conscience. Without God, we are mired in the material, that flat world that tells us only what the senses perceive. Without God, there is a coarsening of the society. Without God, democracy will not and cannot long endure. And that simply is the heart of my message. If we ever forget that we are one nation under God, then we will be a nation gone under. Would you please bow your heads with me for a word of prayer? Lord God Almighty, we give you thanks for your blessings upon this nation and the abundance that we enjoy. It is fitting, as these leaders and public servants gather today to discuss our challenges and opportunities, that we seek the wisdom to meet them, and that we begin our day in this gathering by acknowledging you, the one who bestows blessings and wisdom. Help us to be humble enough to hear the positions and perspectives of others, and more importantly, to submit all of our ideas and perspectives before the God who gives meaning and purpose to the lives we live here on this earth. May we be people worthy of the blessings that we seek from you. Amen.
Thank you. Please be seated. Well, since we launched in 2013, the central theme of every Ronald Reagan National Defense Forum has been the guiding philosophy of President Reagan's foreign policy, peace through strength. But as this audience in particular knows too well, we gather today in a year unlike any in recent memory. The peace has been shattered. War has returned to Europe. But 2022 was also the year that forces of democracy showed incredible resilience, and Ukraine is now the front line of freedom. A few months ago, the Reagan Foundation was proud to announce that President Volodymyr Zelensky would receive the prestigious Ronald Reagan Freedom Award. And we look forward to the day we can present that in person in a free Ukraine. President Zelensky has become far more than the defender of his people. As President Reagan would have known, his nation's struggle is our struggle, and the struggle of people everywhere who cherish liberty and peace. And Europe is not the only place where peace is threatened. In the Indo-Pacific, tensions are rising again, and the specter of conflict in that region is looming. In this world of upheaval, the demand for peace through strength takes an even greater urgency. The importance of working with allies abroad and across the aisle at home has never been so critical. So I want to offer a special welcome to those joining us today from overseas. Defense Minister Kaikkonen of Finland, a new member of NATO, and Minister Ning from Singapore. We also welcome ambassadors from Finland, Singapore, Australia, Sweden, Norway, and Taiwan. Today's participants also represent what has come to define the Ronald Reagan National Defense Forum, an unwavering partnership across the aisle here at home. The speakers are of the stature that you've come to expect from the Defense Forum. We're pleased that Defense Secretary Austin has joined us again, and we're especially thrilled to have Director of National Intelligence Avril Haines, the first DNI to join us at the Reagan Defense Forum. And on panels, you'll hear from a host of bipartisan leaders of Congress. It's often said that politics stops at the water's edge. And when it comes to national security, it seems to me that politics also stops at the entrance of the Reagan National Defense Forum. It's because transformational ideas like peace through strength transcend politics. They erase the red and blue lines we've drawn to divide ourselves. In his farewell address to the nation from the Oval Office that chilly January evening, President Reagan reflected on the new strategy that his administration had established for national defense, and he celebrated the achievements that have been made toward ending the Cold War. He offered us these words, and I quote, "The lesson of all of this was, of course, that because we're a great nation, our challenges seem complex. It will always be this way, but as long as we remember our first principles and believe in ourselves, the future will always be ours." Well, do Americans today remember these principles? Do we believe in ourselves? And can the future be ours? That is the question our first panel will take up. It's become our tradition here at the Forum to begin with the findings of our annual Reagan National Defense Survey. That way our conversations throughout the day are grounded in what the American people believe. So please welcome our first panelists, Co-Chair of the Defense Forum and House Armed Services Committee Chair Adam Smith, Senator Deb Fischer, Microsoft Vice Chair and President Brad Smith, political strategist Karl Rove, and moderator Abby Phillip of CNN. Please join me in welcoming them.
Good intro there. Careful.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning on this beautiful Saturday morning. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you and to be joined by these great panelists. We have a few recidivists here on the stage who've been a part of this panel before. Brad Smith, Chairman Smith, and Karl Rove have all been here. Senator Fischer, you and I are the newbies. But welcome to the very first session of this year's Reagan National Defense Forum. In recent years, as Fred noted, the forum has opened up with a discussion of this year's survey and the views of the American public, just to give us some perspective on defense and national security conversations that will take place throughout the day. This survey is now in its 5th year, and everyone where you are seated, you have received a pamphlet that includes the results of the survey, and you can also find it online. If you open up your RNDF app, there will be a link in the top right corner, a button in the top right corner that will take you to the results of the survey. I do want to start with our very first slide, which takes a look at this broad question that I think will guide a lot of our discussion, especially in light of the challenges that we face as a nation. This question asks about whether the United States, the American people, want more engagement, less engagement, or it depends. And as you can see in the numbers, the number that says they want the US to be more engaged has really gone down dramatically in the years since we've been doing this survey, since 2019, and now it's only at about 40%. But Karl, as you've noted, that number, those people have shifted not to, they want us to be less engaged, but they've shifted over to the side saying that it depends.
Yeah.
And you've noted that that means, in large part, they are giving their political leaders a little bit of trust on this issue. It strikes me that as we sit here with Russia invading Ukraine, China eyeing Taiwan, that trust deposit is now coming due. And do you think the American leaders, political leaders at this moment, are adequately preparing the American public for what leadership on the world stage will need to look like in the coming years?
Well, I hope you're right that the doubling of the percentage of people who say depends is an acceptable sign. I'm not certain I agree with that. It makes me nervous. What's interesting is we go from 50% saying more engagement 3 years ago to 40% today. That's a 10-point drop or a 20% decline in the percentage of people who say we want to be engaged. And as you say, they're not going to, less engaged. But being in depends may be a precursor to ending up in less engaged, unless our leaders make it clear to people what the stakes are if America withdraws from the world stage. And you see this in a lot of questions in the poll, where people have an instinct that America needs to be engaged, like in Ukraine, but there's also a hint, more than a hint in a lot of places, that the American people's attitudes are becoming slightly more neo-isolationist. I looked at the crosstabs on this. What's interesting to me is look at the sources of strength for the percentage of people who say we ought to be more engaged. It's men, it's people 45 to 64, 65 plus, in fact, 51% of people 65 plus say we ought to be more engaged. It's college graduates, post-college graduates, of which they're fortunately only a small percentage of the American population, 52%. But the less are Republicans at 39, and the young. If you are under the age of 45, particularly if you're under the age of 30, you're significantly less likely to say more engaged. And you may be in the depends category, or you may be in the less engaged. But I worry that this is a precursor that we ought to pay attention to, and our leaders on both sides of the aisle need to figure out how to address.
At the same time that this trend is continuing, since everyone was gathered here at last year's forum, Russia did in fact invade Ukraine, and it really injected that issue into the forefront of the minds of Americans. And the survey this year asks about US support for Ukraine. And what we see in the survey is pretty robust support. Support for US military aid, support for US efforts to bolster Ukraine and bolster democracy abroad. And Senator Fischer, I wonder, as we are on the cusp of the Congress and the House side changing hands and Republicans coming into leadership after the midterm elections, do you expect that in Washington, especially on the Republican side, the Republican leadership will continue to demonstrate support for Ukraine, especially when it comes to military aid? The Biden administration asking now for $37 billion in additional aid for Ukraine.
I believe the American people have a good understanding of how important it is that America be a leader on the world stage, and that the world is a safer place when America is involved and does lead. I think that is shown by the amount of support we see, bipartisan support, that we see for Ukraine. But I also think, back to the first question when it says, it depends. It depends. And I think the American people were war-weary with Afghanistan. I believe that was a tipping point on how we had the withdrawal out of Afghanistan, and I think it made the American people question more. And how do we address that as policymakers? I think we have to be honest. I think we have to be more transparent. I've been pushing the department to try to declassify some of the material that we see on the Armed Services Committee every day, all the classified briefings that we go through, because I think if the American people understand the threats that we face, then they will be more supportive of what we need to address those threats. That's then reflected in the budget that we accept. It is what we put into NDAA, and the American people will have an understanding when the House and Senate Armed Services Committee want to plus up that budget because of the needs that we see out there, and for certain programs, whether it's putting the study in for SLCM to keep that in the budget, or a B-83 gravity bomb, to have the understanding on why that is needed. Because deterrence, I'm a strong proponent of deterrence across many of the options that we present to a president in meeting the threats that we face. Deterrence is better than reacting after the fact.
I do want to get to the budget questions a little bit later. We'll return to it. But to kind of bridge this gap between Ukraine and China, just in the last 24 hours, you don't have to be here long to know China is really what is on everyone's mind. And in some ways, how the United States public has responded to the Ukraine crisis has become a little bit of a proxy for the coming conflict with China. And Chairman Smith, I wonder, do you think, what is your view of whether the American people will be prepared to do what is necessary to deter or confront China if it comes to that down the road?
Well, really, it's three things. And moving back to the first two questions. Number one, we cannot underestimate the 20 years of conflict between Iraq, Afghanistan, and what we used to call the global war on terror. America has been actively engaged militarily in the world in a way that most people in this country don't think was ultimately successful. We lost a lot of lives, it just disrupted it, and it sort of built in this feeling that America was too engaged in the wrong way in the world. Now, there's a lot that went into those decisions, okay? You know, and you know, it's easy in hindsight to say we should have done this or we shouldn't have done that. But I think when you're trying to figure out how do we get the American people to engage on a foreign policy and a national security policy that they can support, there's a certain amount of humility that every single one of us has to have in making that pitch. And that was 20 very, very difficult years. So we got to understand what our role is going to be in the world and emphasize that it's not even going to primarily be militarily. It's going to be about partnerships and alliances and development and diplomacy, that there are other ways to engage and bring the world together that don't just involve dropping bombs on people. And we need to make sure we make that balanced case, which is the second thing. We have to clearly articulate why we are engaged in the world. And I think that's the biggest problem. It's got different ideas over here. To me, it's crystal clear, which brings me to the third thing, and this is what Ukraine has done, is it has focused the mind. You know, prior to Russia invading Ukraine, a lot of the threat, as we got further and further away from 9/11, was sort of theoretical in the minds of most people. Oh, China's not going to invade Taiwan, Russia's not going to invade Ukraine. That's just, now it's real. So now we have an opportunity to make the case to the American people, this is why we need to be engaged in the world. Because we stand, and I know it's almost cliche at this point, a rules-based international order that builds towards greater peace, greater stability, and greater security, not just for us, but for everybody. And on the other side of it is Xi and Putin and Iran and North Korea and a lot of global terrorist organizations who want autocracy, who want violence, who want to do. We need to work cooperatively, not America first, not we're the ones who are going to come in here and tell everyone else what to do, cooperatively with a large group of nations to build a better future for the world. We need to make that case, and I think that's the depends part. It depends on what you're doing. So if we can make that case and get the engagement, I think we can build support.
Yeah, I hate to be the worrywart here, but I agree with you. And take a look at this. In the poll, 82% of the American people feel that Russia is an enemy or something of an enemy. So we got 8 out of 10 people saying it's our enemy. And yet a third of the people say, you know what, we got enough problems at home, we shouldn't do more. And our leaders, I think you're right, need to make the case, not simply about, you know, big nations attacking little nations and upsetting the international order, but we've got to make it clear to the American people that the interests of the American economy, the American worker, are at risk here.
Yeah, well, as you know, it's all about a narrative. That's what I'm going to tell you. If you're trying to win a campaign, you got to have a narrative. You know, this is what everyone says after you lose a campaign. Oh, we didn't have a narrative. So a lot of people are saying that right now. But that's it. We have to build that larger narrative. And in part because there's been things going on domestically that have slightly distracted us, as we're all aware, we have to build that narrative.
I want to bring Brad Smith into the conversation on this Ukraine-Russia issue, because again, it's one of those moments where so much of what we are seeing happening on the ground in that conflict could foreshadow what is coming. And I know that Microsoft has been doing a lot of work on the ground in Ukraine, but also tracking a lot of the cyber activity and Russia's efforts to destabilize Ukraine, not just through bombs, but also through cyber incursions. Tell us more about what you all are seeing and what that can mean for other NATO nations, Poland, sort of almost a bystander in that conflict, but even the United States as we look further into the future.
I'd love to, and I'd put it maybe in the context of what we've been talking about so far. First of all, if you think about the question of the day, should people in the United States be worried enough about a war in Europe to want to do something to help Europe defend itself? This is not new. It was the question of the year in 1915. It was the question of the year in 1940. And I suspect if you had opinion polls from 1915 and 1940, we would see more support of the United States in 2022 than probably either of those 2 years. And I think that's a good thing, in part because of the principles that are at stake, but also because the geography and physics of the world have changed. And this, I think, is the connection to your question. For 200 years, we had the luxury of being separated from the world by 2 vast oceans. But when it comes to cyberspace and indeed outer space, that's irrelevant. When it comes to cyberspace, we're talking about weapons that literally move at the speed of light. And what we saw in Russia and Ukraine was a cyber war that began 12 hours before the kinetic war on the 23rd of February. Those were the first attacks that were unleashed, and they were first observed not in Kyiv, but in Redmond, Washington, because the nature of the internet and threat intelligence makes it possible to detect these things worldwide. And what we've seen, even in the last month, is evolving Russian tactics in this war. First, I think it's fair to say that the fundamental Russian strategy for the winter is to degrade, if they can, electricity in Ukraine to a point that becomes less tolerable for the Ukrainian population, that runs the risk of causing another flight of migration into Poland and elsewhere. And they are combining kinetic weapons with cyber weapons. So that's the first thing. The second thing we're seeing that I think deserves more attention than it has received so far is that at the same time that the whole world was talking about one errant missile that tragically killed 2 people in a farm, we detected and confirmed 6 cyber attacks launched by an arm of the Russian army, the GRU, against targets in Poland. Disguised as ransomware, what we call this prestige ransomware, that's how you create plausible deniability. But with technology, especially now with data and AI, we can trace this back to the source. And that kind of expansion, I think, should give us concern. And the third thing we're seeing is, I think, in some ways, perhaps the single area where I feel the Russians are the most sophisticated. It is the combination of not just military operations as we conventionally understand them, but we call cyber influence operations. The use of these campaigns, potentially, as we should be looking ahead to the winter, to try to degrade the very thing we're talking about here, public support for Ukraine. And that's an issue in the United States, but frankly, it is even a bigger issue in Poland, across Eastern Europe, in Germany. That's probably where the Russians, one might predict, will focus even more of their attention and energy.
And Chairman Smith, do you have a view on the country's preparedness for some of those challenges? The type of warfare that we could be seeing, that is both military and also cyber in nature. The American public, at least according to this survey, seems to be aware of that growing challenge, and are policymakers responding?
Yeah, a whole bunch of views on it, as a matter of fact. First of all, I mean, people tend to freak out that we're not prepared for things. I used to joke that when I first got in the Armed Services Committee, I thought that's what we did. People came over from think tanks in the Pentagon and described a threat to us. And you can be sure of several things. Number one, whatever we thought the threat was, we were crazy underestimating it. If you thought we were ready, there's no way we were ready. It was just like freaking people out. So I'm not a fan of that approach. Figure out what the problem is, and let's figure out how we can address it. But I think when you look at the military, and Mac Thornberry is here, and he was a great leader on this before anybody else was, recognizing the change in the nature of warfare how important information systems and technology are, what they now JADC2, Joint All-Domain Command and Control Awareness, basically making sure all of our systems communicate, and those information systems that Brad just talked about are protected. We need better information systems. And then what you're seeing in Ukraine, you need better missiles, better drones, and better missile defense, and better counter-drone capability. We need to make investments in those technologies to be in a better position to fight the fights that are out there right now. That's the part most people agree with, but then we get into the whole debate over legacy systems. And by the way, I've got nothing against legacy systems if they are helpful to what we need to do right now. Okay? Just because it's old doesn't mean it doesn't work anymore. The older I get, the more I believe in that statement. But the point is, you need to look at what is the fight. And the fight, what we're learning in Ukraine is, again, got to have the best information systems, got to be able to get the information where it needs to go, got to be able to protect it, which brings us back up into space in a major way. And we've got to make those investments, and then missiles, counter missiles. And if you're building a lot of, well, final point. We used to have a very simple formulation, which was we have to be able to mass a whole lot of firepower in the place where we need it, which means big ships, planes. But now that firepower, as big as it is, as we've seen, is incredibly vulnerable to a very cheap missile, okay? So what do we actually need to build? We need to pivot to the asymmetric warfare that is now happening around those issues. And we are, I will say, and I think the Pentagon, through 3 administrations, should mention, I always think of Ash Carter as one of the first people who sort of had a vision of this, and incredibly sad his passing this year, but he was a real leader, and that continued through 3 administrations to try to make this transition to that type of warfare. But that's what we need to do to be in a position to deter the adversaries that we face. China being the big one. We've done the Office of Net Assessment has done a whole bunch of war games about how we weren't ready for it. We then built a plan and said, okay, well, what would it look like if we were ready? And what it would look like is a lot of those things that we just laid out, and we need to start investing in them and building them.
According to the survey, 85% of Americans say that cyber warfare is among their top concerns. So the concern is there. The interesting thing in the last couple of years, Senator Fischer, has been, I think Americans are experiencing, some things that might have seemed esoteric in the past, let's say a chip shortage, and experiencing it incredibly acutely. And just as we pivot a little bit to this issue of China, it's really highlighted how dependent we are on technology that is made elsewhere. And I know that on a bipartisan basis, lawmakers passed the CHIPS Act, and there is a fair amount of bipartisan praise for that. But I think my question to you is, what's next? What else can be accomplished on a bipartisan basis that addresses a broad range of concerns, not just about military readiness, but about our economic readiness to compete with China?
I think it's extremely important that we recognize that our adversaries didn't take a break when we did, and I'm speaking about our military readiness because that is a focus for me. They didn't take a break. We didn't make the investments. They kept investing. The Chinese have some good stuff, but they're making better things faster. And we continue to be behind. And we are not making the investments. Yes, the theater of war is going to change. And it puts, I think, more of a challenge on this country to be able to address what we will be seeing in the future. And when you don't put the funding into research, don't put the funding into making sure that you can move ahead on plans faster, we fall further and further behind. We've all heard the Chinese say they're going into Taiwan by 2027. Well, we have things that can be able to mitigate that. That may not be ready till 2030. The Chinese aren't just going to do military, as you said. They are an economic strength power. Other countries are worried about that, as everyone should be, on what can happen. We saw when Lithuania, for example, they've made some overtures to Taiwan.
Well, what did China do? They had a de facto embargo on Lithuania then, and caused economic upheaval. When we look at Ukraine, when we're looking at a country that, about 45% of their economic vitality has dropped because of this war, that is just as important. It is just as vital for that country to be able to fight back or work with allies to be able to get through that in this long war that we are going to see in Ukraine. So I agree, we have to establish and keep strong relationships with our allies. We need to be able to step up and provide what's needed. But I think many times it's easier to look past the basic military needs that we have in this country because we feel that warfare will change. My point is, yes, warfare will change, but we have to have the basic military needs met. The politics is at the doors of the Reagan National Defense Forum, but it is actually a kind of bipartisan agreement, at least in the last 2 years, that Congress has given the Defense Department more than the Biden administration has asked for.
We've worked really well on that with the House Armed Services Committee, with the Senate Armed Services Committee. There's been, I think, a good working relationship, a good partnership to be able to address those needs and maybe put a little more pressure on the White House, on any administration. That is our job. That is our job, to be able to work with any administration that comes forward and push back when need be.
Chairman Smith, I mean, why is it that the Congress has repeatedly had to plus up the defense appropriations in the last couple of years?
The last couple of Congresses, well, it's not terribly complicated, actually. You know, the White House is also very concerned about the non-defense portion of the budget, and it's always a negotiation. It's going on right now. You know, so it's part of the negotiating approach to how we get to a final appropriations deal on that. But also, I think that the White House and on the D side, you know, we don't believe that you should just spend more money. I mean, a lot of times I get these requests, we got to plus it up by $20 billion. And you ask the question, well, what would you like to spend it on? Well, we just got to plus it up by $20 billion. I'm really kind of focused on where do you spend it? Because you can spend money in a way that is not positive. I always quote, there's a VC that I've worked with who said, he has not yet met the organization that can't have its budget cut by 10% and get better at what it does. I said that to Secretary Austin. He didn't think much of that comment, by the way, just in case you're wondering. So, and I'm not suggesting that we cut the Pentagon by 10%. I am suggesting that we don't just throw money at them, that we pay a little bit of attention to where it goes.
I want to pivot a little bit to another portion of the survey that has in recent days, you've probably seen, gotten a little bit more attention. It has to do with how the American people have confidence in our institutions. And the military remains one of the most trusted institutions, but a plurality say in this survey, Karl, that they are concerned about military leadership. Republicans largely drive this, concerns about so-called woke ideologies. This was actually asked in the survey. And, you know, as I read this, I mean, as a political journalist, it's not new to me, this idea, but it was striking to me how it has penetrated into at least some sections of the American population, particularly Republicans. But my question to you is this real, or is this just a reflection of partisanship that suddenly about a third of Americans say they're concerned about woke ideologies penetrating military leadership?
Yeah, well, look, we're in a secular period where confidence in all our public institutions has been dropping. So you could sort of say, oh, well, we don't need to worry about this because it's part of a bigger problem. We solve the bigger problem. We solve the problem of confidence in the military. That's not what this survey says, though. If you take a look at it, it asks what has decreased your confidence in the military. three things stick out. 34% of the people say it is the performance of our commanders. 34% say it is overly politicized, and 30% say because it's got too much wokeism in there. And what's interesting is, if you look at these, they all have sort of similar groups that are above the average. That is to say, the groups that are driving this sentiment. Men, people age 45 to 64, Hispanics and Republicans all say that it's performance of our military commanders and our political leadership. Overly politicized, men, 45 to 64-year-olds, 65-year plus, postgraduates, and Republicans, starting to see a pattern here. Woke, men, 45 to 64, everybody, 65-year plus, college graduates, postgraduates, and Republicans. So we've got an element out there that's saying, in essence, we like the military, but we've got growing concerns about things that are diminishing our confidence in them. And this needs to be addressed by policy leaders, in my opinion.
It needs to be addressed by policy or politics?
Well, look.
Should be policy.
Yeah, it should.
Well, what is the policy prescription to fix that?
Well, I'm not certain I have the exhaustive list, but for example, going back to what Adam was talking about, what the chairman and the senator were talking about, yeah, okay, great. We've got great leadership, bipartisan in both houses, bicameral, that says we're going to plus up the military budget. But maybe we need the administration to be saying we need to plus up the military budget as well. I think the attitude of the White House tends to be, you know what, this is taken care of by Deb and Adam, so we can send in a soft number. And that's not a good sign. We need to have the president, supported by Republicans and Democrats alike, making the case for why America's military is in a precarious place in the dangerous world that we're living in, and that we need to, as a country, put more importance into military spending and improving our military. And my suspicion is we'd see some of these numbers change if there were some policy changes. You know, it was not helpful, I think, to say, I think it was the second paragraph of the budget submission on defense that said, look at all the money we're putting into climate. Second paragraph. May have been the first, but it was right near the top. And those kind of things, the administration saying, okay, don't worry, Chairman Smith, Senator Fischer are going to take care of this problem, send them a low number. That kind of thing is emblematic of an attitude that's not helpful to solving the problem that this poll says we have.
Well, I should say...
I'm sorry, look, it's perfectly fair to say, and I should have said this in the answer to the first question, look, within the Democratic Party, there is less support for spending a lot more money on the defense budget. So if you're a Democratic president, you're factoring that in when you're figuring out how to send the budget up. And we have to build a better narrative for why spending money on defense actually does make sense. Now, Ukraine is helping, because your survey also shows that Democrats support helping Ukraine more than Republicans do. And that's starting to have an impact on that. I mean, I had an interesting meeting with a left-leaning group that their first request was, we have to give Ukraine everything that they want, and their second request was, we have to cut the defense budget. And I was like, you know, those two things, so we got to make that case better.
One of the big themes...
And we have that we need to increase the defense budget, but we need more oversight on the spending for Ukraine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but the whole oversight of the spending on Ukraine thing makes me a little crazy for two reasons. Number one, the focus on that is part of Russian propaganda. All these stories about how the money isn't being spent wisely, it's going all over the place, it's coming, and Brad, maybe because
let's have Brad
monitor the whole thing. Second, Ukraine is spending the money really well. That's why they're winning, okay? So I think, yes, we need oversight, but we don't need that as an excuse to not fund what we're doing.
So
I want to, in a moment of bipartisanship, join with you heartily in this. I just wish the 7 years that I spent in the White House, the members of your party had the same attitude about the global war on terrorism spending, because we spent a lot of time fending off or dealing with oversight requests and blah, 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 blah.
I'm sorry, but I think the Ukrainians are spending it a little bit better. I'm
Yeah,
just going to go ahead and say that.
Let me interject here.
I agree with you, but the principle still remains the same. It's a pain in the ass.
It is.
Let me interject here, because a big theme, I do want to stay on this for a moment, because a big theme in this survey has been this question of there's a real unease in the American public about what is going on domestically. And it shows up in two places. The first, just simply asking them, where are the biggest threats coming from? 40% say from within, more than any other category, more than from outside, more than say both from within and outside. 40% say the biggest threat is coming from within, and a lot of Americans in this survey are also saying that they're concerned about political divisions leading to violence, political divisions domestically leading to a lack of security for the United States. Brad, the part of this that I want to ask you about is on the disinformation piece, because Americans seem very aware that disinformation is a part of the ecosystem. They're aware of it, they believe that foreign governments are trying to influence them. And you've seen this happening just in the last few months in Ukraine as well, where Russia has been planting narratives about inflation and about energy in European markets. So what is coming for Americans, and how do we get ahead of this challenge?
Well, first, I think it's just important to recognize how critical it is. And I think one of the most interesting things about this year's survey is that the question was asked. And lo and behold, once you ask the question, you get this reflection from people that the divisions within are a great concern. I think it connects very quickly to fundamental questions about how to manage this issue societally. You know, in a democracy, I think that the role of the government is inherently limited whenever you're talking about the free debate that you need a country to pursue. And I think for lots of good reasons, people have oftentimes just as many concerns about the role of tech companies as they do about the government itself. And so I look at it and say what we need to do, I'll just approach it from our industry's perspective, is two things. One is stay true to the values that have long been important here, namely free expression, and a recognition that censorship is not the answer. Instead, the answer to ideas that we think are bad or information that we think is flawed, I think is always to provide people with what we hope are better ideas and more and better information. And this then connects directly with what I think we're doing, certainly as a company, where you see the sector start to go. The biggest risk, in my view, is the feeding of divisions within from cyber influence operations from without, specifically the Russians and the Chinese, to some degree the Iranians, but the Russians are the most prolific. The Chinese have the greatest capabilities in this space. And just as in some ways, the first step in defending against all what I'd call traditional cyber attacks is to detect them. You know, we are and need to hone our ability to detect these kinds of, say, Russian and Chinese cyber influence operations. And one of the great lessons, I think, of 2022 was, in some ways, perhaps historians will say, the single most important thing that the United States government did was release its intelligence so that people in Europe would be forewarned about what was coming. And in the same way, we have the opportunity to take our intelligence and our threat detection, and just as we attribute a ransomware attack in Poland to the Russian military, identify, report, and attribute these kinds of efforts to, say, the Russian military, the Chinese government, and the like. And then we at least have a foundation for a media-savvy and informed debate. And that will never solve every problem, but I also always think it is the fundamental foundation in every democracy for trying to keep the public together.
And as Chairman Smith was referring to, this debate over oversight on Ukraine funding, it strikes me is very much driven by a lot of online conversation, by a lot of cable news conversation. And I don't know if Senator Fischer, you want to jump in on that, but do you think that that in the new Congress, that issue of wanting to curtail Ukraine funding is going to dominate?
I think challenge before us as policymakers, first of all, is to involve our colleagues in more classified briefings, in trying to gather more information so that they are informed and they don't buy into a lot of noise that's going on out there. Secondly, I go back to the fact that we have to be more transparent with the American people so that they can filter through the barrage of information that they receive, and that they then are better able, more capable of discerning for themselves what the truth is on information. It's not going to, I don't think it's going to change minds on one side or the other for us to sit up here and say, this is what you should believe, this is what is happening. People have to have access to enough information out there, to enough solid news, the Walter Cronkite news, the solid news, to be able to make their own decisions with the facts that they have, so that they can do that. And as policymakers, we need to be careful of the rhetoric that we use in speaking to our constituents and to be more honest with them.
Chairman Smith, do you expect that the NDA will be approved this year and that there will be an omnibus spending bill approved this year as well?
Yeah, again, just one quick thing on the messaging piece. Brad hit it quite well. We need to get our message out there, and that sort of brings me back to that original point about we need to tell our story. And I think one of the things I've been really worried about, and Mac and I worked on this a lot when he was chair as well, the Smith-Mont Act. That's an inside joke, I won't get into that. But we've got to get our message out, okay? And I think what happens, during the course, and the Russians are doing all this, and the Chinese are doing all this. I really agree with the senator and Brad on this. It's like when you're running a campaign, they're running TV ads against us. They're doing those. Okay, well, we have money, and we have access to that too. Let's get our message right, and then let's get out there and let's start doing it. I think we have been slow for a variety of different reasons to develop and deliver that message as to what is our narrative about U.S. engagement in the world and the vision we have for that. And I think we need to be a lot more aggressive about putting it out there, and that is the best way to counteract what Russia and China and all other people are doing. To answer your question, yes, we will pass the NDAA.
And I ask because,
yes.
Because the kind of broader questions about whether these funding decisions should be deferred into the new Congress, that is going to be weeks.
We need to do our job, and this is a source of enormous frustration for me, so I'll try to, but we need to pass the defense bill, and we need to pass the appropriations bills. And there's all these insane conversations going on about, well, why don't we do that? Okay, it's great. Pass the defense bill, pass the appropriations bill. And you can do all that other stuff over there if you can, but if you can't, let's just do those two things and get them done. We are planning on filing the bill on Monday. There are a fair number of people who are trying to stand in the way of that, but as the Lord is my witness, we will file the bill on Monday, and we will vote, and we will pass it this week, one way or the other. And we need to do... And we need to do the same thing in the appropriations bill. I'll just make one point that I've made to a lot of people. I think part of what gets us in trouble is we wait so long to start. And this is like my mantra for the last couple of years. I think it's a Sound of Music thing. The beginning is a very good place to start. And when you say, well, we can't sit down and negotiate because we don't know about this and we don't know about that. Well, that's why you're sitting down to negotiate. So you can get to the point where you do know about this and that. We wait and we wait and we wait and we do press releases and we do all this other BS. Sit down and start talking and start working it out, okay? And then you'll work out, you got 100% of things to work out. Okay, here's the 20 that you don't think you're ever gonna be able to work out. Well, get the first 80 done. And then you can focus on that 20. We need to start the process on appropriations, all this stuff earlier, and that is my plea for the Senate to pass the defense bill, well, period, but before August. Would be great, because then we could get in negotiations and we wouldn't be sitting here in December wondering if we're gonna get there. Sorry, that's just personal.
The failure of Congress to pass the budget for the biggest enterprise in the world in a timely fashion is one of the reasons why the public does not have as much confidence in Congress and Washington as it should. And the efforts to get this in place and get it done is really critical to starting a long process of restoring confidence. People have watched this circus for years, and they see it as a circus. I commend you on your efforts, and by God, I hope you get both Ukraine funding and NDAA and a budget in place, because this is not how the world should work, and certainly not how our government should work.
There is, I mean, I think clearly there's reasonable disagreements between the two sides on the approach to policy on a lot of this stuff. But I wonder, Karl, what you think about where we are on the rhetoric. There's so much agreement here in this room and on this stage on a lot of different things, but the rhetoric out there that is taken in by the American public and fed back to our lawmakers is very extreme. What can be done about that?
Well, I've got a crackpot theory that the country's getting fed up. And we're at a point where a couple of things are going to happen. And we've seen it start to happen in these two different bodies. Last year, 3 major pieces of legislation were passed, not because the White House made it a priority, but because Republicans and Democrats said, you know what, screw it, we're going to get it done. We had John Cornyn and Murphy of Connecticut say the Uvalde killing is going to cause, the massacre in Uvalde is going to cause us to do something on guns. We had a freshman Republican from Indiana and a senior Democrat from Virginia say, you know what, we have a shared concern about us being too dependent upon foundries in Taiwan, on which the semiconductors, the new energy of the world depends, so we want to do something about chips. And then we had the Republicans and Democrats on the Senate Transportation Committee say, we got to reauthorize the Highway Trust Fund, as we do every 5 years. And while we're at it, why don't we see if we can't agree upon a reasonable amount of money for long-term investment in infrastructure that will make our country stronger economically. And all 3 of these things happen not because the White House said these are priorities and the president gives an address and we send our legislation up. It happened because members of Congress said, you know what, we're done. We're done with trying to get on cable news. We're tired of the food fights. Let's get something done. And I think that's happening. I think the other thing that's happening is, it's, whether we know it or not, it's 1959 or 1960. We have Dwight D. Eisenhower, an admirable person as our president, but he was born before the turn of the century. He was born in the 19th century. And the American people said in that year, thank you, appreciate your leadership for our country, but we want to pick one of these 40-year-olds who's a veteran of the Pacific Theater, Richard Nixon and JFK, and for the next 32 years, we were governed by the greatest generation. And then along came 1992, and people said, you know what, we appreciate all you've done for the saving civilization and making America great, but we're going to turn it over to the baby boomers. And we're now at the end of a 32-year period of that. And so I think what's going to happen is that both of these things are going to break the logjam in Washington, make it A, more constructive, and B, mean maybe some new faces in 2024, because, I travel a lot, and people come up to me in the airport and say, where's the damn whiteboard? And, but they also say, is this the best we can do? And what happened in these 2 chambers last year with these bills says to me it's starting to move in the Congress as well. And the attitude that you saw exemplified here today by a Republican senator and a Democratic House member, I think is emblematic of that as well.
I'm sorry, I just say, I agree with most of that. President Biden deserves a lot more credit for all that stuff that happened. That's the only thing I'll say. I think having a president who is a legislator, who believes in getting things done, really helped. Yes, all those other people helped too, but don't think we can dismiss the White House for all the legislation that got done in the last 2 years. I think President Biden,
he signed the bill, so he gets credit. But I remember
he did a lot more than just sign.
I remember how many times he said, "Don't move the infrastructure bill because I want to get Build Back Better," and the House and Senate moved the infrastructure bill in spite of it.
It is interesting to have a debate about who should get credit rather than who should get blame. I mean,
that's
that is
true.
a step in the
That
right
is true.
direction.
I'll take it. I think that's
a miracle. Yes.
steered in a positive direction. I do want to refocus us a little bit back to the sort of overarching theme for, I think, a lot of the conversations today. We've got a war in Europe, but a looming conflict in Asia. And I think a big question for all of you, and you can marinate on this in your individual ways, is as we sit here today, Do our political leaders have the ability to mobilize public opinion and political will to actually face the challenge that is coming, which would be a conflict with China? So, Senator Fischer, my question to you is, given all the divisions that are in our society, do you believe that when the moment comes and an American president, whoever that is, has to go to the American people and say, this is what we need to do to combat China today, whether it is force or transferring weapons or doing something else vis-a-vis Taiwan, that they would be able to do it?
I'm a pretty positive person, and I believe in the American spirit, and so I think we would be able to, but it just can't all of a sudden come out of the blue. We just can't look at the American people and say, China's bad, we need to do this. That's why we have to message. We have to be able to explain to the American people the threats we have. We have to decide who we are as a country and be able to come together and provide support for whoever the president would be at the time in order to face those challenges. If we can start now, if we can tie all that together, I believe the people of this country have always stepped forward when needed, and they would do so again.
And Karl, the survey found that there's a lot of American support for political responses to the threat of China in potentially invading Taiwan, but that support drops pretty dramatically when you start asking them about things like sending military equipment or a no-fly zone or ground troops. Does that limit the U.S. policy options?
Well, these are questions asked in the abstract, and we see a different side of this when we look at Ukraine, because their events, have sort of driven the American people into a position of support because they've seen it play out. The old saw, events are in the saddle and ride mankind, and events in Ukraine have done that. We've seen presidential leadership in the form of the Ukrainian president that has inspired the world, and the acts of the Ukrainian people have been enormously inspirational. What's interesting to me is the survey shows a lot of concern about China. Not as much concern about China as Russia, and you might expect that because right now we see the battle in Ukraine, but a lot of concern and growing concern about China. And again, I don't think it's because, and then there's a bipartisan consensus. There's not a political divide in this survey on China. And I think, again, events are driving it because we see China and hear about China and its authoritarian methods, and the American people have a gut instinct, a gut response to it that's very positive. And how political leaders can use that, draw on it in order to craft a bipartisan approach to China is I think, there. To me, one of the interesting things is that one of the number one issues in the survey is a concern about the theft of American intellectual property, and why we have not had, and now in 2 administrations in a row, a high-profile, concerted, bipartisan effort diplomatically drawing on countries around the world. The Germans certainly don't like their intellectual property being stolen, or the French or whomever. Why there hasn't been 2 presidents in a row, both of whom are concerned about China, who've led such an international effort to clamp down on these practices, is beyond me. But the survey says the American people are ready for leadership against China because they've already made their decision about China as they've made a decision about Russia.
Brad, did you want to jump in on that?
Well, yeah, and I think the real question, in my view, is do we have the political leadership that can address the biggest challenges we need to address so that we are prepared for whatever comes? And I just think from a technology perspective, there's 3 categories. First, we constantly need to renew the country's technological base. We have this enormous asset of, fundamentally the strongest, most innovative private sector. But one of the biggest political advances, I believe, this year, the one we're not talking about, was the piece in the CHIPS Act that creates a new technology directorate in the National Science Foundation, authorizes more than $5 billion of research for quantum information sciences, cybersecurity, 5G, 10 different fields, and then we'll flow that money through the nation's universities to renew that part of the innovation base. The second thing we need to do is obviously get the kind of supply chain security that we will need to confront any new kind of threat. We would just be so weakened if we faced the threat of an imminent war without the ability to manufacture what we need. That is underway. It's underway in the private sector. The Congress, government is providing resources to help in the CHIPS Act, putting some political pressure. It is a years-long endeavor, not months-long, and we're probably, in my view, not talking enough about the fact that you can't really just bring the entire supply chain back to one country. This, too, is an area where we need to have an alliance. And then the third great challenge is to take all of this technology and figure out how it can be harnessed in military applications. And in my view, the part of the conversation that deserves more attention is what it fundamentally means for procurement writ large. I would argue that from a technological perspective, almost every weapon is one of two things. It's either a jet or a jeep. And what do I mean by that? The jet was invented by the military, the P-38. The American public didn't even know about it until it had flown 100 flights. And it took more than a decade to go from military use to commercial aviation. The Jeep was invented in 8 days when the US Army in 1940 said it would need a four-wheel drive vehicle for a war in Europe, and American automakers created a prototype using off-the-shelf applications. The Cold War was won with jets, but now we need a lot more Jeeps. And we have the world's smartest people working with a procurement system that I think was fundamentally designed for the creation of jets in the 1950s. And if we could just step back and get out of all of the gobbledygook, because there's so much, and ask, how do you build a world to get more Jeeps moving from, say, the tech sector into the military at the speed that the Jeep literally did in 1940? Then we will be prepared the way we need to be.
And to your second point, there's a very interesting question in the survey about what Americans believe will lead to the next conflict. And the vast majority of Americans say it's traditional things like fossil fuels, coal, and other energy sources. 68%, though, say it'll be new commodities like semiconductors and other advanced technologies. And as someone said to me yesterday, chips are the new oil. So getting Americans to understand that might be the next challenge. Chairman Smith, I'll give you the last word. What's next for you in your mind? What should be next on the agenda for Congress to tackle to best position this country for the challenges of the future?
Well, actually, I think the big one is what Brad was talking about there. And actually, I don't know, 6 months ago or so now, there was an article in Foreign Affairs magazine that basically said, the Pentagon was built to run like the Ford Motor Company in the 1950s. It needs to be built to run like Apple in 2022. And making that transition towards what Brad just described, be able to get off the shelf stuff, to be able to take advantage of new innovative technologies quickly. I would say when it comes to us being able to build the defense that we need to have the deterrence that we need, nothing is more important than that. Whether it's, we know whether build this ship or that missile or whatever, but building the system that can get us to embrace those technologies in that way, that is the most important transition that we need to make to be able to deter. And then back on the messaging point, when you said, can political leaders stand up to the American people and say, China's a threat? No, not just one political leader. We have the democratization of power now. In order to build that national consensus and coalition around engaging in the world and deterring a place like China, we need to use all of the levers out there. And the corporate world is going to be a key part of that, an amazing asset for the U.S. to have some of the best companies, the innovative universities. It's going to have to be collective. It's not one person dictating where it goes. We've got to build that support from the ground up. And then I'll agree with the senator's optimism. I think the country's ready for that. I think part of the problem is democracies are messy, okay? They just are, because everyone gets to say something. You know, whenever I'm pulling the defense bill together at the end, it's like, you know, it's like, I wish I could just say, okay, this is what we're doing, leave me alone. But that doesn't work as well, okay? It doesn't. It's better when you bring in more voices, but you also have to get comfortable with a certain amount of discord. It's not the end of the world, okay? We're gonna argue and fight. You're not gonna get exactly what you want. That's okay. We're going to get through it, and I think we will. I do think that we have the ability to pull people together, that we have the leadership, not just in politics, but in the business world and elsewhere, to really build that consensus and play the role that I think the U.S. has to play right now.
Well, thank you all for joining us for this great discussion, and there might be discord elsewhere, but not so much on this stage, for the most part. So thank you all very much, Brad Smith, Chairman Adam Smith, Karl Rove, and Senator Deb Fischer. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you. That was the most...
This concludes Breakfast and Panel 1. Please enjoy the morning break in our hospitality tent. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 3, Restoring Strength at Home, Towards a Robust and Resilient Industrial Base. Please welcome Ms. Morgan Brennan of CNBC and our distinguished panelists.
Well, good morning. Thanks for joining us here this morning. I will just jump right into it because we have a very meaty topic, I think, and many things to cover over this next hour. But first, just to introduce our panel, we have Secretary Alan Estevez, U.S. Undersecretary of Commerce for Industry and Security, Admiral Michael Gilday, Chief of Naval Operations, Secretary William LaPlante, U.S. Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment, James Taiclet, Chairman, President, CEO of Lockheed Martin, and Senator Roger Wicker of Mississippi. Welcome to you all, and I think we'll start here with maybe just a few opening remarks from each of our panelists on this topic of a robust and resilient industrial base, and then we'll go from there. So, Secretary Estevez, let's start with you.
Sure. Oops. See whether we get that better. Much better. A couple of points. My job at Commerce is on the export control side, which we call the defense side. So, I just put on these export controls regarding China that will slow China's ability to produce the highest end semiconductors for a period of time. They will figure this out. But what we've done is pretty comprehensive, and it will slow them down, which is important for our national defense. That is insufficient for what needs to be done. We need to play offense too. So Senator Wicker, CHIPS Act, key in invigorating our sector there. That's one sector. There's other sectors where we need to invest. We need American industry, Jim, to play its role in innovating and developing the new technologies that we need to protect ourselves. And we need to develop the talent in America to do that. So we stop there and we'll go down and we can talk about those things as we go through.
That sounds great. Admiral Gilday.
Yeah, just a couple of comments leading off. First of all, with respect to coming out of COVID, I think that the degree of opaqueness that exists between the Pentagon down 395 and Crystal City has somewhat lifted. I see a much stronger relationship, a much more honest relationship with industry, specifically supply chain vulnerabilities. Those discussions are very, very healthy. We both have a lot at stake there on both sides, and so I see that. Wouldn't necessarily refer to it as teamwork, but I think honest conversations about those kinds of challenges that we face. The second thing that I'd mention just briefly as I look across this audience is that when people typically think about the defense industrial base, they really think about the primes, they think about the shipbuilders, they think about at the right end of the continuum, those big companies. Haven't spent the last couple of days at here just north in Silicon Valley. And right now in the Middle East, we have a big unmanned exercise going on called Digital Horizons. I think of all of the opportunity exists at the other end of the spectrum with small high-tech companies that build unmanned platforms that specialize in AI and data analytics. We are really leveraging that kind of innovative technology. And I think at the same time, I think that is having a very positive, productive impact on the other end of the continuum, those large companies. Thanks.
Good morning. I guess I'd start with a few remarks citing the National Defense Strategies recently released and how it ties to this topic of integrated deterrence, campaigning, partners and allies. Really underneath that all is a robust industrial base and a resilient industrial base, and really a 21st industrial base that gets at a little bit what the CNO is getting at. We need all hands on deck. We need everybody from the companies like Jim's to the right to small startups that don't even know how to spell DOD. We need everybody. But we also need everybody not just to work on the front end or the back end, but to working on the design and development and the production together, going back and forth. That's where we need the innovation. I think that, that's where my head is at. So I think that we have a great opportunity now because we're being focused by the events of Ukraine and looking around the world. And I think there's a real technology opportunity to take modern design techniques, some call it digital engineering, with high-powered computing, and going back and forth with advanced manufacturing, including with small companies and startups, and getting into really economies of scale. And really not just to follow the industrial model of in series, but to do it all together.
Okay. I have a feeling you, Jim, have a few thoughts on that.
Yeah. Good morning, Morgan, and good morning to everybody here. Look, it's evident to everybody that we're in a geopolitical competition era, but it's great for me to hear our government leadership recognize that we're also in a techno-security competition, especially with China, but with others as well. And in the case of China, their leadership has identified that digital technology is at least as important as physical or Newtonian technologies to the future of defense. And with civil-military fusion in their system, they're including their digital industries in their defense enterprise more and more effectively. Therefore, I think it's really critical and timely that the relationship between the U.S. government industry that the CNO recognized just a minute ago really get driven home. And it's got to evolve rapidly for us to be able to compete with China and others. And the strategy integrated deterrence that you mentioned, Mr. Secretary, really demands the implementation of joint all-domain operations. And to actually do that, we have to address our acquisition process, because the existing processes and organizations in acquisition in DoD are designed to address physical development technology cycles. Those run up to 10 years and some of them beyond because of the complexity of satellites, submarines, aircraft, et cetera. These processes and procedures are unsuited, though, for the more rapid development cycles in the digital world that you referred to, Bill. which could be 10 weeks or 10 months, but they're not 10 years. So to maintain our techno-security industrial lead, which we have today, against China, I think it's imperative for DoD to establish a parallel acquisition process to acquire those 21st century digital technologies that you talked about, Bill, that you need to deploy JADO. And that's really the theme that we're driving, is how do we get the small, medium, and large, especially the large, including them, digital leaders in the U.S. economy involved in the defense enterprise.
Senator Wicker.
Thank you. I think this is a good follow-up to our breakfast panel, and I'm sure it was designed that way. I can't resist making general comments that, of course, pertain to our industrial base. Chairman Smith he's been a great friend and an ally in adding $45 billion to the defense budget. But he did say a couple of things that I want to respond to about the think tanks who come to us and say that everything is going to hell and scaring us to death. I would love to hear a think tank come and tell us that they war gamed the Pacific and we're just fine. That they war gamed a competition with the People's Republic of China over Taiwan, and we were great. But I haven't heard that from the classified war games in the Pentagon, which we hear about in an open forum. We don't hear the classified parts of it in a forum like this, but we know that we lose war games when we fight China. We know that the Rand Corporation says that we are not ready for whatever might happen, and I don't know if there's a Davidson window or not, but it could certainly come sooner than that. Heritage Foundation, which is an organization, it's another think tank, and it's an organization that I respect, does an annual index of military strength. And the one that comes out for 2023 just came out last month. The Army, the U.S. Army, was rated as marginal. The U.S. Navy was listed as weak by the Heritage Foundation. The Air Force was listed as very weak. The Marine Corps listed as strong, but it is small. Space Force weak, and Heritage says there's a growing risk of not being able to defend national interest. So I'm making general comments, and I'll be happy to drill down on the more specific subject matter. But I would just say to you that our industrial base, whether it be the large corporations like Huntington Ingalls with 11,500 employees in the state of Mississippi, or the smaller suppliers with 90 or fewer, like Seaman Composite that makes the nose cones for submarines, and we absolutely could not do without them. It all goes back to the fact that for whatever reason, over time, we have not funded the military, and we have not made sure that we were ready to do the two things that we might be called on to do, and that is win in two major theater areas. So I worry about the fact that we're not supporting the industrial base to the extent that we're not giving them the programs they need to manufacture the ships and weapons and ammunition we need.
And I would imagine it's not just a matter of funding, but it's also a matter of things like continuing resolutions and the roles those play, especially on your mid-tier and your smaller suppliers within the supply chain. I want to get into all of this a lot more.
Okay,
but first,
I'd be glad to talk about the continuing resolution.
But first, Admiral Gilday, I want to get your response to that. If you were to what the senator just said, if we talk, I mean, on CNBC, this is a conversation that comes up all the time. Investors are very focused on this topic because they see it as a potential black swan. But if and when China were to make a move on Taiwan, is the U.S. Navy if tasked to do so, in a position to counter it
So
successfully?
about a third of the Navy's at sea today. We're forward. We have more ships right now in the European theater than the rest of the NATO nations combined. We have more than 25 ships. We have ships right now in the Taiwan Strait and the South China Sea. We are forward. We are present in the Arabian Gulf, in the Gulf of Aden, in the Mediterranean Sea. The United States Navy is in contact with peer competitors under the sea, on the sea, and in the air every single day. You see snippets of it with ships going through the Taiwan Strait. They're going nose to nose with Chinese ships. You see it with our aircraft in the Eastern Mediterranean or up by the Sea of Japan with the Russians. There's a lot of stuff going under the sea that I can't talk about publicly, but just to know that we have significant overmatch in that domain against any competitor. In terms of looking at our investments, right now on the Hill is the largest shipbuilding budget in the history of the United States Navy at $27.5 billion. You cannot throw much more money at the 7 shipbuilders that build U.S. warships in the United States of America right now. Their capacity is about at max, and Congress is helping us max them out. I would say the same thing for weapons production. If you take a look at our budgets and where we're putting money, we're trying to send a very strong signal to industry that we need consistent, stable production lines for weapons with range and speed for a long time. We certify every deploying unit for combat operations before we take in all lines and send them to sea. There are an awful lot of assertions in different surveys. Those surveys don't go out. Take a look at who the audience is for those surveys. And I would invite all of you to talk to sailors, to Marines, to airmen, to Coast Guardsmen, to soldiers, to Space Guardians, and get their sense of whether or not they feel that they're ready and what they think that we're not doing more of that we should be. I think that would be a good data point. But look, you know, the Secretary of the Navy has been clear to me that our responsibility is to field the most lethal, capable, ready force, not in 2027, but on December 3rd, 2022. And that's what we focus on every day.
Okay. Secretary LaPlante, you dig into the supply chain. You are assessing things like production and the ability to ramp production. It's been in focus with Ukraine, certainly. We can talk about it where that's concerned. We can talk about it where China, countering China is concerned as well. What do you see as challenges right now when it comes to the industrial base? And we'll use the example of Ukraine to start. How quickly, what needs to happen to see some of these lines ramp more quickly and some of these systems be able to get into the hands of Ukrainians or allies or even into replenishment of our stockpiles more quickly?
Yeah, thank you. And I think just to start with the experience we all had during COVID, is I think a lot of Americans and people around the world recognize whether it's baby formula or prescription drugs or PPE or getting a vaccine quickly, that it didn't take much to disrupt our supply chain just in our economies. Why is that? Probably because of the just-in-time delivery, minimizing inventory, reduced tooth to tail, all the rest of it. We have the same issue in the DoD, and you find out in a time of crisis. So that's point one. Point two is, and particularly in the DoD, we've gone out of our way to really minimize any redundancies, because again, that's efficiency. Well, one person's efficiency is another person's vulnerability. So what we've done systemically, it started well before Ukraine, is going through, we have a team of experts doing this, of deep dives into critical munitions and systems, and going down and finding the choke point in each one. And then the choke point can be a variety of things. It can be the workforce, it could be ball bearings, it could be batteries, it could be obsolescent parts, it could be microelectronics. And then as best we can, get money to those places using Defense Production Act, et cetera. At the same time we're doing that, we are also building the plans to get into more sustainable, longer-term production lines. And the other piece of it I would say to folks is that we have to get comfortable with the fact that production and getting to production is as important as part of any other part of the acquisition system. And I would really want our folks that are innovators in the front end, which we need you, we will not win without you, to also help us on the back end as well. I think that's what we need to do as a country.
Jim, I see you nodding your head.
Well, first of all, I want to recognize Dr. LaPlante, the Army, and the other services for really, attacking this issue when it emerged. But it's a little bit at the battlefield hospital level, and you guys are fighting hard, and you're making great progress. But as you said, the U.S. Defense Industrial Base is scoped for maximum efficiency at peacetime production rates. That's what it's built to do today. We're working on that now with government, but it's overly vulnerable to those disruptive events like COVID as a result, and there's labor and supply shortages that are still continuing through because we've been structured in this way. It was also unable to rapidly scale and scale up quickly when the circumstances demanded it, like with Ukraine. So we're learning a lot now about the situation between the supply chain disruption of COVID and the Ukrainian crisis. So we should be applying concepts of anti-fragility to the whole industrial base. And by anti-fragility, I mean when there are shocks to the system, they do not damage or stop the system from operating. And some of the tools that I know that you're already employing in the DoD, multi-year procurement contracts for expendables, such as munitions, but it needs to go beyond that. A significant reduction in the single source suppliers of key components, because you won't have those emergencies in the ball bearing single supplier for that one part that you need. And then thirdly, procurement and maintenance of the tooling and capacity you need to quickly move 2 standard deviations above what peacetime production rates are in a reasonable amount of short time. So those are some of the ideas that we can implement, and I know that the government's looking at now, but we're going to need to fund those. Resiliency isn't without cost. There'll be some cost to this, but we're learning so much in this experience that I think it's going to be a cost-benefit trade-off worth looking really hard at.
Okay. I know there's a few people who want to jump in on this. Secretary Estevez, I will start with you.
Sure, a couple of things. One, and I like what you were saying, Jim, but and we need to look at this as across the full American industrial base, not just the defense industrial base, because frankly, they're completely linked, right? We need to get away from reliance on adversarial countries as sources of supply. Again, the China problem, which, rare earths, neodymium magnets, and on and on and on. I could go on and on and on there. And we need to start encouraging buy America or buy allied. And if the cost's a little more, okay, we need to encourage. And companies need to understand their supply chains, and they need to start thinking about how to diversify those supply chains. Right? If COVID didn't show that, Ukraine should have in spades. If Putin is doing anything good, he's helping NATO membership, and he's helping people understand the problems in their supply chain, including our European allies who are all over this right now. 2, we need to look at our own manufacturing capability, Bill, to your point. It's not just R&D, it's got to be production, and modernizing our production capability. That includes the organic production at DoD, but production across industry to digital industrial capability, 21st century capability, more agile, more fluid. We're not going to be building F-35s that will run, right? So we need to figure out a better way to increase our production capacity in the United States.
Admiral Gilday?
I'll just make a couple of comments as a guy in uniform and thinking about this through the lens of what could we possibly do to allow industry to be able to surge when it needs to surge. And I go back to steady state production. You got to solve that problem first, and we haven't. And so I believe that from the services we need to give a steady, clear, consistent, and predictable demand signal to industry that needs to be reflected in our budgets. The sine waves are unhelpful. We've seen that in munitions lines out of Ukraine. What that ends up yielding, I believe, is more level-loaded production lines that are much more efficient. And the next thing I'd add is for the services, we also have to minimize changes to that production line when it's in progress. That leads to more time, it leads to more cost, and typically takes us off track. So I just add those tidbits to the comments that Mr. Taiclet made and the Secretary made.
Senator Wicker, I want to get your thoughts on that, both in terms of budget and also in terms of the crafting of policy the balancing of existing programs and a production ramp and what that means in terms of balancing legacy where it makes sense versus newer technologies and investing in newer capabilities, and how quickly we can make that
I think we have to balance that based on the best information we have. Again, a lot of what was said at breakfast is absolutely true, but we're still going to need tanks, and we're still going to need missiles, and we're still going to need ammunition. Let me also let me make sure everyone's clear. I'm on Admiral Gilday's side. He's been given a job to do, and he has to put the best face on what he's been provided. And Secretary Del Toro is here too, and I think he's the only secretary that actually spent a year in Pascagoula making ships. So I'm on their side. A few years ago, when we passed the first Ships Act, maybe we'll pass another one soon, every expert in uniform, admirals and generals around the globe, told us we needed 355 ships to compete. We finally decided to take them at their word, and we didn't pass a sense of the Senate. We passed a statute that was passed by the House of Representatives and signed by the President, saying that 355 ships in our Navy is the statutory requirement. It's been somewhat treated as advisory since then. But the Congress, in that statute, and what I would have preferred to do is actually implement that in our authorization bills. China has 400 ships, and they're building them more and they're building them better. Some of ours are much more technically capable. But I want to give Secretary Del Toro and Admiral Gilday what the experts say they've needed. Now, with regard to the budget, I was heartened to hear everyone say that we need to pass an NDAA. There had been some school of thought that the new speaker would like to tinker with that after the first of the year. I really do. I think we all, I think most of us agree, we need to get our work done for this year and get that done. And of course, we need to pass the NDAA really before the end of the summer next year. With regard to the omnibus, in my view, it would be a disaster not to pass an omnibus before the end of this calendar year. I had my staff calculate this just a few days ago. If we go on a continuing resolution, which is what we appropriated last year, we just do that again with a few anomalies, it is actually, Admiral, it is an $80 billion hit to national defense, not just $45 billion. So it would be an utter disaster and would send absolutely the wrong signals to Russia, send us wrong signals to the people who are our adversaries and looking at a possible challenge to us in the Pacific. In addition, there's such a small majority in the House of Representatives, there's a small Republican majority coming next year. I really think it would be very, very difficult for Speaker McCarthy to get an omnibus bill done after the first of the year. So it's incumbent on us, if we support national defense, and if we back the public in hoping that we can avoid a war with China and help our Ukrainian friends win, we need to pass an omnibus bill. It's not the way to do it. One other thing. I don't think Americans realize there's one person in the world who can schedule a bill on the Senate floor. There's only one person on the face of the globe, and that's the majority leader. I will say this for Mitch McConnell. we've had a hard time bringing bills to the floor, but under his leadership, when he was majority leader, we did do some minibuses and didn't leave everything to the end. But clearly, for whatever reason, Majority Leader Schumer has decided not to allow the appropriation bills to come to the floor against our best advice. I hope he's going to be majority leader again next year, and I hope in light of everything that's going on and the threats that might happen to us, we can come to a national consensus to go ahead and bring those bills and let the House and Senate work on them. But one person, and one person alone, schedules bills on the Senate floor, and that's the majority leader.
Secretary LaPlante, the fact that we're even having this conversation, and we tend to have this conversation to some varying degree, unfortunately, rather regularly over the years, how do you navigate it, both in terms of continuing to fortify an industrial base from a DoD perspective, but also being able to bring on new technologies, new potential companies, create some sort of certainty in those for the ability to on-ramp some of these new technologies in an uncertain environment?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I would just say let's first talk about the progress that's been made. It goes back multiple administrations. This is a good thing, there's much more prototyping going on and experimentation. There is much more of a leadership push, just like the CNO being in Silicon Valley the other day. There's so much more of a leadership push to reach out to these non-traditionals, all that. So I think we're at a point where we've got to get this into the mainstream and we've got to get it to scale. And so this is where my head is, and as I've been watching this, and maybe it's overly influenced by Ukraine, is I think we can get these modern techniques that are coming from the commercial world and the high-tech industry that are at this intersection of large data sets, AI, modern digital engineering, where you're really able to go back and forth in designs, and you'll produce a design that a human would never have produced. You look at the thing and you say, my God, who produced it? But you find out it's optimal because the algorithm produced it. Getting that with production together out into the field is the next big step. So we got to get the innovations and the new folks into the mainstream. Now you can ask the question, we often do, how do you do that with major platforms, right? Well, there was an example just last night with the rollout of the B-21. B-21 has an open mission systems architecture deliberately put in with standard interfaces such that there can be technology insertion for the next 40, 50 years, and it could be competed with small businesses directly from the government to inject it right into the open architecture. That's what we need to do, and when we have these open architectures, we got to use them. And we got to open it up to small businesses and to startups and say, hey, do you want to get your algorithm into the B-21? Here's a chance to do a bake-off. So those are the things we need to do.
Secretary Estevez, I want to get your thoughts on that, especially because, I mean, a key part of this is that industrial capacity needs a market globally, and that's part of, I think, what helps to add resiliency even in the face of maybe uncertain budgetary environments from a government or a U.S. government perspective.
So a couple of things, and I'm looking at Ellen Lord and Mike Brown who are in the audience. And I was up in Silicon Valley with them the other day, also looking at technologies. I was also visiting some of the companies that I've impacted billions of dollars of their revenue by stopping them from being able to sell to China. So I thought it was important for me to go up and explain the national security implications of why we did what we did. But to Bill's point, you need to bring in the entire industrial base to have that innovative ecosystem. I mean, I was listening to some really cool stuff that I knew nothing about on technology, synthetic biology, for example, that we need to start making investments in order to grow our own innovation ecosystem. My earlier comment, if I impede China here, that's 5 years maybe. I need to run faster on the offensive side, so I'm making that 5-year gap into a 10-year gap. And so that we as a nation, and we as a nation with our allies, can remain that far in front. Let me address the budget thing really fast, because since I'm in the Department of Commerce, people don't think about my budget as much. I know Senator Wicker does. I have these authorities to protect American companies and American people related to things like China cloud companies and China Software Connect, and I'm not going to go into the TikTok problem. But I have no money to do that because it's sitting on the floor of the Congress right now waiting. So I am doing this incredibly important job with borrowed manpower, trying to capture lawyers that are walking down 15th Street because they have a phone and they look like they might know something about this space. And that's not the way we should be doing business. We need to have budgets passed so that we can get on with our job.
I want to pause here because we have a live polling question. So for our audience, I'm going to pull that up on the screen here. It's, the question is, many are concerned about how thoroughly integrated the American economy is with the Chinese economy. The U.S. government should prioritize, number one, encouraging U.S. businesses to move out of China. 2, adopting policies to support the U.S. industrial base to compete with China. 3, enacting sanctions on Chinese corporations threatening U.S. national security. Or 4, leave it to China to decouple from the U.S. economy. So if you want to weigh in on this poll and your thoughts, please do so now. We're going to continue the conversation. We'll come back to those results in just a few moments. But Admiral Gilday, I want to go back to you. I want to get your thoughts on how you're thinking about new technologies and new capabilities, especially given the fact that, and we're seeing this in industry, these investments in anticipation of it, the balancing of, I think, what the Navy currently looks like versus things like unmanned.
So a lot of opportunities, and some of this has been touched on up here over the last few minutes. The fundamental problem is not attracting innovative, high-tech companies to DoD. That is not the problem. The problem is transitioning their products into a production line and crossing that 3-year gap. When I think about, there's an ongoing effort right now to come up with ideas to revitalize a system that Secretary McNamara put in place in the 1960s. It doesn't quite work for the kinds of technologies that we want to leverage quickly in a decade of concern. What we want to be able to do is to get the production fast. And a couple of exemplars might be Operation Warp Speed, maybe how we fielded MRAPs quickly a decade or so ago. Those would be exemplars instead of blowing up the whole system. I just look for how do we do that really well? What do we learn from that, and how can we apply it to some of these new technologies? If I go back to the framework that McNamara created, there's a lot of laws, there's a lot of processes in place to drive down technical risk so that we don't scale too early and end up with stuff for hundreds of billions of dollars that doesn't work very well. There's plenty of examples of that. Now, if I think about the high-tech firms that are offering their products, their AI products, their unmanned platforms, these are dual-use technologies, and much of that technical risk has already been driven down. It's already been driven down, and so we could go to the Congress, we can go to our boss, Secretary Del Toro, and he can take it up the chain of command in the Pentagon to say, look, I have a very high degree of confidence that this unmanned platform, coupled with this AI software plug, is going to solve the problem we need to solve, which is to understand the domain in which we operate in much better than we do today. I'm an optimist in terms of where we're headed. Again, I go back to solving that problem, and I think that there are exemplars out there that we should leverage, learn from, and execute off of.
We're starting to get some questions from the audience, and I want to weave them into this conversation. Jim, I'm going to put this question to you. What steps is the United States taking to strengthen our supply chain by deconflicting it with potential adversaries? And I put that question to you because as we're having this conversation about supply chain, I would imagine that we're seeing a company like Lockheed Martin and many other companies I've spoken to take a deeper, closer, more rigorous look at just how far down that supply chain goes and where different aspects of it actually come from.
Sure. Well, there are regulations about where to source for defense articles, and we apply and adhere to those regulations. However, when you get 3 or 4 layers of suppliers down, they will be sourcing from distributors, small parts, microelectronics, rare earth elements, magnets, as you mentioned, Alan. Those come in pools. It's hard to figure out where that commercial distributor that sells to the 4th level down supplier got that magnet material. It's a real test case, I will point out to you. And we had to figure out that it happened. It took 15 years for someone to identify that that was going on.
Wow.
And then we were able to resolve it, but one way to resolve it is to go to Allen and get a waiver, because either we don't know where that article ultimately comes from, as commercial and in defense industry, or it's the only place to get it, which is the real risk. For semiconductors, the CHIPS Act was really important to our industry, our company, and national defense, and so we advocated heavily with the administration for that, because the semiconductors we need include the sub-10 or sub-6 nanometer chips, but most of them are much less sophisticated than that, and almost all of that production is moving to 3 places: China, South Korea, and Taiwan. And the real issue of a nightmare scenario, not for the defense industrial base alone, but for the entire economy, is China to withhold its sub-10 nanometer chips, for it to blockade Taiwan and intimidate South Korea in a way that none of them can export to the global economy anymore. It's the Russia play with natural gas. So we have to address microelectronics, semiconductors specifically, and not the most sophisticated, but all semiconductors. And then, as I think, Alan, you had already mentioned, rare earth minerals and critical raw materials. Because if those get shut off by 1 or 2 countries that could be or are adversaries of ours, the DIB will stop, but the larger economy may also slow down or stop. So those are some of the critical areas there.
Senator Wicker, how quickly and how effectively can the government step in to help that process?
I think we're going to we are moving quickly, and Commerce can verify this on implementing the CHIPS and Science Act. We were talking earlier about who gets credit for this, and there are also some town meetings, there's who gets blamed for this, because there's some people who believe this is industrial policy and we ought to be using trade policy or some other means that I don't think would be effective to get the semiconductors made in the United States. We're going to add a provision, I think Monday, or I think when NDAA comes out Monday, we'll have a provision that perhaps some members of the panel are familiar with. There are 3 Chinese companies that we very much want to prohibit their chips from being in our products because of national security concerns. The problem with that we've had to deal with is the layers of supply, 3rd and 4th level. It's hard to know, it's hard for the ultimate contractor to know where those chips came from. And so we've had to work this out with a safe harbor clause, and I think we've got it where it needs to be. Also, it will not be fully implemented for 5 years. But we are continuing as soon as Monday with the rollout of the NDAA of again, trying to protect our national security from China getting our secrets, and at the same time not shutting down manufacturing because it's just impossible to comply with that. So thank you for Commerce for working with us on that.
Secretary LaPlante, I actually want to get your thoughts on this discussion, especially when you talk about something like rare earths, because it's coming up right now. It's a tricky one, right? Because we don't do very much in terms of mining here where rare earths are concerned. So much of that does happen in China, and what doesn't happen in China gets sent to China for the refining process. Almost all of it, actually. So when you think about the resilience of the defense industrial base, and when you think about this kind of decoupling that's happening and the fortifying and ensuring of companies like Lockheed Martin to be able to get those products they need, how do you navigate that?
Yeah, I think what we have to recognize is the term that some have used is called weaponized interdependence, which is the recognition by some countries that control of a certain part of the supply chain can actually be used, of course, for their national advantage, whether it's for chips or it's rare earths. I think in the case of rare earths, As has been said by many people, rare earths are actually not that rare. What's the hard part about it is getting it, not just the material, but getting the processing of it and extracting it. And it actually is a technology issue, and it's something that we in this country and with our friends, and this is another piece of what we're calling it friend shoring, have to start funding new ways to extract the rare earths wherever they come from. That is sort of what China locked up about 30 years ago. They recognized the fact if they could lock into this market. Yes, China has a lot of stuff. They've dug a lot of holes in China. But that's not the key part. The key part is they locked up all the processing. We have to do that too, and it's a high-tech issue. The other piece of it, which I think is related to supply chain, is thinking about buying items as a service, where we do space launch as a service. We have to ensure that they have the right supply chain in it, but then how they do the engineering, how they do the packaging, how they do the manufacturing is up to them. But again, I think that's a tying between the supply chain and also how we buy things.
Okay, we have so many questions coming in, which is very exciting. So I'm going to get to as many as I can here, but Admiral Gilday mentioned we've maximized the capacity of America's 7 shipyards. Do we need an 8th or 9th shipyard? If America's shipbuilding capacity is maxed out, should the Navy be able to buy ships from trusted allies with shipbuilding capacity like, for example, South Korea?
Yeah, I'm not going to touch the second one. And the first one, the answer is absolutely yes. So what we've seen in the mid-size ships, that's where we have seen more competition. Austal down to the Gulf Coast, right? Shifting their processes from aluminum to steel. Much more competitive and with work coming their way from the Coast Guard, and they're doing some work for us on the Ford-class carrier. Fincantieri up in Wisconsin is another mid-sized company that's come online here recently with frigate. We need to incentivize the entry of additional companies into this market, make it more competitive, give us more capacity. We've been fighting ground wars, obviously, for the last 20 years. And so because that's been the priority, the nation has not made investment in the recapitalization of the United States Navy as high a priority as we probably should have. So now we're playing catch-up ball. So again, the Congress is being great at trying to, optimize, maximize those production lines. But we need more shipbuilders, not just for the United States Navy and the United States Coast Guard, but also for the commercial industry. That is also a demand signal there. We have significantly downsized the number of shipyards we have in the United States. Over my lifetime, it's gone from 60 shipyards that supported DoD down to just 7. You could say the same thing for aerospace companies, over 50 down to maybe 5. Space launch companies that build spacecraft cut in half from 8 to 4. And so the trends are not good. But it is a challenge, I think, from a workforce perspective in a society where our manufacturing demographic has essentially been cut by 35% over the past 3 decades. And so it's not just the shipyards, it's also the ecosystem that supports them. It's vocational schools in terms of education. It's the Department of Commerce, the Department of Labor, the Department of Education kind of pitching in and shouldering this with us. It's wage incentives. It's a number of things that I think we can think about in terms of revitalizing this critical part of the United States economic sector.
Senator Wicker?
Oh, I was just thinking, tomorrow's headline, Gilday refuses to rule out buying Navy ships from Korea. I actually agree with everything else he said.
Oh, boy.
Thanks, Senator.
Okay, so let's run through a few more questions. We have about 6.5 minutes left here, so I'm going to do my best. How can government better signal to corporations their needs from the industrial base? Who would like to take that?
Well, let me give a shot at it. I think this was mentioned earlier by the CNO, and we hear this term demand signal all the time. And what really is meant, as I understand it, is whether it's to a board of a corporation or a small business that's got investors, they have to see the business case. The business case has to close. Now, they know that they're not going to bat 1,000, but they want to bat something, some type of low batting average. And we got to give them the evidence, and it's got to be credible that they can do that. Part of it is these multi-year contracts. I think it's part of it. But the other piece of it, it gets to the production. And again, not to make everything about production, but if they can see the business case that this item, this technology, this technique, this service can actually scale, and even if it can be spin off into the private sector and the public, and you can see a plausible business case, even if it's a 1 out of 5 chance, that's what they need to see. And we have to think of it that way and provide them that evidence. And if we can't provide the evidence to ourselves, then maybe we should think to ourselves, maybe we're not setting up the right conditions. So I think it's not just the focus on the technology, but the focus on the business case. And what closes the business case for corporations and for investors and small companies and startups?
Jim?
I really want to emphasize what Secretary LaPlante is speaking to here, because all companies in a free market economy do have to have a return on investment, whether it's, as you say, the smallest startup all the way up to tech companies we're working with like Verizon and Intel and Microsoft. We're working with them because they think ultimately there's a business case there for them. But there are some other aspects of working with the Defense Department or the Federal Acquisition Regulation that really inhibit those business cases for everybody. You know, one is, how do we balance the level of compliance and oversight with the cost of doing it? A lot of small and medium companies won't engage, and we are trying to get them in, especially the tech companies, in our space, because for them to set up the client compliance infrastructure with no revenue yet coming in is just something they can't do. Another one is to minimize the suppliers funding the government, which happens in a couple places. Pre-funding of materials and labor of a contract you've won during the time it takes to definitize that contract, which could take 6 months or a year. Small and medium companies can't afford to do that. Another one is to maintain a robust level of progress payments. It went to 90% under COVID. It may go back to 80, but let me tell you that that flow-through of 90% kept a lot of companies in business. And I would recommend maintaining the 90%, but requiring those of us as prime contractors who receive it to flow 100% of that 90%, or that incremental 10%, to our suppliers. That should be part and parcel of that rule. It isn't today, it should be, because we're really trying to protect those small and medium suppliers with that change in the ruling. And then expand, as you said, Bill, the use of block buys, long-term agreements, because you've got it. We went to our board, frankly, and this is Lockheed Martin. It's the largest aerospace company at the moment by revenue in the world, for a $6 billion approval for digital factories. It was going to take 8 years to do. And we had to make our case to our board that that was going to get a return on investment. As big a company as ours, we had to get that case. And you know what we got approval for? The first $500 million. We've already almost spent it, but you know, that's the way industry works. You've got to have a viable business case, as Dr. LaPlante is saying, especially if you want to get new entrants, because if they don't see it, their board or their private equity firm owner is not going to encourage them or even enable them to get involved. We want them involved, especially in the tech space.
The panelists all seem to agree that the U.S. has a long-term production capacity problem, particularly when compared to China. What steps do we need to take to expand cooperative development and production with U.S. allies and partners and leverage their combined capacities to offset this disadvantage? And how can we do that in a way that sustainably supports the health of the U.S. industrial base? It's a big question. Who would like to start?
I hate having to take it again, but I'll just have to start because I'm sort of a bit in the middle of this with the Ukraine group that the Secretary has pulled together, where we have 50 countries around the world huddling on how to help Ukraine. My equivalents are now meeting, the national armaments directors. And what we're talking about, and we're trying to figure out, is much more co-production, where we have production in each other's countries, co-development, interchangeability between our different systems, and a lot more sharing of information. I think there is this recognition that we all are going to need to do this together in a country. Yes, jobs are important, but we're going to have to produce things for each other. And we have to be comfortable using equipment developed in another country in our own military, and vice versa.
Would love to get your thoughts on this, Secretary Estevez, from the commerce side, and as we have had this conversation about decoupling.
Yeah, a couple of things there. One, and Secretary Raimondo did a speech earlier this week in which she said, we're not really looking to decouple from China, but we're going to protect the technologies that we must protect for national security, full stop, bottom line. So promote what we can, decouple, protect what we must. For working with our allies on that, which I just got back from Europe myself, and a trip planned to Asia shortly, they're more than willing now, because of the actions of Putin, because of the temper tantrum that Xi Jinping threw over the straits in August when Speaker Pelosi visited, they're more than willing to start talking China with us, which is a good thing. So they also are looking, how do I diversify my supply chains? How do I get out where I have to get out? And I'm talking to a lot of companies too, especially the tech companies, and they are looking to where they have to go outside of China. Now, it took 40 years to get where we are. It's not going to happen overnight. But there's a wake-up call going on, and I think that's a great thing for us. Okay,
We are out of time, unfortunately. I think we could have this conversation for the whole rest of the day, but maybe that's just me and I'm partial to the topic. But I just want to say thank you to our esteemed panel, Secretary Estevez, Admiral Gilday, Secretary LaPlante, Jim Taiclet, and Senator Wicker. Thank you so much, all of you, for being with us and for your insights today. Appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes Panel 3. Panel 4 will begin in 5 minutes on this stage. Panel 5 will begin in 5 minutes in the Presidential Learning Center. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 4, Ukraine's Fight for Freedom, Russian Aggression and the Future of NATO. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Jennifer Griffin of Fox News and our distinguished panelists.
Great. Well, thank you, everyone, for being with us here for this session. This is a really, really important session right now. Ukraine's fight for freedom, Russian aggression, and the future of NATO. It couldn't come at a more important time, and I want to welcome Senator Joni Ernst of the great state of Iowa. She is on the Senate Armed Services Committee. Honorable Christine Wormuth, Secretary of the Army. General Chance Saltzman, call sign Salty. He's the new head of the U.S. Space Force, and this is the first time he will be speaking publicly since taking on that very important role. And Greg Hayes, CEO and chairman of Raytheon. Raytheon, of course, the Javelin missiles at the start of the Ukraine conflict. We saw the damage that they did and how they sent the Russians back from Kyiv away from the target that they had wanted, the capital. So we've all been watching. You could say that the Javelins were the MVP of the early weeks of this conflict.
Maybe co-MVP with the Stinger.
With the Stinger as well, also made by Raytheon. And I don't work for Raytheon. So we're coming to this discussion at a key inflection point. You have a new Congress coming in, Republicans indicating that they may curtail support for Ukraine, cut back some of the funding. You have winter that has come. You've got the Russians that have been forced to retreat from key locations like Kherson. The Ukrainians still have the will to fight. They've outlasted anyone's expectations. You've got reports of U.S. weapons stockpiles that are strained, that they may not be able to continue at the pace. They're having to go around and find allies who can provide some of the weapons because it takes so long to get these weapons manufactured. You have a frustrated industry that would like the Pentagon to move faster. You have a frustrated Pentagon that would like industry to move faster. You have the NATO alliance being tested like it hasn't been ever before. So we'll talk about the way ahead in Ukraine, how this war likely ends, and what we can do to make the outcome so that the Ukrainians can win. Senator Ernst, I'll start with you. We're here at the Ronald Reagan Defense Forum at the Reagan Library. Ronald Reagan was very clear-eyed when it came to the Soviets and the threat of the Soviet Union. He passed huge defense budgets. He was aggressive in where he placed those weapons. He understood that Soviet expansionism had to be stopped. Vladimir Putin is acting very much like a Soviet leader. He's trying to erase the outline of the map of Europe. Why do so many Republicans seem to be rejecting Reagan's core beliefs today and embracing this neo-isolationism that we're seeing?
I think we have seen this through a number of iterations, different administrations, not just Republican administrations, but turning more inward rather than focusing outward. And Reagan, of course, we know the famous phrase, peace through strength. That's what we need to continue to build upon. I think it's important for Republicans just to understand that if we are not engaged in a presence around the globe, if we are not pushing back on Vladimir Putin and Russia, that they will continue to expand. They may not stop with Ukraine. And do we want to live in a world that is dominated by China and Russia? That would be the key question there. And I think the answer that Republicans would have is that, no, we don't want to live in that type of world. So let's continue to press. Let's help the Ukrainians make sure that they're defeating the Russians.
But do you think that House Republicans will cut aid to Ukraine? And have you discussed this with Kevin McCarthy?
I have not spoken directly to Kevin McCarthy, but I have spoken to a number of other House Republicans that believe very firmly we should be supporting the Ukrainians. We should be promoting peace through strength. Unfortunately, we're beyond that point now with Ukraine. But we need to continue to arm them so that they can win this fight, deter the Russians in the future.
General Saltzman, you were the first general officer to be promoted to the newly formed Space Force. You were a missile officer. You were an expert with the Minuteman III. You were the operations officer in 2007 during the Chinese anti-satellite test, which shocked the Pentagon, shocked the national security establishment. Take us behind the scenes during that test, what you learned and how you're applying it in Ukraine. How is Space Force involved in Ukraine?
Well, thank you, Jennifer. I think back on that time quite often, in fact. 2007, I was Chief of Combat Operations in the Joint Space Operations Center at the time. And we had some insights that this test was going to occur, but we really couldn't bring ourselves to believe that in 2007 somebody would create a destructive event on orbit, because we had all come to understand the value that space was bringing to not just military, but economies around the world and people in general. When that event occurred, I think it was a bell ringer for the Department of Defense. Certainly my time in the Air Force, it was a bell ringer. And the entire space community saw a change that I characterized as a shift to a contested domain. You know, it had been kind of verboten to say space and warfighting in the same sentence prior to that event. And quite frankly, even after that event, it took a while to really cross that threshold. I think we're past that now. Two things have kind of been proven out watching and observing in Ukraine. The value of space. The last panel just talked about using satellite communications, the information distribution, the precision navigation and timing capabilities that space offers has demonstrated its value. So much so that both sides are engaged in trying to counter those capabilities and deny those advantages to the opponent. And so space is clearly a contested domain. It's really why you have a Space Force. We have, inside the department, elevated the discourse of space and the need to protect our capabilities in space by establishing that service, the Space Force. And so I think this modern war that we're seeing play out in Ukraine is just indicative of what we can expect in the future. And so the Space Force is engineered to try to organize, train, equip to prevent that.
But back to what you learned during the Chinese anti-satellite test. You realized that China or Russia could blind the US. Explain what you saw and how you're protecting those satellites now.
Well, you know, it takes years to develop the systems that we had put in place in 2007. And quite frankly, we had engineered the solution for the satellites in a way that said, listen, launch is so expensive. When we put these systems on orbit, we want to reduce the launch cost associated with the overall system. So let's launch big satellites that meet all these requirements, and let's do the launch as few times as possible. Well, that's not inherently resilient as soon as you have an adversary that starts to physically attack that system. If you can just take out a few satellites and radically degrade the capabilities, you don't have a resilient architecture. And so I think that was the start of the discussion, that we need to build a new type of space set of capabilities with resiliency baked in from the beginning. And that's been the transformation that we've undergone.
Secretary Wormuth, what did you think of the Russian military on February 23rd? What do you think of it today? And how come you did not know these things before the war?
Well, I think certainly what we thought of the capabilities of the Russian military the day before they invaded Ukraine and how we've seen them perform has been a pretty startling difference. I think the Russians themselves, frankly, have been surprised at how poorly they've performed and how poorly some of their weapon systems have performed. You know, I think we saw them obviously in Syria. You know, we saw them in Chechnya and Georgia, and I think there was a view that they had some pretty serious military capability, but they have not been able to bring it to bear in Ukraine, which is terrific. And they also, I think, you know, grossly underestimated the Ukrainians, their proficiency and their will to fight. I think a lot of what you're seeing with the Russians is the inability to really engage in combined arms warfare. And they're also, I think, very much paying the price that they don't have an NCO corps, you know, which is, it's very hard to have mission command when you don't have trust and you don't have a set of senior NCOs who can carry out what you're trying to do. And I think they're also seeing a lot of problems with discipline as a result of their lack of an NCO corps. So I do think we need to look hard at where we think the Russian capabilities are going to be in the future, because clearly, you know, I think we thought they were more capable than they were. But I also wouldn't underestimate the Russians' ability to learn lessons from their performance and to rebuild. You know, our sanctions regime will make that much more difficult for the Russians to do. But if you look at their performance over time, they do learn lessons. They learned lessons from their performance in Georgia in 2008, and we shouldn't be complacent that they will not try to reset and get stronger again.
Greg, I remember when I was serving as a correspondent in Moscow in the late 90s, and it was revealed that during the Cold War, those parades that showed those missiles going across Red Square, they were actually balloons, some of them. Some of them weren't actually even missiles, and we were counting them one by one like missiles. As a weapons manufacturer, what do you see in terms of the Russian military? Was this an intelligence failure? Was this, what are you seeing in terms of their weapons stockpiles? And are we overestimating Russia's strength and ability to come back? And are we overestimating China's strength?
Two very different answers, I think. If you think about the Russian military, and I think Secretary Wormuth said it very well, the fact is we understood the capabilities in terms of what systems they had, what stockpiles they had, and how they could deliver them. Where we misunderstood, I think, was their ability to execute. We also, I think, have so far degraded their ability to rebuild their war stocks that we're not going to be facing the same type of a Russian threat 3 years from now that we were a year ago. But clearly, the Russians have incredible capabilities, but they also have some incredible difficulties in terms of their precision weapons, not very precise, which is, again, something, as we evaluate strategically, you know, what the enemy has, when we look at precision weapons, I would tell you that the Chinese are far, far ahead of where the Russians are, and we, I think, are slightly ahead of where the Chinese are today. But clearly, it's something that we need to be focused on, is the capabilities of the Chinese are increasing every single day. Hypersonics is probably the best example, where we still have to catch up.
And General Saltzman, that brings me to space, because you've said that space makes the U.S. military more precise. Explain how Space Force comes in terms of precision weaponry, and why the Russians might be suffering, but the U.S. is learning from what they're seeing in Ukraine.
Yeah, you know, I hesitate to use the word indispensable, but it does kind of feel like that sometimes, because I've watched in the Pentagon over the years, the force structure that we've put in place for all the services counts on the fact that there will be space capabilities contributing to it. Whether it's with precision munitions enabled by the GPS constellation, whether it's over-the-horizon satellite communications, whether it's the indications and warning provided by ISR on orbit or missile warning, et cetera. We've built our force structure assuming we would have access to those capabilities. So now we have to make sure that we will continue to have access to those capabilities. And I just want to highlight something the Secretary said, because I think it's so important. If we think we can just buy the best arsenal, we are going to have half of the equation met. Of course, you're probably not going to be successful in modern warfare unless you have high-tech weaponry. And this group knows this better than most. But it's the tactics, it's the training, it's the experience, it's the joint interoperability, it's the ability to work hand in glove with allies and partners. That takes a lot of time and energy and a different kind of set of tools, whether it's simulators or range activities with exercises. All of that is critical to turning an arsenal into a military force. I think we're observing that in Ukraine. And from a space standpoint, I'm looking at the transition from a benign space environment to one that's contested, and I know that both sides of those equations have to be true.
Greg, let's talk about the Javelins and these anti-tank missiles that were so decisive. You've said that the DoD has not bought a Javelin or a Stinger since 2002, and now they want 10,000 of them.
So
How did that happen?
So just to be clear, the Stinger was developed in 1977. It went into service in 1982, and it was procured by DoD. Our last contract was in 2002. The Stinger was incredibly effective in Afghanistan with the Mujahideen. It's been incredibly effective, even though the technology is 50 years old. The Javelin is actually, it's a little bit different story. The Javelin has been in continuous production. We're actually on the 4th lot. And we, working with Lockheed Martin, our partner on Javelin, have been able to continue to update that. And we're actually building those at a rate of about 400 a month. The problem is we have consumed so much supply in the first 10 months of the war. We've essentially used up 13 years worth of Stinger production and 5 years worth of Javelin production. So the question is, how are we going to resupply, restock the inventories?
Secretary Wormuth, are you concerned that the stockpiles are getting low? What are you seeing from your perch?
Well, I think, it's really important to focus on the fact that actually, thanks to Congress and the tremendous support that they've given through the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative and the supplementals, we've actually pushed $6 billion worth of contracts out to industry to help us with replenishment, which is going to, I think, enable us to not only continue to supply Ukraine, but also to replenish our own stocks. So, just in the last month, for example, we've given contracts to Raytheon for 6 batteries of NASAMS. We've also given you contracts for Excalibur. We've put out contracts to General Dynamics, IMT Defense, and one other company to increase production of 155 millimeter ammo, which has been critical to the Ukrainians. So I think, we've really been working closely with industry to both increase their capacity and also the speed at which they're able to produce. And we're trying to work with industry to the point Greg made To the extent that there are particular components that are sort of choke points, if you will, we're trying to help with sourcing those to try to be able to move things more quickly. So I think certainly we all would like to have greater stockpiles than we had in the last several years. The Army, I think, saw this coming a little bit, and we had been investing more in our ammunition stocks even before the Russians went into Ukraine. But I do think we've done a lot to put money on contract with industry to increase production of these systems. Whether it's, we also just did a $430 million contract to Lockheed Martin for HIMARS. So we're working on it, and I think we're going to ramp up. And we've also spent a lot of time with our NATO counterparts. Bill LaPlante has met with the armaments directors at NATO to get the Europeans to increase their production. I mean, we shouldn't have to do this by ourselves.
Can I just give a shout out to Secretary Wormuth's point? President Biden made a decision in July to put NASAM systems into Ukraine. We went to the Pentagon within 3 or 4 weeks. We sat down with Bill LaPlante and I think Doug was there, Doug Bush.
The great Doug Bush.
The great Doug Bush. And he took it upon himself to say, we're going to get this done in 30 days. And a procurement process is typically a 6-month process, right? You go through all of the paperwork and the cost and pricing data. And Doug cut through all of that. And in 30 days, we had a contract for the first 2 NASAM systems. They were delivered 3 weeks later. They're in country. They're hugely effective. And I would say we have found ways to cut bureaucracy that I never thought was possible. So really a shout out to LaPlante and to Doug and to Secretary Wormuth for everything that you guys have done, because we can do this.
But let me follow up on the NASAMS, this advanced air defense system that Ukraine needs to defend itself from the incoming long-range missiles, the standoff weapons that Russia's firing. It's great that you cut through the bureaucracy for those 2 NASAM systems, but now they want 8 more, and it takes 2 years to build that air defense system. And now explain what you're having to do to go around to allies and what the Pentagon has come up with as a solution. But it is a little unnerving to think that you can't, and then it takes 6 months of training for the Ukrainians to use the advanced air defense system. So explain how that works.
Well, keep in mind, the NASAMS is something we're in joint production with the Norwegians, and it does take time. We have not had it in current production for a while. The fact is we have delivered a number of these systems to some countries in Europe and the Middle East, and it's different than the Patriot. The Patriot, we make 1 Patriot system every single month in our factories in Andover, Massachusetts. Great system, but it's in regular production. With NASAMS, we're going to have to ramp up production really from zero here. The good news is there are systems that are deployable, and I'll defer to the Secretary to talk about what we're doing, but we do have options.
Secretary.
And I would also point out, not only do we have options, and we've given the Ukrainians Avenger, we also, just at the last Ukraine working group, several of our NATO allies made commitments to provide systems that they have. So I think, you're going to see the Spanish giving air defense systems, a couple of other NATO members, and some other allies and partners around the world. So I think, again, we are trying to do everything we can, but we're also, part of an alliance that's all in on this. And I think our allies and partners can help us with some of these systems. And I would also say, I've been really pleased that, the Norwegians have helped with the NASAMS training. In many cases, we've been really compressing the training programs. My understanding is traditionally training for NASAMS is, several months, and we've shrunk it down to about a month. So that's something else, that's another variable, if you will, that we can adjust.
Senator Ernst, how concerned are you about these dwindling stockpiles? And are you worried about what it means in terms of if something were to happen in Taiwan? What are you seeing from your situation?
And what I hear from constituents, they do bring this up, and we as members of Congress are concerned about that. But fact of the matter is we need to continue supporting in whatever manner we can and encouraging our defense industrial base to continue to develop systems, to procure them, even use from allies and friends. I think that there are many options available to us. But again, going back to the point that we need to continue to support Ukraine. Very, very important. There are other measures that we can bring forward. One proposal that I have has been to employ the Gray Eagle in Ukraine.
This is a drone. Explain the Gray Eagle.
And this is an unmanned aerial vehicle to gain air superiority over the skies of Ukraine. We know that the Iranians are outfitting the Russians with their own drones. And so we can overmatch in this area, and I think it's very important. So there's a bipartisan push in Congress to do this. We have excess capability in our supply without pulling away from Indo-PACOM or CENTCOM. So we can employ this capability, and it will give us the ability to maintain a dominance over the eastern part of Ukraine. Very important.
But the Biden administration doesn't want to provide the Gray Eagle, and you've written a letter to them, a bipartisan letter with Joe Manchin. What's the response, and why don't they want to provide these drones that could fire 4 fires at the same time and are so lethal?
Well, we have various pushback coming from the Biden administration, but I will go back to the fact that we do have excess capability here. This is something that we can employ right now, today. We export this technology to other countries. We can certainly use it in Ukraine. I think it is the smart thing to do at a time when the Ukrainians need it.
General Saltzman, talk about the Starlink and Elon Musk's Starlink, how crucial it's been there. Why doesn't the U.S. and the Pentagon have a Starlink system that they can provide to Ukraine? Why so dependent on one individual like Elon Musk?
Well, we do have a Starlink. It's just owned by Elon Musk, which is a little cheaper for us. So I think that's all goodness. Listen, again, back to the value of space capability. I think that's been shown in clear terms here. Commercial augmentation of what is traditionally military capability, also proving its worth. Therefore, we have to be able to think through how do we make things more resilient now, knowing that the full resilient architecture through the acquisition process takes a little time to put in place. So how are we getting more resilient now? Well, commercial augmentation is definitely one of those avenues that we're approaching. Out at Space Systems Command, we've established the Commercial Services Office to lower the threshold. It's kind of a front door to help industry come in and show us where they have ideas, where they have capabilities that can help us build resiliency now through commercial augmentation. Starlink is just one of those examples.
It seems like on the battlefield that you could save yourself 10 years of R&D by allowing Silicon Valley and some of the defense contractors who have weapons that are ready to be tested but haven't been fully tested. What needs to happen to cut through the red tape to get those weapons on the battlefield and to use this opportunity in Ukraine as an R&D advancement for the U.S. military? Secretary Wormuth?
I would say, I've been very pleased, frankly, since becoming Secretary of the Army about 1.5 years ago at how much faster we are acquiring and developing systems and how much more closely we're working with industry, not just our big primes, but also some of the Silicon Valley companies. And one, Congress has been giving us a number of different authorities that allow us to move more quickly, and I think that's been very helpful. Another thing the Army has done is we established Army Futures Command in Austin, Texas in 2018, and one of the things that we have under AFC is something we call the Army Applications Lab. And this is actually a group that is specifically charged with working with Silicon Valley, working with startup, working with small companies that don't normally work with the Army, and helping them figure out, frankly, how to get into our acquisition system. And we've been able to do some pretty interesting things through that mechanism. So I think, you're always going to have more requirements, if you will, and more hurdles to go through, when you're building something for the U.S. military that has to be safe, that has to work. But I think we have sped up our processes in a pretty significant manner.
Can I
yes,
real
please.
quick piggyback on that? Because I think it's a very important point that the Secretary is making. In our business where we organize, train, and equip, we're talking right now about some tactical decisions, like near-term realities that we have to manage and we have to help out however we can. But our job is really to think in longer terms. How do we set the stage so that when we need to go fast, we'll be able to go faster? Whether it's policy shifts, whether it's setting up infrastructure, interoperability standards, so that when we pull capabilities in, we can test and develop and integrate it faster. These are the long lead items that we do now before we get into those tactical decisions, because your decision space is so much more constrained in the tactical environment. Our job is to make sure that we've cut through the red tape beforehand. We've put the infrastructure in place to make us go faster, allow us to go faster. Supply chain security. Those are the things we need to be thinking about now, I think, that gets us maybe out of the tactical realm and into more of the organized, trained, equipped for the long term.
Greg, what are you seeing from the industry?
If I might do, we have incredible capability that has yet to be deployed in Ukraine, and that is really a political decision, not a military decision. I'm thinking high energy lasers that can shoot down drones, very, very quickly, very, very effectively. We've demonstrated this many times. We have high energy microwave loitering munitions that can also take out drones. We have the Patriot anti-air, anti-missile system. We've got a lot of capabilities, and the question is, at what point are we going to be comfortable enough to put this capability into Ukraine that it's not going to escalate the conflict with the Russians? And I think there's a political decision. It's not a military, it's not a capability decision. And it's, again, we stand ready to take any step we can to help, and we're just waiting, I think, for the signal.
And yes, and Jennifer, I'd like to add to that as well, because I have had industry leaders that will come into my office and they will say, listen, you give us the set of problems to address. We, on our dime, will develop those capabilities if you will employ them in Ukraine. They said we can do whatever in 90 days. So we have to take a lesson from that as well. We have industry that wants to move quickly. They want to develop sometimes on their own dime, not the taxpayer's dime. Why would we not take advantage of that in a time like this?
Secretary Wormuth, you're representing the administration here. Is the goal to win in Ukraine or to make sure simply that Ukraine doesn't lose? Does the U.S. want to win in Ukraine?
I think what the U.S. wants to do is to put the Ukrainians in the strongest possible position to be able to defend their sovereignty and be able to engage with the Russians from a position of strength. So, we are looking, it is, given what is at stake, I think, in Ukraine, not just for the Ukrainians, but for NATO and frankly for the entire free world, it's in our interest to give them what they need to defend their territory and push the Russians out. And so we are looking, each of the requests they make, whether it's for Gray Eagle, whether it's for Patriot. I'm not in the Situation Room anymore. My job as a service secretary is to man, train, and equip and provide ready forces. But I think, we are looking very carefully at things like survivability. Is a system like Gray Eagle, for example, going to survive in the very incontested air environment that you have with the kinds of Russian capabilities? We've got to look at things like tech transfer. I think there are, sometimes very legitimate concerns about what happens if a system is shot down and gets into the hands of the Russians. We've got to look at how available is it? How quickly can we get the Ukrainians trained on it? A system like Patriot is, not uncomplicated. I've gone out and seen my own Patriot batteries, and those are pretty complex systems. But I think we want to put the Ukrainians in the position of strength where they have leverage so that they can take the political decisions about where they think they need to go next.
If I could
jump
in as well. So, and this is from our political standpoint, and I know a number of wonderful senators. Roger Wicker is here, thank you. He's been a great supporter of Ukraine as well. When we're looking at these sets of problems and the type of capabilities that we can employ in Ukraine, there are challenges, whether it's the survivability of the Gray Eagle. But certainly if we're in a contested environment like that and they're using the S-300 to shoot down a Gray Eagle, that allows us then to target those S-300s. That's an incredible advantage for us. And as far as the technology, again, we can outfit a Gray Eagle with technology that's already being used in 30 other countries. So I think there's a push and pull between the administration and Congress. and trying to get the Ukrainians what they need, not just to match the Russians, but to overmatch the Russians. And I have had this stance for a very long time that, for heaven's sakes, we should be pounding the bloody hell out of the Russians through the Ukrainians so that they can't pop their head back up and come back in another 5 to 10 years. That's my stance, and I think so many of us feel very strongly about this. If we're not helping the Ukrainians win and win decisively, what happens next with Taiwan? What happens next in another hotspot around the world? America has to regain its leadership, and we have to be very firm in that commitment.
Let's go to the poll slide from the survey that deals with NATO and views of NATO, because the findings were pretty interesting and maybe surprising to some political leaders in terms of how much public support there is actually for NATO right now. So if you have that slide, the question was about the views on NATO, and there was a 60% favorable rating in the new Reagan National Defense Survey. Finland and Sweden joining NATO, 71% approval. Support for US responding with military force if Russia attacks NATO ally in Europe, 72%. And Ukraine has applied for NATO membership, 61% support NATO membership for Ukraine. What does this polling tell you, especially when you hear about talk of withdrawing support for this effort in Ukraine? What does this tell you, Senator?
I think there is a very loud minority. I think that most Americans believe in what we are doing because they see the value in freedom. They understand that. But there are a few talking heads out there that are very loud in their message. And it goes back to this culture of angertainment that's out there. I heard that from Kat Kamek the other day. She's great. So Kat had said that word, angertainment. And it really stirs and invokes an emotion in certain people. But the vast majority of Americans and our American public see value. They just want to know that we as a Congress and as an administration are watching those taxpayer dollars, using them judiciously, and making sure that we are promoting freedom and our values where we can with democracies that exist around the globe.
Secretary Wormuth, put into context the amount of money that's being spent and sent to Ukraine right now and how much that is compared to fighting a war later.
That's a great way to frame it, frankly. Like I said, Congress has given the administration several $billions. As I said, we've already pushed $6 billion out to industry, and there's a whole additional amount of money that's been given for humanitarian aid. So, we are investing obviously a tremendous amount in supporting the Ukrainians. But I think it is, this is a case where we are avoiding being penny wise and pound foolish. We have got to stop Russia there, and it is very much in our interest. If this war were to widen, and that is certainly a concern that everyone has been paying attention to, and with the explosion in Poland just over the Ukrainian border recently, I think that put a fine point on the possibility of how this could turn into a war with NATO. That would be unbelievably costly. I mean, just look at the humanitarian outflows of refugees leaving Ukraine and the strain that that's put on the European economy. So, I would certainly make the argument to any American that the money that Congress has given us to provide material support to the Ukrainians is incredibly well spent in terms of American security.
And what would have happened, Secretary Wormuth, if President Trump wanted to pull all U.S. troops out of Germany? What would have happened if Russia invaded Ukraine and all U.S. troops had been pulled out of Germany?
Well, I think it would have been much, much harder, obviously, I think that, would have been even more of an invitation for Russian aggression and for Russians to be, to overstep. But
it would have made it much harder for us to respond as quickly as we did and to be able to reassure our NATO allies, in Poland, in the Baltic republics. I mean, because of investments we have made in Army prepositioned stocks in Europe, we were able to send a brigade combat team, an armored brigade combat team, to Germany in a week, and they were able to draw their equipment out and go into the eastern flank. It would have been much, much harder to do that had we not had the kind of footprint in Europe that we have today, and which has frankly grown. I mean, we now have 100,000 U.S. Military personnel in Europe right now, almost half of which are Army troops. So our posture in Europe has obviously become more robust since the invasion.
Jennifer, if I could, the numbers on the poll, I think, also indicate that there's broad public support for honoring our commitments to allies. And that if we're going to engage militarily, doing it with a group of allies is a more positive effect. It is a real asymmetric advantage that the United States has, that we can draw a coalition together, that we can build allies and partners of like-minded nations to attack aggression, to deter this kind of activities.
And you've just set up a NATO Space Force or Space Command in Europe. Why was that necessary? How revolutionary is that, and what will it be used for?
Well, the NATO partners, many of them are recognizing the importance of space the way the United States did, and they've all grown varying levels of space capabilities. What you're talking about a year ago, I visited Ramstein Air Force Base, where NATO has established a space air ops center, a space center, ops center. And when I was there, it was very nascent. It was a few rooms, a few computers, a few international officers getting together, collaborating. It is now really a nexus of information sharing, of figuring out how to integrate space capabilities into NATO to strengthen it, to leverage capabilities more adequately. So,
is that because you're concerned about cyber attacks, the increase in cyber attacks in Europe?
I think it's more because the value of space and cyber is known as a force multiplier across the entire Allied force. And because of its importance, we have to take it seriously. We have to be talking about it. We have to be doing all the groundwork, lay the foundation so that we can be effective if we're called on to use it.
And what did you see on the eve of the invasion of Ukraine in terms of cyber attacks? What was happening?
Just got to sit through the last panel and hear General Nakasone talk about the fact that there were concerns about the vulnerability of the networks in Ukraine. But with some attention given to it, with some planning, with some defensive efforts, they were able to basically mitigate, by and large, the net effects that any cyber attacks could have. And so this is something that we can mitigate. This is something we can defend. This is not a problem set that's unsolvable. We just have to dedicate the resources, build the policy structures, and put the resources against it.
Let's go to some of the questions. We have a few minutes left from the audience. How should the United States respond to countries assisting Russia with its invasion? Senator Ernst?
Say the question.
How should the United States respond to countries assisting Russia with its invasion?
Well, there are a number of ways that we can be assisting, but the point is there are other countries assisting, and so many Americans get lost in what we're providing from Congress through the DOD that we do forget there are other countries that have really stepped up to the plate to deliver. The UK is one of our greatest partners in this effort. Of course, Poland has taken in so many of those 10 to 15 million people that are displaced within Ukraine. Many of them have flowed into Poland, and they have taken those folks on as their responsibility. But we can also assist through the regular aid that is flowing out of the United States. I do have some concerns with the humanitarian aid that we are providing to Ukraine. The dollars that we have contributed, the United States has given about $10 billion for humanitarian purposes. Over 70% of that $10 billion has gone to the United Nations. And the aid is flowing out through the United Nations. But folks, Russia sits on 6 of the 8 executive boards of the committees that are involved with humanitarian aid. So that means Russia actually has a say in where some of that aid is going. So we need to focus on making sure that any aid that is coming from the United States is not being determined by Russia where it goes. Let's focus less on sending those dollars to the UN and use folks like USAID, or just make sure that the dollars are going directly to those contributors, those vetted American partners that are serving in Europe and Ukraine.
Greg, right now, Russia is relying on North Korea and Iran for their weapons supply. What more could the U.S. be doing to make sure they can't rebuild any of these long-range missiles, these advanced weapon systems? What more should Congress be doing and the administration be doing with regards to sanctions?
There's very little leverage we have against the North Koreans or the Iranians, obviously, at this point. I think the best thing that we can do is continue to enforce very forcefully the sanctions, especially on high technology. Chips, I think, is most important. I mean, modern warfare is going to be based on silicon chips. And the fact is, Russia does not have the capabilities necessary to actually rebuild their inventory without Western or Asian, be it Chinese or Taiwanese chips. I think we have to continue to put pressure on the Chinese not to support the Russians. And so far, I would say that their response has been better than I would have expected, given the alignment between the two.
They've pretty much stayed out of it, haven't they? Despite some training exercises.
They really have.
President Xi's watching very carefully.
But I think, again, enforcement of the sanctions, it has to be paramount, and we cannot allow the Russians to rearm. And I think that will degrade.
Absolutely. There's a recent report by the Mitchell Institute for Aerospace Studies on this is an American research firm that said, in a war with China, the U.S. Air Force would run out of advanced long-range munitions in less than 2 weeks. Greg, why is the most powerful nation on Earth so short on precision-guided missiles?
Well, there's a lot of reasons for that. Part of it is supply chain. Part of it is the fact that we spend a lot of money on some very exquisite, large systems, and we do not spend or focus as much on the munitions necessary to support those. I think if you were to talk to Admiral Aquilino, who is Indo-PACOM, he would tell you he needs more of everything, whether it's SM-6s or SM-3s or AMRAAMs. And the fact is, we have not had a priority on fulfilling the war reserves that we need to fight a long-term battle. And I think it's something that we're talking to the Poles, who just bought F-35s, and they bought only enough missiles for about a 2-week campaign. And every one of these of our allies that are buying F-35s, exquisite systems, great engines. We make the engines. Lockheed makes the aircraft. But nobody's buying the weapons systems necessary to engage for anything other than a very, very short-term battle. And I think if anything the Ukraine situation has taught us is we need depth in our supply chain. We need depth in our war reserves, much more than we had ever expected. And we need to get it out into theater. And I think, we talked about, Secretary Wormuth talked about the ability to arm the Europeans. We need to do the same in Indo-PACOM.
And Secretary Wormuth, if you could erase the procurement process, rebuild it, and start over, how would you make this more efficient?
There you go.
Oh, it's like, can I phone a friend, Doug Bush? Frankly, there have been so many blue ribbon panels that have looked at acquisition reform over the years. I have lost track of them. But I think we can always look at our milestone process and see if we can simplify that. Again, I think Congress has given us a couple of new authorities that have been very, very helpful. But I think one of the things I think that we could be doing that we are starting to do in the Army is just have a much more iterative cycle with industry, where one thing that the department and certainly the Army has done for many, 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 many years that we are no longer doing is coming out with a requirements document for a system that is 500 pages thick, doing that kind of inside of our tent and then throwing it over the transom to industry and saying, okay, figure out how you can build this. Now we're much more
in a partnership and in a dialogue where there's back and forth in that requirements conceptual development. And I think that is speeding up the process. So I'm sure there are other things that could be done. But the fact of the matter is, in government and industry, we don't have the luxury of wiping the slate clean. We are where we are, and we have to sort of work from where we are.
If I just might add to that, I think two things that would be very helpful. One is multi-year procurement. And it's a very difficult thing to do because appropriations are done annually. But the fact is, we know we're going to build 10,000 Stingers. We're going to build 10,000 more Javelins. All I need is someone to say, yes, we're going to buy them if you build them. And let's get on a multi-year for 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 years. We can drive the cost down. We can get the supply chain committed to invest what they need. But that's not the way the acquisition system works. Everything is annual buys. And so I think that's the first step, is thinking about how do we do multi-year, and then also how do we aggregate demand between the U.S. and NATO. And again, the NATO countries, they need the same weapons systems, the same missiles that the U.S. It's all about interoperability. But to be able to get all of that demand signal in one place, and we can say, okay, we don't need 10,000 Javelins, we need 20,000 Javelins. That's a very different investment profile. But we just don't have a system today that allows us to do that.
But if I'm not mistaken, I think that there is a multi-year procurement authority in the current NDAA that's pending. And I think that would be very helpful.
Mm-hmm. And thanks for that point. It's very important we get an NDAA done this year. So
next week.
we are, yes, this year.
Why is it always down to the wire for this NDAA?
That's a great question. That's a really great question. So, the House had the NDAA done earlier this year. The Senate, we had our committee work done and ready to go onto the floor earlier this summer, and yet it has languished. And I am not sure. I think this is a great question for Majority Leader Chuck Schumer on why we have waited until the very end of the year to do one of our most important pieces of work in Congress.
It always seems like the defense budget is held hostage at the end of the year. Yes. Yeah. We have a couple minutes left. I'd like to go down the panel for final thoughts, but also to throw out there, is it a realistic goal for Ukraine to fully reclaim all territory, including Crimea? What's at stake? Secretary? Well, again, I think what's at stake is, the liberal, world order and the concept of freedom and territorial sovereignty. And, we just can't stand by and let a situation take place where an authoritarian power arbitrarily decides that a country doesn't really exist and go in and violate its borders by force. So I think the stakes are very, very high. And again, I think, what we're focused on, the administration, Congress, is giving Ukraine, all that we can give them to make them as well positioned as possible to push the Russians out and to be able to leverage from a position of strength. That's really what we're focused on. General Saltzman?
Hard to say it any better than the Secretary just said it. We're in an era of great power competition where these conflicts matter on the broader scale, as the Secretary mentioned. It's a fight for a narrative. It's a narrative to maintain a rules-based order. It's a narrative that says stability on the global scale matters, that aggression can't be tolerated because of its destabilizing effect on any number of human endeavors. And so these seemingly far-off conflicts matter because all of these activities are so intertwined and all of these nations are so intertwined that we can't afford to just sit back and let it happen.
Greg?
Yeah, I think President Reagan said it 40 years ago. We will have peace through strength, and defending democracy against autocracy is not easy. It's not just national treasure, it's also the mindset of the American public that we have to wrap our mind around. We are the arsenal of democracy, we are the defender of democracy around the world, and we have to take that seriously. And I think we have to take the lessons from Ukraine, which are many, and integrate that into our thinking for the next decade.
Senator?
Absolutely. This is a tipping point on the resolve of the American people. And how far we want to go in defending freedom. Certainly, I'm not advocating for putting our military men and women on the ground in Ukraine, but I do think it's imperative that we are supporting the Ukrainian people and that we are defending sovereign nations around the globe that are democracies and good partners to us. So I think it's very important that we continue this fight, enabling this fight. And to the point, peace through strength, and also in this wonderful venue that we have today in honoring Ronald Reagan, he had also pointed out that if we are not willing to engage, we will see those types of regimes start to dominate around the globe. And really, is that the kind of world we want to live in?
And lastly, what about those who say they want to focus on China? They really think China's the real threat, and we're spending too much money in Ukraine, too much effort in Ukraine. What would you say to those people who want to focus on China now?
We can walk and chew gum at the same time. And we have incredible military leaders that will do a very delicate balancing act, and we will employ and deploy where we need to maintain peace.
And of course, President Xi is watching.
Yes.
Thank
Hello.
you, panel. Thank you very and listening.
And listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes panel 4. Please make your way to the first floor where our luncheon discussion with Secretary Lloyd Austin is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to begin.
Thank you for the kind invitation and the opportunity to briefly address the distinguished attendees of this year's Reagan National Defense Forum. I'm Captain Darrell Cardone, Commanding Officer of the USS Ronald Reagan.
And I'm Rear Admiral Buzz Donnelly, the commander of Task Force 70, as well as Carrier Strike Group 5. And we're the proud leaders of USS Ronald Reagan and Ronald Reagan Carrier Strike Group, America's only forward-deployed carrier strike group and aircraft carrier.
The Ronald Reagan recently completed trilateral maritime operations with our Japanese and Australian allies in the Philippine Sea.
And since leaving port in May of this year, USS Ronald Reagan and our Carrier Strike Group have operated with our allies throughout the region, including Japan, Australia, Republic of Korea, Republic of Philippines, Canada, and the United Kingdom, as well as several of our partners that we share throughout this region. This demonstration of combined resolve highlights our credible combat capability and our common commitment to the security and stability of the Indo-Pacific, and our willingness to support the status quo and to prevent anybody who would change that by force.
Our ship's motto, spoken by President Reagan himself, is peace through strength. And the 5,000 plus sailors aboard our nation's flagship embody this time-tested military philosophy every single day.
And we're ready to carry out this mission every day, as well as every night. Our constant forward presence ensures that we are presenting America's forward-deployed, credible combat capability. That combat capability is supported by over 5,000 sailors and Marines who share a common professionalism, commitment, and dedication to duty. With them, along with our support ashore, we maintain the lethality, survivability, and sustainability to meet any challenge in the Indo-Pacific.
And you can rest assured that these brave men and women will fly, sail, and operate in the open seas and skies of the Western Pacific, consistent with international law, and maintain the peace and stability of this dynamic region as the United States Navy has done for decades. On behalf of the crew aboard the USS Ronald Reagan and Carrier Strike Group 5, who daily protect the peace and embody our nation's strength, we sincerely thank you for attending the Reagan National Defense Forum, for your contributions to our national security, and for joining us in carrying forward President Reagan's legacy.
Good afternoon. If we can get your attention, thank you. That'll work. I know you're all seated, but if I could ask for you all to please rise for a presentation of the colors by the 2nd Battalion, 23rd Marines Color Guard. Please remain standing for the performance of our national anthem by LaVon Turner, U.S. Navy, Chief Aviation Boatswain's Mate of the USS Ronald Reagan.
You see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watch, we're so gallantly streaming, and the Rockies' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please be seated. Please now join me in welcoming to the stage member of our Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Ms. Peggy Noonan.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you to all of you for being with us last night and today, including early in the morning. Many of you traveled very far to be with us, and we appreciate it. It has been said, and it is true, that institutions are the lengthened shadows of individuals. This institution represents the thinking and philosophy that drove the career and achievements of Ronald Wilson Reagan, 40th President of the United States. It's no accident this institution, the Reagan Foundation and Library, is settled here in Simi Valley. If you get time, if there's any break today where you can walk around, you'll see there's a serenity in these rolling hills and a lot of scenic drama, too. Ronald Reagan's old friend John Ford, the first great genius of American cinema, shot films in these environs near here at Crash Corrigan's old ranch. It was Ford's work that gave many Americans, perhaps even most, a picture in their heads of what the American West looked like long after it had changed. He was later given the Medal of Freedom for that great gift to us. The beauty in Simi Valley is of a particularly expansive and rather American sort. You can look one way and you see the mountains. You look the other way and it's the sea. More than that, there's a sense of confidence, naturalness, and solidity in this place, and that is very much in line with the nature of the man it celebrates. People tend to remember Ronald Reagan as an optimist. That's what they call him, the great optimist. I'm not sure, having known him, that that is precisely true. He didn't always expect the right, sweet thing to happen in any given circumstance. He was quite ironic about the chances the nice thing wouldn't happen. When I was thinking about this morning, I remembered once after a long, beleaguered day in the White House, in the middle of the Reagan years, Reagan was working on some tough bill, and he'd had every member of the House, half the Senate into his office to speak with him. It was a long day. At the end of that day, someone brought his new puppy into the Oval Office to meet the president. One of his staffers did that. Reagan was endlessly patient with those things. So the staffer puts the puppy on the president's desk. Mike Deaver was there in the office, and he said, "Get that thing off, he'll pee on the president's desk." Reagan said, "Why not? Everybody else does." That may be the first time such an anecdote has been on Fox News, so hello. Those are not precisely the words used, but you get the gist. Anyway, it wasn't optimism with Reagan, it was confidence. So getting to our purposes here, these hills are full of surprises, so is Ronald Reagan's history. He gave great and profound attention from the beginning of his public life to the national defense, and he certainly gave it in his presidency. He was associated, to such a degree, he was associated in the public mind with military things. But of course, like any grown-up, he didn't like war. He saw it for what it was, always disastrous, even when fully justified. And because of this, he believed the surest way to do the urgent daily thing of holding the peace, the surest way is to be strong and have the world know your strength. But he worried a lot. He worried more than he let on. He worried about the possible use of nuclear weapons. He once observed to me that man has never not used a weapon man had developed, and this concerned him too. And so, connected to that, two of his great military-related achievements, rebuilding America's defense forces, bringing back the Army and Navy, which had been neglected and treated badly in the years after Vietnam, and also putting all he had into an ultimate goal of banning nuclear weapons, or in the development of SDI, the Strategic Defense Initiative, which would make nuclear use less of a sure thing. If anything bad ever happened, you can do something against it. He felt weakness tempted adversaries and emboldened opportunists, so we must be strong. But dreadful weapons are called that because they're dreadful, and so we must be wise. We are meeting today in an agitated world. We can, all of us, reel off the flashpoints. Everybody on the street in America can reel off the flashpoints. Ukraine and Russia, China, Taiwan, Iran, North Korea. It is now, I believe, common for people to feel that the world has not in their lifetimes been so dangerous. I interviewed Henry Kissinger a month ago in New York and asked him during the interview, I said, look, are people right that this is a uniquely dangerous moment in our history? And he thought for a second, and his answer was a simple yes, they are. How to handle this, respond to it constructively, ease tensions, cool what can be cooled, face what must be faced, is the work of leaders, officials, holders of high elected and appointive office. And we are very pleased to have a very important one as our first speaker today. In January 2021, Lloyd James Austin III was sworn in as America's 28th Secretary of Defense. He was born in Alabama, raised in Thomasville, Georgia. From there on to West Point with a Bachelor of Science degree. From there, a commission in the Army Infantry. In a 41-year career, he has known command at the Corps, Division, Battalion, and Brigade levels. He was awarded the Silver Star for his leadership of the Army's 3rd Infantry Division during the invasion of Iraq in 2003. He was commanding general of U.S. Forces Iraq, where he oversaw all combat operations. I first met him there in Iraq in a dusty old briefing area more than a decade ago, when he provided my delegation of so-called experts a candid, comprehensive, and friendly briefing. It was friendly in terms of trust and candor. He concluded his uniformed service as the commander of U.S. Central Command in the Middle East and Afghanistan. In that assignment, he led U.S. and coalition forces against ISIS in Iraq and Syria. I beg your pardon. He has been called, I sort of Googled around to see what was said when he was appointed Secretary of Defense. He has been called a true and tested soldier and leader, a man of the highest integrity. He is, quote, steady in the saddle and establishes a great command climate. He's been called a no-drama defense secretary, quiet, low-key. We are honored and delighted that he has agreed again to come today, and we hope he will not be quiet and low-key and low-drama, and we trust he will give us a candid briefing on exactly how he is seeing the world. Please welcome Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin.
Well, good morning, everyone, and Peggy, thank you so much for that very kind introduction. The Reagan Foundation, an institution, has been a great host, but you know, it feels a little unfair to be expected to give a speech after Peggy Noonan. And as you pointed out, Peggy, the last time that we saw each other was actually in Iraq in a dusty conference room in the palace at Baghdad. So this indeed is a bit nicer, and I'm delighted to be here. I'm delighted to be here with an outstanding delegation from the Department of Defense, including Secretaries Wormuth, Secretary Del Toro, and Secretary Kendall. As well as members of the Joint Chiefs, combatant commanders, and more. So let's give the Joint Chiefs and the combatant commanders a round of applause. We also have a distinguished bipartisan delegation here from the United States Congress. And I always appreciate your constructive partnership, and I'm confident that we'll keep coming together to keep America secure, including the passing of a full-year omnibus appropriation. And I look forward to working with you in the coming weeks and in the 118th Congress. I'm honored to see ambassadors and defense ministers from allied and partner countries, so welcome. Now, it's already been a very productive trip to California. And yesterday was a proud day for our country and the United States Air Force. I was in Palmdale to participate in the historic unveiling of the B-21 Raider, and that's the long-range strike stealth bomber that will soon be the backbone of the Air Force bomber fleet. The B-21 was developed over 7 years by our partners at Northrop Grumman. So it was a really proud day for Kathy, and very well done, by the way. And it shows that we're clear-eyed about what it's going to take to keep America secure in the 21st century. You see, the B-21 is an extraordinary display of combat power and a major advance for American deterrence. And making this bomber required harnessing the driving forces of American innovation and ingenuity, and drawing on both free minds and free enterprise. And ladies and gentlemen, only one country on earth consistently delivers that combination, and that's the United States of America. American power, innovation, and values make the U.S. military the strongest fighting force in human history. And make no mistake, we're going to keep it that way. And so our job is simple. We don't lose focus because of polls or politics. The U.S. military is here to fight and win our nation's wars. And we will always work to deter conflict whenever we can. But if we are forced to defend ourselves, we will win, and we will win beyond doubt. Now, as President Biden has said, we stand in a decisive decade. And these next few years will set the terms of our competition with the People's Republic of China. And they will shape the future of security in Europe, and they will determine whether our children and grandchildren inherit an open world of rules and rights, or whether they face emboldened autocrats who seek to dominate by force and fear. As some of you may know, I was at the Halifax International Security Forum in Canada 2 weeks ago. And I was introduced to a brave young Ukrainian soldier. And we spoke briefly about what she'd seen in her fight to defend her country. The next day, I saw that young soldier again. And she was weeping because 6 of her brothers and sisters in arms had been killed overnight by Russian forces. And through her tears, she presented me with a Ukrainian flag signed by some of the fighters who liberated the city of Kherson. And she told me that the next day, she was headed back to Ukraine to rejoin the fight. And so, ladies and gentlemen, that's what's at stake in this decisive decade. So let me reaffirm a basic American truth. In the struggle between those fighting to defend democracy and those bent on imperial aggression, the United States stands with the forces of freedom. And we are determined to use American power to defend our great democracy and to bend the arc of history toward liberty. And I am confident that America is up for the great competitions ahead. You know, President Reagan liked to tell the story of an elderly British woman whose home was bombed during the Blitz of London. And when the rescuers arrived, they found a bottle of brandy that she had stored behind her staircase, which was the only thing actually still left standing. And so she was barely conscious, and one of the rescuers pulled the cork out of the bottle to give her a taste of the brandy. And she came around and immediately said, "Hey, put that back. That's for emergencies." Now that's the spirit that we need. This is no time to hold back our resources or our resolve. To meet this moment, we're going to need help from Congress, industry, and more. And I hope that you will join us in this mighty task. To shape this decisive decade, we're driving hard to further strengthen America's deterrence. And we're taking on the generational pacing challenge posed by the People's Republic of China. And we're tackling the acute threat of Putin's Russia and defending the rules-based international order that keeps us all secure. And we're going to do all of this the American way, by drawing on the full force of American innovation and American industry to ensure that we get our warfighters what they need before they need it. And at this hinge in history, we're carrying forward the great American tradition of strong, principled global leadership, alongside our stalwart allies and our valued partners in the service of human freedom. So let's start with American deterrence. It lies at the core of the National Defense Strategy that guides the department. We've got the right strategy and the right operational concepts, and they're driving us to make the right investments for our warfighters. So we're upgrading and honing and strengthening our armed forces for a changing world, even as we shore up the strong foundation that has kept us secure for decades. Because in our imperfect world, deterrence does come through strength. And we will continue to make clear to any potential foe the folly of aggression against the United States at any time or any place, in any theater or any domain. So in our deterrence means air power. So in our fiscal year 2023 budget, the department has requested more than $56 billion for air power, focused on the F-35 and the F-15EX fighters, the B-21 bomber, mobility aircraft, and manned systems. And American air power helps deter conflict every day, from joint exercises with our Indo-Pacific partners to aerial drills with our allies to protect NATO's eastern flank. Deterrence means sea power. So we're investing in the new construction of 9 Battle Force ships in our Columbia-class ballistic missile submarines. And just last month, one of our Ford-class nuclear-powered carriers made its first transit to Europe. Deterrence means long-range fires, like the HIMARS systems that have been so crucial to Ukraine's self-defense. Long-range fires will be vital for contingencies in the Indo-Pacific as well. So we're investing in land-based hypersonic missile batteries and an air-launched hypersonic cruise missile. And the USS Zumwalt will become the first Navy platform to field hypersonics. Deterrence means cutting-edge capabilities in domains where 21st century conflicts could erupt, including space and cyberspace. And finally, deterrence means a safe, secure, and effective nuclear arsenal as the ultimate backstop to deter strategic attacks on our country and our allies, including NATO, Japan, and the Republic of Korea. And so that's why our fiscal year 2023 budget includes $34 billion to continue modernizing our nuclear triad and to bolster our nuclear command and control and communications. You know, when you add that up, that's a lot. But we've got more to do. So let me urge Congress to pass an on-time appropriation so that we can get the capabilities to further strengthen our deterrence. Now, to compete in this decisive decade, we've sharpened the department's focus on our primary theater of operations, which is the Indo-Pacific. And we're working to be able to mobilize and deploy American troops more quickly, and investing in military construction and logistics and infrastructure across the region. We've requested billions to modernize the Marines into a highly mobile expeditionary force, and to maneuver better in the critical first island chain, we're investing in nimble new groupings like the Army's multi-domain task forces. And as we strengthen our deterrence, we're fortified by the allies and partners who share our values. Here's one simple military truth. Our allies and partners are a phenomenal force multiplier. And as Margaret Thatcher once said, we will not stay free for long if we have no allies or no friends or no alliances. Our network of alliances and partnerships is a core of strategic strength. And no other country on earth has anything like it. So just a few weeks ago, the American Carrier Strike Group, named for President Reagan, conducted operations alongside the Canadian and Japanese navies in the Philippine Sea. And days later, the strike group came together, again with Japanese and Australian and Indian forces for the annual Malabar exercise. As one of the American commanders described our operations, we have an Australian supply ship bringing millions of gallons of fuel and food and supplies to a carrier strike group escorted by Japanese, Canadian, and American warships. Now, that type of cooperation is rare and precious in world history. But for the United States and our allies and partners, it's all in a day's work. Or consider the AUKUS partnership. Next week, I'll welcome my Australian and UK counterparts to Washington for an important AUKUS defense ministerial. And so we're working together on advanced capabilities such as AI and hypersonics, and we're charting the best pathway for Australia to acquire a nuclear-powered, conventionally armed submarine as early as possible, all while upholding the highest non-proliferation standards. Now, our network of allies and partners just didn't happen. It is a direct result of decades of American leadership. And our friends know that we'll stand with them to support freedom of navigation and to defend the rights of small countries to not be bullied by larger ones, and to defend stability and sovereignty and the potential for prosperity that they bring. Now, the National Defense Strategy is clear-eyed about our main competitors, and that starts with the People's Republic of China. In recent decades, its military has embarked on a breakneck program of modernization. And the PRC is the only country with both the will and increasingly the power to reshape its region and the international order to suit its authoritarian preferences. So let me be clear. We will not let that happen. And that begins with America's combat credible deterrence. And we're going to sustain and sharpen our warfighting advantages so that the PRC can never conclude that aggression is in its best interest. We're aligning our budget as never before to the China challenge. And we're making the department's largest investment ever in R&D and forging stronger capabilities. And we're modernizing training and equipping the U.S. military contingencies in the Indo-Pacific. DoD is finally making fundamental and unprecedented shifts in attention and resources towards Asia. And ladies and gentlemen, the department is putting its focus, its time, and its money where its mouth is. And so we're matching our investments with new operational concepts suited to 21st century deterrence in the Indo-Pacific. And we're bolstering our forward presence in the region to build a more lethal, mobile, and distributed force posture. And we'll keep investing in a strategy of deterrence and denial. Now, we're not doing this alone. I just returned last week from Southeast Asia, where I met in Cambodia with defense leaders from around the region. And nearly every one of them shares our vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific. a region in which countries, large and small, can chart their own futures and have the capabilities to defend their own interests. We're also deeply committed to responsibly managing our competition with the PRC, even as we defend our interests, our allies, and our partners. And while I was in Cambodia, I met with General Wei, the PRC's Minister of National Defense. And I made clear that great powers need to compete responsibly and keep lines of communication open and build guardrails at multiple levels. And I also underscored our serious concerns about the increasingly dangerous behavior that we're seeing from PLA aircraft flying in the Indo-Pacific. And I made clear that the United States will continue to fly, to sail, and operate wherever international law allows. You know, great powers must choose responsibility over recklessness. Great powers must communicate with candor and respect the hard-won system of international laws and alliances and norms and agreements that has made us all more secure and prosperous since the end of World War II. You know, we can't take that open and stable order for granted. And that's one key reason that the world has come together to condemn and resist Russia's reckless war of choice in Ukraine. And this decade will be decisive for security in Europe as well as in Asia. But let's be clear about what we've seen in Ukraine. Russia wasn't provoked. Russia wasn't threatened. Russia wasn't attacked. Instead, one man chose war. And Putin's war is not the result of NATO expansion. It is the cause of NATO expansion. And now, because of the Kremlin's longing for a vanished empire, Europe faces its worst security crisis since the end of World War II. And a member of the UN Security Council, let me say that again. A member of the UN Security Council is waging war to deny democracy to more than 43 million people. With deliberate cruelty, Russia is putting civilians and civilian infrastructure in its gun sights. Russian forces have killed thousands of Ukrainian citizens, even as millions more have fled. And Russian attacks have left children dead, schools shattered, and hospitals smashed. So Russia's neighbors view its imperial aggression with growing alarm. And Putin's war of choice has given everyone on earth a preview of a world of tyranny and turmoil that nobody would want to live in. And Russia's assault on its peaceful neighbor has shown every country on earth the dangers of disorder. And so that's why so many countries of goodwill have raced to get Ukraine the capabilities to defend itself, including some 50 members of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group that we created and led. And it's why our united and resolute NATO allies have bolstered the alliance's forward defenses and reinforced its eastern flank. And it's why the United States has raised our total number of service members deployed in Europe from 80,000 to more than 100,000, and permanently forward-stationed forces in Poland. And hammered home our ironclad commitment to NATO and to Article 5. So let's be clear. We will not be dragged into Putin's war, but we will stand with Ukraine as it fights to defend its citizens and its sovereignty. And we will stand strong with our NATO allies, and we will defend every inch of NATO territory. Now, that young Ukrainian fighter and her comrades in arms have shown the moral and military power of a free people roused to its defense. And her fellow citizens on the home front have shown immense resilience in the teeth of Russian aggression. From President Biden on down, U.S. leadership has been vital to Ukraine's success. And we're going to support Ukraine's right to defend itself for as long as it takes. Now, our ability to shape this decisive decade rests on America's enduring advantages in national security. So we work hard to draw on the full range of talents of the American people. And we're driven by the power of patriotism and our restless spirit of innovation. Our free enterprise system is key to our national defense. Our defense industrial base is unmatched, and we've got to keep it that way. You know, our outstanding Deputy Secretary of Defense, Kath Hicks, and I meet regularly with industry leaders, including some new partners that used to think the Pentagon was just too hard to work with. And from the World War II mobilization to the MRAPs that I saw in Iraq, our public-private defense partnership protects American troops in the field. So we're working to strengthen that industrial base for the long haul. We're also working closely with Congress to secure multi-year procurement authorities and allow us to meet the needs of tomorrow. Now, our partners in the private sector have flagged a consistent problem. Even when they can see a way to deliver a promising technology to a military customer, securing the necessary capital to bring that capability to scale is hard and sometimes impossible. So we've listened and we've acted. Our Defense Innovation Unit is focused on identifying priority technology areas and using faster methods to get that tech into the hands of warfighters. And earlier this week, I announced the creation of the Department's Office of Strategic Capital. This important office will work to secure U.S. private sector investment in critical defense technology areas, ensuring that technology developed in America benefits America. And it's an example of how we're creating the conditions for innovators to succeed. You know, this kind of change doesn't always move as smoothly or as quickly as I'd like. But we are determined to change the way that the Pentagon does business and to create a true innovation ecosystem. Let me make one last point. American firepower is extraordinary. But over the course of my brief 41-year career in uniform, I learned that the source of our strength isn't just our weapons. It's our democracy. And that democracy demands something of us all. It's a daily referendum that asks us all what we are willing to give to the cause of American ideals and human freedom. And it's time to ask ourselves what each of us will do to help shape this rare and malleable moment in the course of human events. Now, our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians risk their lives every day for all of our security. And even in times of challenge or in hours of division, the American men and women who wear the cloth of our nation inspire us all with their unity of purpose. And they challenge us to put our shoulder to the wheel, to seize this moment to make America more secure and the world more just, to rally together with our allies and partners who magnify our strength, and to prove again that the democratic ideals of America's founding still provide the world with a powerful beacon of hope. So let me quote President Reagan one last time, and this time about what history remembers. Yes, the deeds of infamy and injustice are all recorded, he said. But what shines out from the pages of history is the daring of the dreamers and the deeds of the builders and the doers. So, in this decisive decade, let us pledge again to be the dreamers, the builders, and the doers. And let us forge a world of greater security, prosperity, and liberty. And let us meet America's challenges with confidence and courage and a can-do spirit. And let us come together to build a brighter, safer future for this country that we love and the democracy that we defend. Thank you very much, and may God continue to bless the United States of America.
the cold duck down. Rootin' so the Eddie got the cold duck down.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to the Presidential Learning Center for the fireside chat. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 7, Our Strategic Advantage, Cooperation with Allies and Partners. Please welcome Olivier Knox of The Washington Post and our distinguished panelists.
Good afternoon and welcome to this panel on American alliances and partnerships here at the Reagan National Defense Forum. When I accepted this invitation, they did not say that it would be happening literally in the shadow of a decommissioned Air Force One, but I guess that's appropriate. What more globally recognized symbol of American power and also a conveyance for getting American leaders to important summits and gatherings. It seems like an appropriate symbol for this collection of people. Please remember to submit any and all questions you have for this panel via the RNDF app. I can vouch for the fact that it works. I submitted a question earlier today. With that, let's get to know this distinguished panel. Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican of South Carolina.
Yes, sir.
Antti Kaikkonen, Minister of Defense for Finland.
Bo.
And Dr. Alexander Karp, co-founder of Palantir Technologies. Minister Ng, Minister of Defense for Singapore, and General Laura Richardson, Commander of the U.S. Southern Command. All right, as we gather here today, probably don't need to make a laundry list of all the different ways that American partnerships, alliances, and relations are being strained. You know, the obvious one, Russia's expanded war in Ukraine, China's designs on Taiwan, the perennial challenges, Iran, North Korea, the situation with the climate crisis, China testing us another way by seeking influence across the globe, notably in Latin America. There are a lot of questions now about the future of alliances and partnerships, and over all of it looms a sense in some quarters of engagement fatigue, a domestic political consideration that I'm actually going to start with. Senator Graham, you're the only person on this panel who is directly accountable to American voters.
Well, I guess that's good.
You know,
you don't want to take anything too far. Once every 6 years is enough.
Well, but so since the George W. Bush era, I've heard from a number of American allies and partners that they're worried about what they sometimes refer to as our staying power in terms of these international commitments, international relationships. We've seen, of course, the public opinion polling that shows that more and more Republicans are skeptical of aid to Ukraine. Yeah. When it comes to that dynamic, is the system blinking red, or is this sort of business as usual? What's your general sense of that?
Well, I think it's kind of business as usual. There's alliances before and after Trump. There's alliances before and after Afghanistan. So what did Trump do? He said NATO should pay more. All of our people like that. So if you're going to have an alliance, you got to prove to Americans going forward there's value in the alliance for you, that you're not the only one fighting and dying, you're not the only one spending money. So the Republican Party will hold on Ukraine. Kevin McCarthy is going to be, hopefully he gets to be Speaker, but I think you'll find bills to make the aid more transparent, account for the weapons. You'll be finding efforts by me and others to get Germany and other allies to do more, because it's easier for me to go back home and say, listen, if you don't think Ukraine's important, you're missing the boat, because China is watching everything we do, and Taiwan's really important because all the chips in the world pretty much are in Taiwan, and we need to change that. So the idea of burden sharing, Trump has brought to the table. America first, I think, is other people should do more. We should not go it alone. Isolationism is fool's gold. It is fake security. I'm in the, internationalist wing of the party. We're going to be fine, but we're going to have to understand that the public, not just Republicans, are asking us questions. All this money we're spending and everything, can we get other people to do more, and are we getting a good bang for our buck? And I think those questions should be asked, and we should have a better answer.
Yeah, I could go back to Obama-era quotes about NATO burden sharing that if I read them
Sam
blind,
Nunn.
if I read them Sam Nunn, if I read them blind and asked you who it was, you might guess Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's right.
Just out of curiosity, do you in fact have voters come up and say what value is aid to Ukraine, of what value is the NATO partnership?
Yeah, I mean, I do town halls, and number one, I said, if you're coming to my town hall, there's two things we have in common. You have no life, I have no life. You know, who goes to a town hall? So, but I start with the idea of national security is the number one thing we should do in Congress, and I'll do this really quick. Of all the jobs we have as Congress is to defend the nation. That's something states can't do. I asked the question, how many believe that if the radical Islamists could find a way, nobody's dying in Ukraine, how many people believe it's nice to have an ally willing to do all the fighting? So you walk them through the consequences of doing nothing and the consequences of giving money. It's not even close in my view. And I end on Taiwan. How many of you would go to war for Taiwan? And everybody looks at me really hard and concerned. So I would say this, the Taiwan Relations Act is a piece of legislation by Bob Menendez and myself that would give Taiwan major non-NATO ally status, and it would increase foreign military sales to the Taiwanese to make it more like a porcupine. So we're finding a lot of resistance. When I talk to people back home, they actually buy into the idea that if you let China get away with taking Taiwan, it changes our economy. Chips are the oil of the future, and it would be dumb to let a communist dictatorship dominate the 21st century.
Thank you. Minister Kaikkonen, let's talk about one of the biggest changes to allies and partnerships in well, not quite a generation, the expansion, NATO expansion. Finland will, has to overcome a few hurdles, but you will be joining NATO. My question to you is, how has the experience of being an American partner changed since that decision was made? Day to day, how have your relationships with American counterparts changed? And I've got a follow-up as well.
The relationship to U.S.
Between Finland and the United States already had a partnership, already had military-to-military connections. Has it? Well, I'll ask it differently. Has it changed?
Well, it has deepened, and it will deepen even more when we become the member of NATO. And I have to say the strong support from the U.S. has been of utmost importance for us during this NATO process. So thank you all for that. That has been very important for Finland and Sweden as well. When the security situation so dramatically changed in February, quite soon we decided that we have to do the conclusions now. We've been a close partner to NATO for decades, but now it was time to take a new step and be a part of the family. And the ratification process has gone really well. We have 28 out of 30 NATO countries ratified. 2 is missing, Hungary and Turkey, and hopefully we'll get those soon also. But I have to say the cooperation with US has been excellent, and with both parties also. And it's great that support for our membership in NATO and the security of Northern Europe has been so important to US. So thank you for that.
I know that there are some sensitivities with this next question, but it seems to me that the moment of danger for Finland is between now and actual ratification, because once ratification happens, then you have the Article 5 mutual defense umbrella, but Russia might be tempted to do something before that. Have you received any kind of assurances from the United States or any U.S. démarches to Russia to warn them off that kind of adventurism?
Well, I'd say the messages we've got from the U.S. is that the security of Finland and Sweden is important for U.S. already now, and the whole NATO, and it's the message from NATO also. So, and for example, United Kingdom has been also very active in some other major NATO countries, and we've had more military exercises with U.S. and a more military presence during this ratification process, and it has been also important. But actually, yes, we do have a long borderline with Russia, but it's calm and peaceful in the border. So clearly, Russia's military focus is in Ukraine at the moment. So we don't feel that there is any immediate military threat from Russia. But we want to look in a longer perspective, and we believe that decision to join NATO is good for us. But actually, we have a capable military forces, and we believe that joining NATO is good for NATO as well. So it is a win-win situation.
Thank you. Dr. Karp, love your thoughts on this moment in public sector, private sector cooperation. I feel like following the war in Ukraine, if I open up my newspaper, I see satellite images produced by a private sector firm. When I read about communications in Ukraine, I see private firms coming in and shouldering a lot of the burden. How has this conflict, if it has, transformed that relationship?
Well, you know, I think this is I'm a reformed philosopher, and which, you know, I won't bore you with the academic, but before February 24th, I think the narrative among our adversaries, and certainly even among some of our allies, and you know, when I've talked to them, a lot of our business outside of America, was something like, well, you in America, you love liberty, you produce great films, but in fact, the adversaries are as good as you are on military, and they're willing to do things you're not. And I think the February 24th and what's happened in the Ukraine, involving technology in ways some can't really talk about always in public, has changed the narrative around war and America to, it's the liberty-loving, tech-building people of the West, especially of America, who produce products that are so superior that the non-freedom-loving people need to shiver a little more than they have in the past. And this is crucial for the West and all of our allies who primarily love the freedoms and liberties we have, to show our adversaries that, in fact, we are superior at modern warfare, which I would define as tech-enhanced kinetic attack weapons. So software-enhanced. The fact that software is eating the world is horrifically important for businesses, most of our businesses in the private sector, but it's particularly advantageous for America because America is the best at building software. And the fact that we can build weapons, software-enhanced weapons that really make our adversaries quiver, as Senator Graham said in a more articulate way than I could, that prevents war. And now, what does that mean for the tech sector? You're seeing a lot of tech companies who once thought the way to support the U.S. military was to first hand technology to our adversaries, and this has shifted. There's more of a unity of we are going to support the U.S. government, not just crazy Palantir and their crazy, batshit crazy CEO. It's like we are going to support the U.S. government, and this is crucial. It's like we have the resources in this country. We often have not used them to support our warfighters, and that's changed, and in great part because our adversaries are clearly just worthy of getting kicked in the fanny.
A technical term.
Yeah.
Minister Ng, you've got a front row seat to American competition with China. We hear a lot of chest-thumping rhetoric out of the United States. We're doing great in getting all these allies and partners together to counterbalance China. What could we be doing better?
That's a great question. But in order to understand reactions towards, let's say, ASEAN members, towards the US-China rivalry, there's a historical context. It's useful to compare US acceptance in our region historically, and if you take a reference point, President J.F. Kennedy's inauguration speech, that one form of tyranny should not be replaced by another, and he was, of course, referring to communism. And even for that acceptance of the US presence in ASEAN, or Indo-Pacific, or in Asia, it wasn't a given acceptance. You had problems in Vietnam, Indochina, and remember in the 1960s, there was quite an odium and opprobrium because of the Vietnam War. Singapore, and we have to give credit to Mr. Lee, as in a lot of the decisions, decided very early on that we and the Singapore government would support US presence in ASEAN. And even when difficult periods of the Vietnam War, we openly stated that we believed that the US presence was a stabilizing force. One of the first acts was to allow US soldiers to do their R&R, and these would be posted in Vietnam to do it in Singapore. And in 1967, when there was questions about US presence in our region, Mr. Lee made it clear that the US presence was important. Now, remember, this was before US as post-World War II victors and its Western allies were creating a global system, whether it was the post-Bretton Woods, IMF, WTO, finance and trade. And in 1990, when they had issues with Subic and Clark, we stepped in, Singapore stepped in and offered the presence of our air bases and naval bases for US airmen and assets to rotate through as they are today. And so in 1990, an MOU was signed. It was recently renewed in 2015 between President Trump and my Prime Minister, which extended it. So today, your ships and planes go through Singapore. So you asked the question, what you could be doing better? And I'm replying that the legitimacy of the US presence in our region was never a given. It was predicated on, yes, one, security, but never solely on security. And it was the US building this global system which ASEAN countries, China itself, emerging economies benefited from that globalized system. Now, in counterterrorism, similarly, we supported the US. We were in Iraq, in Afghanistan, and it wasn't as if ASEAN countries fully supported your missions in Afghanistan and Iraq. Malaysia and Indonesia are Islamic countries, and they protested that war. We come to the present situation, and we ask ourselves what's different. And what is different now, I think American security and military presence in the Indo-Pacific region, we support it. We support your rebalancing. We will support the greater presence of US ships and planes through Singapore. The question is that enough? Because on the other hand, on the other side, the economic side, there is a perception that the U.S. is against multilateralism, that the U.S. has withdrawn as it did from TPP, and then the other partners went on to the comprehensive TPP. At the same time, very much China-dominated regional cooperation agreement for Asian countries, which together is 2.2 trillion, was signed. And I think that's the issue. To situate American presence in Asia solely on Taiwan, it's a slightly more difficult proposition. It is not communism. You have a one China policy, which many of us have one China policy, and the reason why all our one China policies are quite ambiguous is because, it's why you need 3 communiques and 6 assurances and what more. There is a reason for it. But globally, there is a one China policy in the UN. So I would exercise some caution with that. And let me answer your question. I think the US increasing their military presence in Asia as a stabilizing force is virtuous, is good. We will support that. We think that the US should do more to engage, as it did previously, to build an economic framework which, as a tide that can lift all boats, and be careful on Taiwan.
So let me follow up on that. When we talk about alliances and partnerships, we could talk about bilateral relationships. We could talk about formal alliances like a NATO. We could talk about less formal but still important alliances like the Quad. Is the United States doing enough through existing multilateral fora? It sounds like you're saying we're not really doing enough through multinational fora. And would this relationship benefit from adding some additional structure to formalize these relationships? To you, Minister Yang, I'm sorry.
I think you're doing quite a lot on the military front, the Quad, the AUKUS. And despite the assurances this is not focused on any one country, I think the more initiated will conclude otherwise, and that it is. And it's a response to certain aspects. And China will respond. China will respond as it did after the 20th National Party Congress. It will respond as in the formation of the Central Military Commission, as it did. And some liken it to a war cabinet. I suppose there's some basis in that. But the question I'm posing is American presence in the Indo-Pacific primarily premised on security grounds adequate? And will it give you that kind of moral legitimacy that you had from the 1960s to the year 2000?
General Richardson, you've got a front row seat of a different sort. And I told you when we met that I'm a recovering Latin Americanist. I have a lot of questions, but for now, I will settle on this one. We hear a lot in the news media about China trying to buy influence via Belt and Road spending. And I guess what I don't see as much is an explanation of what that means day to day for someone who's managing a lot of complicated relationships. When you walk into meetings with leaders and military officials in Latin America, have you ever heard someone say, well, we would, but China's building us the port? How does it shape the day-to-day relationship?
I think interesting in this region and the impacts that COVID has had over the past couple of years, the impact, 107 million people in this region thrown into poverty. And so they're trying to dig out of the hole of poverty because of the COVID impacts. And we see the residual impacts of what COVID has done into our own nation. But these are democracies trying to deliver for their people. And they're having a hard time doing it, and the people are impatient. And so I try to encourage investment to create opportunities for these countries, because they want to work with us. They want to be part of this, I like to say, the integrated deterrence. It really means a lot in terms of that term that Secretary Austin uses. I like to say it's like being on team democracy. And it's everybody that wants to be on team democracy, come and be on the team. But you have to be on the field. You have to have your jersey on to be effective. And the thing is we can't just talk about it. We've got to get investment to this region because they need help. And when the PRC is the only one that's bidding on tenders when these countries put out bids for projects, these projects are the Belt and Road Initiative. Every project has a B behind it. It's not an M, it's a B for billion. In 2002, the PRC had put $18 billion towards this region. In 2022, it is $450 billion. And then we're anticipating by 2030 that that's going to close to double. So we have got to get investment from the United States, from the globe. Again, I run exercises. I have 8 exercises per year, and each one of them brings at least over 20 partner nations. I've got 31 countries, 16 dependencies in this region. And when over 20 partner nations come to participate in these exercises, it tells you we have the relationships. But these are relationships for us to lose if we aren't careful. And the way I look at it is the Western Hemisphere is security for our own homeland, for our own United States. Having a secure Western Hemisphere, it also secures the global supply chains. It would be wise that we put way more investment so close to our own homeland. I'd like to say the Western Hemisphere is on the 20-yard line or in the red zone, if you want to use a football analogy. I can fly to 80% of this AOR from Miami, where my headquarters is, in 2 to 3 hours. That's how close. This is our shared neighborhood. These are our neighbors, and they mean a lot, and they want to work with us.
So as a Frenchman, it's my duty to squander any goodwill that I've generated with the audience with this question. And I want to stay with you, General, but I'd like to bring you in, Senator, as well. So a hypothetical leader of a foreign country sees the Undersecretary of State arrive on a commercial flight with 1 or 2 aides with them. And then they see a Lieutenant General arrive in their own C-17 with 80 staffers. And the decision about whom to engage more seems to lean in the direction of the Pentagon. This is the premise, of course, of my colleague Dana Priest's book, The Mission, a long time ago, that the Pentagon, over time, because of the resources that it gets, has taken over a bigger and bigger role of managing these bilateral ties. I realize that this is an awkward question given the setting, but to both of you, and I guess I'll start with you, Senator Graham, do we need to rebalance that equation? Do we need to, and I'm not going to suggest cutting defense spending here, I'll be lynched, but in terms of boosting, sure. I was going to say earlier that one of your most important foreign policy jobs was as the top Republican managing the appropriations process on this stuff. So is it time to do some kind of rebalancing?
Sure. So the entire foreign 150 account that funds the State Department, all developmental aid, is about $58 billion. Compare that to the Defense Department's budget. I think soft power is national security in another form. The Developmental Finance Corporation is a tool we're trying to create so we can show up in Latin America and other parts of the world, particularly Africa, and offer a better alternative to people on the ground than usurious loans coming from China, full of corruption. They will actually do a deal with you where you can hire your own workers, not a bunch of Chinese. Half of life is showing up. In this space, we're woefully inadequate. We do not have the tools to show up and compete with China and Africa. Africa Command should have more civilian impact. Karl Rove's out in the audience. Millennial Challenge Corporation was one of the best things that President Bush ever did. It gave us a chance to go and give bilateral aid with metrics so you could get some return on investment. You could see things move in the right direction. So I want more. The Global Fund has worked in the area of AIDS and malaria. I want a global fund for food security, where you get the private sector and a coalition of the willing investing in Africa to make sure people don't have to move because they have no water to drink or they can't produce their own food. So this space is woefully inadequate. And that's why people look to the Department of Defense. But let me tell you what's woefully inadequate. There's a bunch of happy talk at this place. It's beginning to piss me off. If you really are worried about China, which we all should be, how can you reduce the number of ships in the Navy over the next decade? The budget's being presented by the Biden administration and go to 2.3% of GDP in year 10. We go down to 280 ships in the Navy from like 318. Everything we're talking about west of the international date line can't be done with the budgets we have. So if you're really serious about making China pay better attention, you better have an alternative to Guam, because that's the only place basically we can, refuel. Australia wants to do more. They want to make more weapons in Australia that we can all use, but it's too bureaucratic. So the bottom line here is that alliances are not being formed in Asia consistent with containing China and supporting democracy. And let's get back to Taiwan, to my good friend from Singapore. I want to be in Asia. The TPP is dead on both sides. Clinton and Trump both campaigned against the TPP. It was a mistake. We should have a multilateral partnership on the economic side in China's backyard, but we don't because the politics is not there. Everybody here is talking about we need to be tougher on China. The military budget is not consistent with the rhetoric. When it comes to containing China in Africa and other places, the developmental aid, the tools we have to show up to help her almost don't exist. So I would say that the strategy America has today on the economic front and on the military front to deal with expansionist China is woefully inadequate to the task.
General, your thoughts on the civilian-military balance when it comes to managing international relationships?
So I would say that the challenges are so cross-cutting that it requires all of us. So I'll go back to team democracy again, integrated deterrence. It's our allies and partners. It's academia. It's NGOs. It's the industry, private sector. It's anybody that wants to be on team democracy. It requires all of us to work together. I'd like to highlight that in Southcom we have, as my civilian deputy, I've got a former ambassador to El Salvador, Ambassador Jean Maines. And we have down and in with all of the ambassadors and chargés that are in our countries, as well as the relationship with the Western Hem Bureau and Department of State, all of the other interagency folks that are really critical to get after all of the cross-cutting challenges. I don't know that it's, I wouldn't say that it's a rebalancing. It requires all of us to work every day, hand in hand, getting after these challenges with our allies and partners.
I think the common theme is more. More.
At a time when American voters are not so sure. Yes, Minister.
I just wanted to jump in and support what Senator Graham was saying, both militarily and economically. I mean, militarily, we've talked about it, and we would support more U.S. presence. But economically, just one metric that we ought to understand that will shape the response to either this U.S.-China rivalry in Asia is that China now, for almost all Asian countries, is a top trading partner. That's going to weigh very heavily on you, and it's not only Asia, and that's why you have the Prime Minister of Germany saying uncoupling is a bad idea, and you have the Netherlands saying, it can't be done. And remember that for a lot of our transnational problems, yes, we can talk about friendly shoring, onshoring, but if you just take a simple component of batteries to deal with climate change, you have the precious metals that are needed are only located in a number of countries. You will need the cooperation of countries, including China, to deal with many of them. So I think that economic aspect you have to do more, and I completely understand where Senator Graham was saying that the domestic politics didn't support it. I don't think we should prescribe form, but America needs to, in your parlance, up its game in the economic sphere, whether it's in Asia or globally.
Well, let's stay with that for a second, and I want to bring in Minister Kakkonen as well. This week, French President Emmanuel Macron was in D.C., and at the French embassy, he gave a long assessment of the Franco-American relationship. And one thing he said that I thought was kind of striking was that he worried that the United States would start processing basically every relationship through the lens of how it affects or does not affect the relationship with China. And he said he worried that this would have an impact on the transatlantic relationship, that if you start looking at every relationship in terms of the rivalry with China, it could warp bilateral relations. Do you share that concern? Why don't I start with you, Minister Kekkonen?
Well, I'm not sure am I the right man to explain what Macron French president said.
You don't need to explain what he said.
You want a Finn to explain the French.
Yes, I do come from the same
give you
continent.
one thing to do.
Continent. But, well, we know, of course, in Europe the discussion here, and it has been good that there has been political science from US to Europe concerning China and its a strong role, and I think nations in Europe and European Union are more and more alert also for all of this and what could it mean. And we understand also those messages that Europe should stand on its own more and take more responsibility of its own defense, and I understand and I agree with that. But still we need this strong transatlantic bond between US and Europe. But I think it's better that I don't try to explain more what Macron said anyway.
Well, Minister, you sort of referred to it, right, in saying it can't all be about Taiwan.
It can't be about Taiwan. I think business will know how to respond to America placing front and center China as its strategic competitor for the next 1 or 2 decades. Businesses in Asia have already responded. They have now adopted the China Plus strategy. So anything they build in China because it's too big a market to ignore. They want to be close to market, but they'll have plus, whether it's +1 or +2, and other countries will benefit, whether it's Vietnam, Malaysia, or Thailand. It will mean that prices will go up because there's redundancy. It will add to inflationary pressures, but we can handle it if it's over a longer period. But I think President Macron's issue doesn't only apply to France. So if the US decides, for example, for Singapore, that it's going to evaluate our worth or our value to US, depending on also how much investments we place in China, then it becomes a very difficult world for all businesses.
Maybe since I'm nominally in business, the thing is that there's in philosophy you have sometimes you have dynamics that are kind of autopoietic, meaning they self-actualize. A lot of your questions are what should we ought to do, but in reality, American business has decoupled from China, and I would say the dynamic in this country is very much one of skepticism, and that is going to affect our policies. And I believe, you can argue about what should happen, but what will happen is a decoupling. Now, again, I'm not saying that's what one should want, but if you look at the pressures on business, the pressures on military, the pressures on polity, Americans by and large support this. And then, again, in American business currently, 5-6 years ago, there were a lot of industries that thought they were going to export to China and America. There still are some, very few. And so that's just going to have a very different dynamic on the future. And again, I would disambiguate is and ought. I think that is what's going to happen.
So let me stay with you. One of the notable phenomena in the aftermath of Russia's expanded war in Ukraine was the flight of private sector business from Russia. Does that merely reflect the coercive power of sanctions, or is there something else happening here? Are different choices, value choices being made by the private sector?
Well, again, we of course didn't have to flee Russia. We were never there. So, so I think, honestly, I think good moral choices will lead to good business choices. But I think what really is going to hurt Russia over the long haul is just in my business, you need the best of the best of the best of the best. And they do not want to work in a country that is invading their neighbor and committing atrocities. And it's not, the GDP in Russia is just not one that most international businesses are particularly focused on. That's different than China, obviously, although I'd say that's more European businesses. What will really mess up your ability to build complicated technical systems is an inability to explain to people what is good about my country. And again, it doesn't have to, and I think that's why people fled, and I don't think they're going to go back very quickly. It's not actually about the capital market, it's about the moral market.
Is it especially incumbent on America's high-tech partners to make a choice about where they're doing business?
I think it is an indisputable fact that there are certain things, software platforms, that are disruptive, and America is the focal point of building. And there are other countries. Israel is quite strong. There's some strong companies in France. It is absolutely essential that we make decisions that are long-term in unison with the countries that allowed us to grow. In this case, for most of us, the United States of America. And I don't think we should be allowed to just say, oh, we got rich here. We are the wealthiest, most powerful people in industry in the world, but we don't support the United States of America. And why? Because you see in the Ukraine, and you will see in other places, that the products we build actually sway the world to our direction. Not as a matter of theory, not a matter of rhetoric, but a matter of fact. And that's why I think we have a higher level of responsibility.
Minister Ng, did you want to chime in?
I wanted to respond to Alex Karp's point about businesses in U.S. have already uncoupled from China. I'm not sure that's completely true, but even if it's true, I think the question that to be asked is that the optimum position for U.S.? China is a huge market. It's now 17 trillion of global economy trade, number 2 to U.S. And the question for, I think, U.S. as well, access to markets. You're quite right. I mean, the experience in the last decade or two hasn't been all positive. There were issues about IP, issues about restrictions. But I think to the business sector, the question is, can you ignore China? And can you meet America's domestic goals, which ultimately is to lift your middle class? And I think part of the reaction against the TPP, Lindsay, was the fact that median incomes in the US have not risen for a good part of 10, 15 years. And where's that sweet spot, and can you afford to ignore China? Would India provide that market access? Would ASEAN, with other countries? And I would think that China is just too big to ignore as a market.
A reminder, you can submit some questions through the app. I've got a question here. Do any of you have concerns about a potential conflict or competition between U.S. obligations to NATO allies and U.S. commitments to Indo-Pacific partners? Senator, when I steer that to you, but others can chime in as they will.
Well, I mean, number one, after Afghanistan, everybody in Asia is wondering, should we join up with you? You know, I just got back from going to the region. If you don't think Afghanistan shook the world regarding us, you're crazy. So how do you reset Ukraine? If we can stick it out, make NATO stronger, hold Putin accountable in the ICC and other venues, Ukraine is still standing. We get NATO prove its worth to the American taxpayer. We're not having to do all this by ourselves. Then we really got a chance here to prove to the American taxpayer that alliances are a good thing. So if we get it right in Ukraine, it makes it easier for a guy like me to go and talk about what can we do to contain China. Yeah, I want to do business in China, but not this way. You know, Apple, basically gave into the airdrop thing. It's hard for us, Mr. Minister, to ignore what's going on in China with their human rights abuses. Yeah, you should. I know it's a big market, but we got to live in the world that we live in. So I just want to put a plug in for alliances. The only thing worse than an alliance is not having one. In Asia, I'd like to have a more economic alliance than we have today. In Asia, I'd like to have a military footprint bigger that doesn't so dependent on Guam. In NATO, I'd like Finland and Sweden to come in sooner rather than later to let Putin know that your efforts to destroy our resolve backfired on you. let me end with this. We haven't said a word about Iran. This entire conference, I haven't heard Iran mentioned once in any meaningful way. If you ask me what keeps me up at night, it's not so much China, it's not even Russia. It's the breakout of the Iranian regime on the nuclear front. If they ever acquire nuclear capability, every Arab, Sunni Arab nation is going to want a weapon of their own, and next thing you know, you're in a nuclear arms race in the Mideast. Do we have an alliance to contain Iran that's effective? No, we don't. So what would I like to see happen? We don't have a formal defense agreement with Israel. Believe it or not, we don't. I'd like to work with the Biden administration to have a mutual defense agreement with the state of Israel, letting Iran know that if you try to destroy the one and only Jewish state, you got to come through us. I'd like to have a better relationship with the GCC. I'd like to give NATO status, like, what's the term? Major non-NATO ally status to the GCC. I'd like to pull them in our orbit. We got tons of problems with Saudi Arabia. They don't wear the democracy shirt, but they're important. So it's just not the shirt you wear. I'd like to accelerate reform in Saudi Arabia, but I'd like to form an alliance between the Arabs and the Israelis and the United States that makes it less likely there's going to be a breakout in Iran. That means we're going to have to show up in places. We're going to have to deal with people we don't like. I'll end with this. On the developmental aid side, where you can affect behavior without having the threat of military force, our country is in a world of hurt. We're giving Africa almost wholly to China because we're not showing up. And all things being equal, the African people would rather do business with us for a variety of reasons. So this whole topic of alliances is really important to me. Our budgets are not consistent with having deterrence we need militarily. Our infrastructure on the developmental aid side is almost non-existent compared to China. But here's the good news. After Ukraine, after Russia invaded Ukraine, and it's been so brutal, there's a wake-up call here in the world. And we got a chance to reset the world for the better. And that means we got to beat Putin in Ukraine.
General, I think I'm giving you the last word here. You manage a pretty bewildering array of challenges. When you sit down with your partners across your area of responsibility, what do they want to talk about?
So obviously, when I come there as a general officer in the military, and we speak about their security, the internal challenges that they're having, the ability to secure their country, secure their borders, being able to do that. I would say in this region, we have a call to action now between democracy and autocracy. I talked about before that these democracies struggling to deliver for their people. We see it in the outcomes of critical elections that have happened with Chile, Colombia, Brazil. And so now it's an opportunity. I have to look at it that way. I can't look at it any other way. I've got a clean slate, and we've got to make a difference and show what alliances can bring and what our partnerships can bring. I've been to Colombia twice now with the new administration. I've been able to meet with the new president twice. We just had the United States Navy ship Comfort there for a week, treated over 5,000 patients there in the 2 medical sites, did close to 100 surgeries, and then impacted with all the other wraparound activities, 35,000 Colombians in Cartagena, Colombia. Now it's in Dominican Republic doing the same thing. So the soft power is really, really important. But again, we've got to be able to, these are like-minded countries that think like us, but we have an opportunity and a window, but it's ours to lose on these democracies in the Western Hemisphere. And we got a lot of work to do in terms of the national security, the security for them, and helping our partner nations. They absolutely want to work with us, and they want to work as part of team democracy. But again, it's ours to lose.
All right, General Richardson, Minister Ng, Dr. Karp, Minister Kaikkonen, and Senator Graham, thank you all very, very much. Please join me in thanking the panel.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes Panel 7. Panel 8 will begin in 5 minutes across the street at the Annenberg Presidential Learning Center. Panel 9 will begin in 5 minutes on this stage. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, Welcome to Panel 9, Pressures and Priorities, the Impact of Economic Disruptions on Resourcing Our Defense. Please welcome Mr. Hans Nichols of Axios and our distinguished panelists.
Drove a big crowd.
The end of the day.
Yeah, we need
I think we have
Panel 9.
Are we live?
Hardcore is still.
Exactly. I don't know if they want to give us one more. We'll give it another minute. Do we want another minute? We can start. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and start then, if everyone's ready.
Sure.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to go through individual introductions with everyone because we all kind of know who everyone is at this point. I'm Hans Nichols. I cover the White House for Axios. We're talking about economic disruptions. We can't talk about economic disruptions without talking about inflation. And I think before we really dive into it, it would be helpful to kind of understand what the inflation rate is. So I'm going to talk to the man with the numbers. I'm going to start with Undersecretary McCord. We got a 7.7 print CPI. But what does inflation feel like from your end, from the purchasing end?
Hans, for the department as a whole, we're probably looking at the 5% range for this year because CPI does not represent the things that we buy. You know, we're not buying the food and the prescription drugs in the same way a consumer does. We've got things that are much higher like fuel and military construction, and then we've got some things that are lower. But it's kind of in the 5 range, which is multiple billions of dollars for us.
Well, I mean, just backing that out, someone help me with the math, but 5% of 850 billion is roughly what, 49 billion? I mean, that's a significant number.
Right. Yeah, we're not up to 850 yet, but we're in the 700 range. So yeah, 35 billion. So yeah, significant impact.
Yeah. Well, we may get to 850, which is why I want to ask.
We may get to 850. We like how you think.
Yeah. Well, that's why I wanted to ask Congressman Panetta, who, you understand what the market will bear in your party. Your party's still in control of both chambers.
Right.
What do you think the NDA number will come in at? And then will the omnibus, if we get an omnibus, will it be higher or lower?
Yeah, look, I think obviously it's a lot more than what was requested from the administration back in 2021. But going into this year, what we're seeing is obviously the House passed a version that was substantially more than the administration requested. And then right now the Senate is looking at about close to 850 billion is what they're looking at. But obviously what you got to realize is we're taking into account how inflation is infecting the DOD and DIB, especially with the numbers, but also other avenues. I can get into that a little later.
Do you share Chairman Smith's sort of confidence that the NDA is going to get done?
Look, I respect Chairman Smith, and I think he's very knowledgeable when it comes to not just what's in the NDA, but how Congress works. And I do have confidence in the fact that we're going to drop it on Monday, and that hopefully we're going to get a vote on Wednesday, most likely. We'll do the rule on Tuesday and then actually have the vote on Wednesday. But, what you got to realize is this isn't a partisan bill. It's a very bipartisan bill. It was out of the House Armed Services Committee, and it will be on the floor of the House of Representatives. To be frank, we can't rely on just Democrats to pass the NDAA. And that's why it's taken into account why the number has risen, but also knowing that we do need Republicans to pass this bipartisan bill, and we will.
Well, Congressman Calvert, I saw some head nodding there on the NDA getting passed. You're confident it gets passed?
Yeah, I think so. I think they have a pretty good agreement. On everything I hear is that the NDA is going to pass next week. I'm not as hopeful on the omnibus, but I'm working hard on it. We'll see what happens.
Well, walk me through the omnibus then. Where do you think the number ends up at, and what are the consequences if we just do a CR for for the rest of the fiscal year?
Well, it's doing a CR is not good. It's especially for the Department of Defense. They've never had to operate on a year-long CR. We don't want to start now. We need to get this done. That's our job. So we need to get together and do this. I'm probably looking at the Senate, trying to come together with some workable numbers where they can get 10 votes on the Republican side. I think they're working toward that to get a top-line number. I think that top-line number is what Jimmy was talking about. And if they do that, then we can start working the bill. It's not, you can't just do an appropriation bill in a day. You got to read out the bill, write it out. It takes a little while. So even if we came up with a top line number next week, I doubt if we can get it done by December 16th. So we're going to have to do a short-term extension.
And that put you're at 850 as well, just so I understand.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Now the Senate numbers are how they calculate numbers are different, right, than the House, because they have the nuclear weapons programs and the rest of that.
Secretary Del Toro, if we do a CR, and you've got to live under CR for the next 9 months, how challenging is that?
It's very challenging. It's extremely challenging for the Department of the Navy and all the military services and the entire Department of Defense. And the impact of a continuing resolution that would go on hypothetically for 6 or 12 months has far greater impact actually than the inflation rates themselves. So in the Department of Navy alone, for example, a year-long CR would cost about $22 billion. It'd be $7 billion in the SCN accounts, $2 billion in the military personnel accounts.
Right.
O&M would be about $4.2 billion, $4.4 billion in procurement. RDT&E, which we've been talking about throughout this entire conference, and the importance of it, would be about $2 billion. And in military construction alone, we would have to cancel 22 projects in the Department of the Navy at a cost of about $2.4 billion. So when you look at earlier we were talking about, Secretary Austin was talking about taking care of our people. We would have to actually eliminate a lot of the programs that we hope we're going to be putting into place over the course of the next year to take care of our people and their families.
How quickly would you have to do that? Is the minute we're in CR territory, you have to move by January, February?
We essentially can't start any new projects. And so we're allotted to continue operations based on the previous financial year, but we really can't start any new projects. And we put it into a place in accordance, collaborating with our friends in the Congress, a lot of new programs that would benefit, districts across the country and more importantly, our service members.
Tom, I see you again nodding vigorously.
Yeah.
What does a CR mean for you?
Yeah, exactly what the Secretary said. I mean, delay in new starts, delays, discontinuity in funding at a time. You've heard it all day. I mean, we are at a point in time where it's about, let's get some of these systems fielded. Let's make sure we're, channeling investments to prepare for the pacing challenge that we're facing. How do we backfill some of the stockpiles that have been depleted in support of Ukraine? And so now's the time to, continue to move.
I'm going to ask a follow-up on what you think the inflation rate is, but before I do, I'm going to remind everyone that if you want to submit a question for later on, there's the RDF app. You get a premium if you buy a vest for down the line. It's not just for reporters that forgot their suit tops at home. So you get a premium. But if everyone wants to put a question in, do you agree that the inflation is 5%? Does it feel like 5% for industry?
It does. It does. I mean,
I thought you disagree. I wanted you to go higher or lower. We can't all agree here.
I feel it. Our workforce feels it, right? It's labor and material, and then labor, we're seeing wages start to creep up. Anyone who's had union negotiations over the course of the last year is feeling it. On the material side, we're seeing it in pricing agreements as they're renewed. I mean, we have the benefit of long-term pricing agreements, as do many in our industry, but sooner or later those expire, and we're going to be seeing increased prices in the process.
So that just means we're not through sort of pricing out inflation, right? If you have these long-term conflicts, it could go up in the future.
That's right. It will take some time as inflation works its way through the periods of these supply agreements.
Congressman Cover, does 5% seem right to you?
Well, it depends on what we're talking about. Obviously, fuel prices in the last year were more than 5%. Food prices were more than 5%. If you take a look, I guess overall, you may have that at or close to 5%. The biggest issue when we start this process, say, hopefully we get an omnibus bill done and we start the next year appropriation, we come up with a realistic inflation number that we have to deal with as we put together the appropriation bill for next year. And if we believe it's closer to 6, as the Fed indicates that, then we should deal with that number and not come up with a lower number if the administration may say it's going to be 3% or 4%, because we got to deal in reality and not in fake numbers.
Well, then I'll toss that to the comptroller. You use a chained, GDP chained inflator, right? You have an index.
Correct.
When will you put that next number out? And you said 5%, because I think your last one assumed 3.9%, if I'm correct.
Yeah, we actually have about 7 big components that we use. We use inflators for fuel, for food, for housing, for healthcare, for GDP for most things. So we have a number of different, and then of course employment cost index for pay raises. So we have a basket of things we need to use. We have to work those with OMB. We ultimately have to agree with them on what goes in the budget. And I think it's important for us to work, as Congressman Calvert said, iteratively with the committees as we get new data, new information as it unfolds, to try and get to the best numbers we can at the end of the day. But we have a whole basket of things we're looking at, some of which, one or two of which we know now what's going to go in the budget, some of which are still going to be given to us by OMB a little bit later.
And we get that number early in the next quarter?
Possibly still in this quarter.
Okay.
But yeah, within weeks, I think we're going to have all the numbers that we're going to be using for the 24 budget. Obviously, for 23, the world will continue to evolve in execution. It's going to be harder if we get the omnibus finished this month, as we're all hoping. Then we're all kind of locked in, and it will be a little harder to adjust for the rest of this year.
Does the delay on NDAA, does that hinder your ability to come up with a budget for FY 2024? How much of a challenge was that?
I think the challenge for us is that, as we saw last year, when things start to stack up, as looks like it's maybe happening here, that there's an impact back on the back end on putting the next budget out. I think the White House, would like to have some clarity about what happened in 23 before you put out a 24. So it's not the NDA per se; it's more based on the appropriation. But in both cases, uncertainty leads to further uncertainty delays, then leads you to start slow and finish later the next time as well. So getting back on track, which is something that we focused a lot on this fall with OMB, is a little bit at risk now if we can't get closure on everything this month.
On the uncertainty question, Tom, I mean, in some ways it seems as though if we don't actually get appropriations, the uncertainty, there's going to be a premium. There's going to be some sort of price premium that's going to be built in to whatever systems you're offering. Is that a fair assumption, or?
I think what uncertainty does, it makes it difficult to make the investment decisions that we're making in order to make sure that the kinds of things we're doing are aligned around the strategies of national defense. And so, we've every year, I mean, this is like year 12 out of 13 where we've had a CR, and so that sort of starts getting built into the expectation. It's unfortunate, especially at a time like this when speed is of the essence. But I would say it's more about uncertainty of are we putting our investments in the right place, or are we putting those at the right levels?
Just Secretary Del Toro, on sort of the human side of inflation, do you feel like your have you seen it come through with like retention? Is it a challenge for sailors and Marines to make ends meet?
Absolutely so. In all my travels, and I've spent a lot of time this past year talking to sailors and Marines across the board about the impact that inflation's having. It's having an impact, obviously, every time they get in the car to drive to the grocery store or go to the hospital. It's having an impact on them being able to find affordable housing in the local marketplace as well, too, which has drawn a lot of them back on base. And so we've had to actually look at investing, more resources into base housing, more resources into family housing, because it's just so tough to find rental homes and homes to buy out in the economy. And so, Secretary Austin has been focused on this like a laser beam, along with Gil Cisneros and all the service secretaries, to try to come up with, human factor improvements that we can make in terms of some of the low-hanging fruit. How can we adjust COLAs, for example, to help them out better? Bachelor BAH across the board. To give more money in the hands of sailors, and even look at targeted pay raises, for example. But again, many of these programs, these new programs, can't go into effect unless we actually have an NDAA and an appropriations bill. So we could talk about it all we want, but the more we delay, the harder it's going to be on our service members across the board. And they don't understand the complexities of all the legislation on Congress and everything else. It's really hurting their bottom line.
Congressman Calvert, I saw you want to jump in.
If I may, Congressman Panetta, I will. Just briefly, that's exactly why we took the steps that we did in this year's NDAA. 4.6% wages increase across the board, 4.2% on basic housing allowance. And then when it comes to the basic needs allowance, we increased the percentage of the poverty rate that you need to have in order to get it from 130 to 150%. There are also discussions in the House bill of putting in increasing the moving expenses and then providing an inflation quote-unquote bonus for certain members as well. So we're taking that into account in the NDAA in regards to how inflation is affecting our personnel.
You know, it seems like, just to take a step back, a lot of the, when you listen to the Biden administration, they talk about reshoring. They talk about industrial policy. That's a big part of what's motivating the sort of impetus on chips. And it seems to me that reshoring things is also going to cost a lot more money. And if you bring supply chains closer, they may be more resilient, but they may be more expensive. And Congressman Calvert, I can just start with you on this. At what point do those work at cross purposes?
Well, as the Secretary pointed out, you can't enter into any new contracts to bring those supply chains back into the United States. By some estimates, operating under a continuing resolution costs the Department of Defense about $2 billion a week. That's money just out the door. Right. So that has a bigger effect than the inflation rate. And so that's one of the reasons why we need to get this appropriation bill completed. I think there's a lot of bipartisan support to do that, and we need to do that as soon as possible, or it's not going to be a very Merry Christmas.
Well, what are the holdups in your party?
It's probably the non-defense discretionary spending.
The parity issue.
That needs to come down. The Hyde language needs to come back in. That's an important issue for our folks. It's very similar to what we went through last year in the appropriation negotiation. If I think we get to that, I think we can rapidly come to a top-line number and then start working on reading these bills out and getting it done by the end of the year.
If you and your colleague, Mr. Panetta, got together and just pencils and papers, how long would it take you to figure it out?
Me and Jimmy, we work out 15 minutes.
Exactly. Now, let me just give you an anecdote. Talking about Christmas Eve, it's never pleasant when we pass a CR and I have to go have dinner with the former budget chair who passed a budget every year consistently and then balanced the budget as OMB director. So definitely not a pleasant Christmas Eve when we have to have a CR. So that's one of the reasons why I'm motivated to make sure we pass this budget.
And point two is China doesn't operate under a CR.
No.
Nor do they have to worry about a Congress. So they're going to continue operating the way they're operating, and so they probably celebrate our problems that we're having.
Well, that gets at this.
Hans, I'm sorry, if I could just add
Please.
to that. We shouldn't minimize that factor at all. China doesn't operate under CRs, and so everything we've been talking about in this conference for the last 2 days, it's good talk, but if we can't execute on it, that's all it is talk. And so that's why it's imperative that we actually move out fast, that we can actually start investing in all the technology programs and all the shipbuilding programs and space and cyber and everything else that we need to counter and deter China from doing what it wants to do.
I think deterrence only really works if the Chinese believe that we're serious, right? Deterrence, it's in the eyes of the beholder. What more would you, and I'll start with you, Tom, would you like to see from either a defense strategy or on the appropriations side to really let the Chinese know that this isn't just talk, this isn't just another summit, this is real?
Yeah, I think for them, particularly given the culture, is continuity, resolve, sort of just a measured, continual improvement, continual introduction of new technologies that become, they recognize as a deterrent. And so it is, I think, we show signs of weakness when we're sort of up and down and back and forth, and there's not this continuity of purpose.
But there's no big project. There's no big. We're here under the wings of Air Force One that Reagan flew around when he was dreaming up SDI. What's the modern SDI to let the China?
We just rolled out yesterday down in Palmdale, not far from here, in attendance at the B-21 bomber rollout. That got China's attention. I think there are a number of programs in the Secretary's area. We got the Columbia-class submarine, and that is a force to reckon with. And so these are programs of magnitude and that China will take note.
Mr. Secretary, do you
We're not slowing down, and I'm not working so hard for nothing. We got Columbia, we got Virginia Payload Module, we got new Virginia-class submarines coming out. On the Marine Corps side, we've got 16 different major programs that we're investing in, robotics and AI and quantum theory and all sorts of things. We've got DDG Flight 3, which can now do ballistic missile defense and air defense at the same time. So there's no shortage of investments and real commitment to deterring China from what it wants to do in modernizing our Navy. And the same thing applies across the Army and the Air Force as well.
Without actually explaining quantum theory, could you explain quantum theory to me?
Sure. It's using computer science to be able to do things better than human beings can actually do on their own.
Does that require real investment?
Of course it does. Everything, nothing's cheap, right? Nothing's free. Of course it requires real investment because you're actually advancing the pace of technology when you need scientists and researchers and data analysts that are very expensive. And you got to invest in training all those individuals, all those young Americans to learn all these things.
Let me just take a step back then and ask, if the 850 is the number, is 850 a number that's serious enough? And I know that the components matter, and we'll just go down the line, but is 850 a big enough number, given inflation, given how it's going to be caked in, to let the Chinese take deterrence more seriously, to force them to take deterrence more seriously?
Well, if we do this immediately, like I said, it's costing us $2 billion a week, and I'm sure that the department would love for us to get this done soon, and I'm sure they'll be very happy with 850 if we can get this done as rapidly as possible.
850?
I think it's less about the exact number, it's more about the direction year over year, and if they've watched the trend in recent years, that's the kind of trend that gets their attention.
It's, at this point, just real quickly, if we could bring up there's a slide that shows sort of the bipartisan support for increased defense spending. And what's remarkable to me about that is just how it was expected if you'd taken this a generation ago, there'd be a greater delta between the Republicans and Democrats. And you just look at the overall number, and it's quite high. I mean, we're at 76% favor increased defense spending. But excuse me, Mr. Secretary, I cut you off there.
Yeah, Hans, I mean, I'm not sure that Mike will agree with me or not, but I'll take $850 billion for the Department of the Navy.
How are you going to allocate it? All Pacific? A little bit
Comptroller's not smiling.
Hans, I think you were on a good point, kind of the way you set this up. You asked what would have an effect on the Chinese, and effects are really what you're looking for. Like the least, it's interesting to me as a comptroller, how much are we going to spend, your top line question. But what's more interesting is what you spend it on, as we've discussed. But what you really want to know is what effect do you get? And on deterrence, you can have an idea, a little bit of an idea with what you observe. How well it would work in warfighting, of course, you don't want to actually have to get to the point to find that out. So impact on China, I think you're looking for the effects is the right question rather than the top line being the ultimate, the primary thing you look at. Second thing I would say, sort of a lesson learned from Ukraine, is what is working in Ukraine. It's not just the security assistance defense part. It's humanitarian assistance, economic assistance, sanctions. So China plays a big game, even bigger than that, right? And so I think we saw with the CHIPS Act that you're going to need to go not just what you do in our department, as important as that is, but you need to have that sustained look, the focus, and looking across all the pieces on the chessboard here, which I think is an important part of this as well.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Ukraine, because Ukraine is where the polling isn't great on this, but we're starting to see some divergence in the parties. And, Mr. Calvert, it's, your fellow California lawmaker, potential Speaker McCarthy, has kind of sent some mixed messages on how much support there will be within the Republican conference for additional Ukraine allocations. Could you tell me where you think he is, where you think the party will end up? And is there a way just to avoid this all and do an omnibus and plus it up for the year?
Well, I can't speak for the Speaker-elect, but I can say that there is support, I think, by the majority of members on the Republican side to assist Ukraine. No U.S. troops. We haven't lost one U.S. troop in Ukraine. They're asking for the weapons to defend themselves, and they've made tremendous progress in defeating the Russian military machine and have done irreparable damage to the Russian military, which is, in my mind, a good thing. And it's setting back Putin and his ambitions for a long time. People have to realize that if he had been successful in Ukraine, there was little doubt that he would have taken Moldova and potentially the Baltics and then eventually moved to Romania and Poland. He wants to rebuild and reconstruct what was the Soviet Union.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Panetta, do you agree?
Yeah.
And I guess what I'm asking you to agree with or critique is the idea that the Republican conference is going to continue to plus up Ukraine funding.
Look, I think there are a majority of my Republican colleagues who do believe in what is going on in Ukraine in regards to not just what the Ukrainians are doing, but what we're doing to support the Ukrainians defend themselves and defend their democracy. So that's what gives me hope. If we don't, but obviously what we need to make sure is that we pass it this year. We need to make sure that there's that plus up past this year. I think that would cure any sort of question that you had about the party.
I guess I don't really think the issue is there a majority in the Republican conference. The question is, are there a handful of Republicans that will refuse to let this go forward and potentially hold McCarthy hostage?
I think we have people on both sides that would like to hold either side hostage, quite frankly. But we have to continue to move on. And I have no doubt that Speaker-elect McCarthy will be Speaker McCarthy on January 3rd, and we'll move forward. But in the meantime, we need to get this, I think, this appropriation bill completed. Obviously, there's going to be some disagreements within my conference, but we have a responsibility to get our job done, and we need to get it done as soon as possible.
As long as we're sort of on potential political disagreements and cultural issues, it seems pretty clear that on the NDAA there's a holdup on the vaccine. And should the vaccine mandate be taken out? There have been separations, it's contentious. It seems it's a priority for Senate GOP.
I'll make the point that the authorizers do the policy, we just pay the bill.
Well, then I'll throw it to the authorizer.
Yeah. Look, I think going into it, you have to look at the current policies. You have to have the vaccine before you go into the military. And right now, I think looking at science, looking at the spread of vaccines that are out there, I think there's room for that to be changed.
Okay. So you envision a change on that, dialing it back and giving Mitch and Senate Republicans a little bit of quarter there.
Based on how the disease itself has evolved, based on how the vaccines have basically become more prevalent, people are more, can withstand an infection, I think you're going to see some sort of dialing back of that first time going into it. Now, whether or not there's some discussions as to whether or not you need the boosters to go along, that's something that has yet to be seen.
But this is solvable to you. This is something that this shouldn't hold up the NDA. The issue of taking out the vaccine mandates.
Look, from Congress's part, I think that's where we're headed. Whether or not the DOD has a different angle, they're going to have to answer.
Well, that's what I see the Secretary jumping in.
Yeah, from a military readiness perspective, I would hope that we don't mix apples and oranges, and it's certainly for the Congress to figure out from a policy perspective. But vaccines are necessary for combat readiness, and passing the NDA is essential for our nation's combat readiness. And if you care about what's happening in Taiwan, you got to care about what's happening in Ukraine as well too. So from my perspective, I think we should pass the NDA and deal with the issue of COVID shots separately.
And just decouple them and move forward.
I would hope so.
Yeah. Well, it seems as though everyone is, there's a broad agreement here on that, and there's the prospects and the step forwards. To move it back toward the national defense strategy and potential threats. We have and this is a Navy question for you, Mr. Secretary. We obviously have a carrier-based premium Navy. If you got a report in the last 72 hours that suggested that those carriers were not safe in the Western Pacific, how would you think about a potential conflict with China without your carriers?
Well, let me just say that for as long as our nation has had a Navy, it's operated within the weapon engagement zone. That's not to say that we should be careless about how we operate those carriers, absolutely not. And our tactics and procedures today actually pay a lot of attention to how we're going to employ them. But there's no question in my mind that the carrier is the #1 platform to project power, not just in a potential scenario against Taiwan or any other adversary, quite frankly, but in any national security crisis that we may find ourselves. It always has been the #1 platform when the president is asked, where's the nearest carrier? And it still is today. And also the potential use of carriers across with our allies and partners is essential. Just last month, we had 5 simultaneous operational carriers at sea operating together basically in the Mediterranean, projecting power as one with all our allies and partners. And it is really, really impressive. Last year, we had a similar situation in the South China Sea, we had 3 simultaneous carriers operating together and the Japanese ship Izumo as well.
So new threats to carriers aren't going to change the centrality of the carrier-based model?
I don't think so. I think we're always reanalyzing how we're going to fight the carrier, how we're going to operate the entire carrier strike group, along with amphibious strike groups as well too, and their essential mission in controlling straits and other essential missions. But they will be at the core of the United States Navy for a long time to come.
Mr. Karl. Hans, I would just add that, I mean, that issue is not unique to the Navy, right? We have the same issue with land-based air, with space assets now. There's no such thing as risk-free, assets that are going to be essential to, if there were a conflict with China. So we have to look at those issues all the time.
Yeah, and obviously China believes that carriers are valuable. They're building them.
Yeah.
So we're saying they'll probably go to a nuclear carrier here soon.
Everyone seems to be describing a more risky, a world where we accept more risk in potential conflict. Maybe it's the same amount of risk, but it's like there's a not insignificant amount of risk. And I'll just start with you, Mr. Panetta. Is the American public ready for that kind of conflict, that kind of risk?
I think what we've heard throughout, at least what I have heard or interpreted throughout the panels that I've listened to today, starting with Chairman Smith this morning, it's about the narrative. It's about making sure that people understand not only the threat, but the consequences of what can happen if there is any sort of invasion of Taiwan. And so I think it's making sure that we do our job explaining and talking about it. I just heard my colleague and good friend, Representative Moulton, talk about basically, when we were out on the campaign trail recently, you didn't hear people talking about China. That wasn't at the forefront of what people are worried about right now. We need to do a better job letting them know how much of a threat it is, but more importantly, the consequences of what happens if there is sort of invasion and what that will entail from our part.
Mr. Secretary.
And Hans, I couldn't agree with Congressman Moore. And we also need to let China principally understand the consequences of their actions as well, too, and violating their actions and not in accordance with the norms of international behavior. We want to prevent conflict with China. We want to do it militarily, we want to do it economically, we want to do it diplomatically. We want to put all the forces of government to bear so that China understands that the cost of going to conflict, the cost of going to war is insurmountable, and the impact on their own economy, on the global economy, would be disastrous for all. That's how we deter China from doing what it needs to do, in my humble opinion.
Tom, where are you on the horizons on these? I mean, I know you've talked about this in the past on how we should be thinking about where we are in terms of, preparing for China, where we are in the immediate short term. Walk me through what your horizon is on China and how much runtime we need.
Yeah, sure. I mean, very difficult to pinpoint a date. There are those who have placed it later in this decade, but I think
it's on a Tuesday.
It's a Tuesday. Okay, that's good. As we think about the national defense strategy, right, the longer-term version of that, the dimension of that's longest term is the so-called pacing challenge. But when February 24th happened this year, I mean, you saw in the national defense strategy the Russia as an acute threat, sort of near and clear and present threat. That created a horizon, actually a couple of horizons for us. One in industry. One is how do we, what can we get to Ukraine in as quickly as possible, right? And so that, and then immediately after that, what will it take to backfill some of the stockpiles that are drawn down? There's also the thought and the strategy around what is the defense of Eastern Europe look like, some handful of years from now, maybe in the medium term. And so I think there's a strategy.
And it's like 5 to, just so I understand your horizon on that?
Yeah, thereabouts.
Okay.
Yes. So it puts a national defense strategy into a few horizons that give us all an opportunity to plan and make investments accordingly.
It seems like inflation took it took a lot of people by surprise. Some people saw it beforehand. Some people saw it a little bit later. I see the congressman smiling on that. But it does sort of reveal to what extent the industrial base is vulnerable to shocks. And I'm just wondering what other shocks potentially you see around the corner. I mean, when during the financial crisis, we had a lot of black swan talk. Right? What are the black swans we're not, we're here having these big thoughts. What are the black swans we're not thinking about in terms of our industrial base and defense production?
Well, in my opinion, just my opinion, if the economy goes south worse than we may believe, obviously what happened yesterday, it seems like the Fed may decide to raise rates at a higher level than they were talking about earlier. Obviously, that has an effect on the housing market, has an effect on the entire economy. That could be difficult for this country. And so I hope, although my old man would say hope is not a planning strategy, but it's like the inflation number. I think a lot of us in the business community knew that the inflation number a year ago was going to be a hell of a lot higher than what people were talking about.
And it's because you saw it on the wages side, or you saw it on the...
Oh, I'm in the used to be in the restaurant business, and I don't know how, you put a menu together nowadays. Price of produce, price of labor, price of everything has just gone sky high. Price of fuel. So that has an effect on everything we do. And that has an effect on this economy. And we have not gone through the ramifications of it yet, I believe. And so we'll see what happens here in the next few months.
But just so I'm clear, you're concerned about an economic slowdown, contraction, recession,
yes,
and the effects that has on resourcing the military.
Right.
But that seems within the realm of something this country has dealt with before, right?
Yes, but it, especially now, it's going to have a significant impact. It's more difficult, I think, to get the resources together to do what we need to do. And if we go into a significant recession, that's just going to make it more difficult.
Yeah. Mr. Secretary, I think.
I think another issue that's incredibly important for our government to tackle head on is the labor shortage. And I think, certainly not my swim lane, but it appears to me I suffer the consequences, obviously, because of the impact on the industrial base, the impact on even our public shipyards, for example. Just trying to find, competent people to do the work. And so I think we're going to have to look, hopefully in a bipartisan way across Congress. This is an issue which U.S. Chamber of Commerce supports as well, too. Look for ways to bring more labor into this country, whether it be legal immigration, whether it be more aggressive work visa programs, for example, where we can bring more workers into the United States to do the blue-collar kind of jobs that are needed in our shipyards and across a lot of our other low-tech manufacturing industries.
Mr. Panetta?
No, he's spot on. Look, and that's why I come from the Central Coast of California and proudly represent that area. We have agriculture as the #1 industry. That's a job no American will do. Therefore, we need to make sure that we have people who are willing to come here, work here, and do it legally. And so that's why we passed the Foreign Workforce Modernization Act. But many of the issues that the Secretary just hit on, it tells us that it's not just about agriculture where we're missing labor. Restaurants, hospitality, these contracting jobs, many jobs, and also looking at skilled labor too. But if I could, let me just, on the black swan question, I think rare earth materials are a real issue. And what I mean by that is they all go through China. And looking at our supply chain and dealing with rare earth materials, 80% of it goes through China. If you look at graphite, that's 100%. If you look at the solar chips or the solar wafers for solar panels, 100% go through China. If you look at lithium ion, 80% go through China. Let's say if you want to go to another country, like you're looking for cobalt, and you go to Congo, well, that company that extracts the cobalt is owned by a Chinese company. You want to go to the one country here that it deals with the most extraction of rare earth materials, MP Materials, I think it's called. They're half owned by China. This is an issue that I think we should be paying more attention to when it comes to the extraction, the processing of rare earth materials, and realizing that if we have to one day immediately decouple from China, this is going to be an issue not just for our military now, but for potential efforts to decarbonize going forward. And that's understandable why the President and this administration use the Defense Production Act to focus on these types of issues when it comes to rare earth materials.
I mean,
and if I just connect what my colleague Secretary Del Toro said to the black swan issue, the labor market tightness and the supply chain issues, I don't know if you could call it black swan at this point, because we know we're going to deal with them. Both COVID demonstrated that, and Ukraine has also demonstrated some of these supply chain issues and tight labor market are causing us problems on the black swan side. In addition to what Congressman Panetta said, I think we did show that we're fairly vulnerable to pandemics. We didn't react really well as a society to that. And I would add, you can never rule out cyber, although we're working hard across the interagency and across private sector on protections on cyber. You can't rule out, I think, that as a major disruption, hopefully a short-term one if it happened.
to me, one of the issues with decoupling, which maybe the public hasn't fully priced in yet, is just how expensive it will be and how reshoring these jobs, there will be more jobs in this country, but things will be more expensive. And if I could, and then at the same time, we're asking our industry to do more with less. We want them to do it faster, and then we want to do it cheaper. And it seems to me like something in that equation has to give, right? Those aren't all possible. So if we do have a big reshoring movement and decoupling happens not suddenly but gradually, what effect will that have on costs for you and other primes?
Yeah, I mean, I think you asked this question earlier. I mean, I think there is a trade-off between reshoring and cost, but I mean, it's the same as any trade-off where you're trying to mitigate risk. The mitigation of risk does not come for free. And so by onshoring and reducing your risk and vulnerability in your supply chain, there will be a premium to be paid for that. I mean, I think the idea is to make that as efficient a premium as possible and find ways to offset costs in other areas in order to, afford the risk mitigation.
Congressman Calvert, is the country ready for that?
We found out, look, Apple's moving their telephone assembly out of China. I'm not quite sure where they're going to move it to, but the automation in the United States, I think we have an opportunity to move a lot of manufacturing back into this country and to take advantage of automation. We've seen for instance, if you go up to the Tesla plant up in Fremont, how they've automated the development of the automobile. It's just very impressive. And how we do logistics is all automated. And if we can bring the chip manufacturing industry into the United States with these new chip manufacturing plants that are going to be built, a lot of automation in that. So I think that's our future. And
so you think it'll be mostly painless?
What's that?
You think it'll be painless?
No, it's not going to be painless. It's going to take some investment. It's going to take some. That's why the CHIP Act's passed. I wasn't 100% for that. It kind of expanded over the period of time. But we need to bring those industries back. And during that process, it's going to be some pain involved, but we got to get it done.
Congressman Panetta, I see you
nodding
in agreement.
Well, no, once again, completely agree with Ken. But people got to realize it's not just the CHIPS, it's the CHIPS and Science Act. So it's not just $52 billion for manufacturing. It's close to over $200 billion for innovation in artificial intelligence. So it was a significant bipartisan bill that obviously I think we're very proud of, but was needed at this point, especially when it comes to sort of, like you said, onshoring and making up for what we haven't done in the last decades.
When you guys take a big step back and look at, where policy is right now, what's one thing that keeps you up at night? I mean, there's been a lot of China talk. It seems like China is like an uninvited guest at this forum. There's a lot of talk about China, but what's keeping everyone up at night? And Tom, I'll just start with you because you're closest to me.
Yeah, I think it's, you mentioned the black swan. I think, I define that as any sort of material discontinuity in the supply and demand balance. And, pandemic, we faced into that. I mean, certainly Ukraine created a tremor there. If we saw, Russia decide to take action against a NATO country, if China, we woke up and heard that China had invaded Taiwan. I mean, these are the sorts of, step-ups in action that, we have to ask ourselves, are we prepared for that? And what will we do in response?
Sir?
Any war is bad for not just this country, but for the entire world. And so I guess anything that keeps me up at night is a conflict with China. And the way to keep that from happening is to have the deterrence that we need to have to make sure that doesn't happen. No one wants a war, and so that, as Ronald Reagan would say, weakness is provocative, and we need to prevent that from happening.
Mr. Secretary.
There's a lot of things that keep me up at night. There's certainly a lot of national security challenges out there. So what I often think about is how can I, as a secretary, sort of invigorate our Department of the Navy, both the Navy and Marine Corps, to think differently about the challenges that we face and embrace technology as it's been evolving over the past 10 to 20 years in a more productive way so that we can actually reap a greater return on investment for the American taxpayers. So just this past year, for example, we launched a Marine Innovation Center to think more strategically and innovatively about how we brace these transformative changes in the private sector that we need, whether it's the proliferation of LEO satellites or quantum or AI or anything else. And I'm also pleased to announce as well today here that we're going to open up a Navy Innovation Center at the Navy Postgraduate School in Monterey, California, as well.
Whose district is that in?
I'm sorry?
Whose district is that in?
I think it's Congressman Panetta's district. But the Navy Postgraduate School is the right place to do that. We have to invest in our professional military education. It's something that I've been deeply devoted to these past 18 months so that we could actually build the type of war fighters that not only know how to fight, but think strategically about how to avoid conflicts and when, if we have to go into conflict.
If I could not sleep at night because of there was a problem somewhere in the Defense Department, I would never sleep. But I think we are in a pretty good spot in DoD, I think, for the things that we're trying to do for the nation. So my bigger worry is really beyond the national defense to our cohesion as a society and our ability to kind of stay focused for a long-term whole of government challenge that we have with China. So it goes from things like the CHIPS Act and following up on it, as well as things like hypersonics that are in DoD's lane. But it's broader than that, and it's do we have the vision and the cohesion as a society to keep after these long-term challenges. I think we're going to be fine at DoD, in my opinion.
Okay.
Obviously, let me thank Secretary Del Toro for that amazing announcement. Look, we on the Central Coast, as you can tell, I'm very proud of it. We have a lot of treasures there, but one of the crown jewels is the Navy Postgraduate School. And what it does, not just for our country's national security and basically training and educating our officers who are there and only going to stay in the Navy and basically get smarter and get better and get more educated and be a better warfighter. They contribute so much to the community, so it means a heck of a lot. So thank you for that and look forward to working with you on that. What keeps me up at night is definitely not the Navy Postgraduate School, but it is the fact that sometimes people will lose faith in our democracy. To be honest with you. And it's my job as a representative to make sure that government works for them. And that's why when we talk about the CHIPS and Science Act, when we talk about the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, when we talk about the PACT Act, when we talk about the Safer Communities Act, major bipartisan pieces of legislation that we passed in Congress, that gives me hope that we can actually make government work for people, that we're actually doing our job. But like I said, what keeps me up is that people turn on the TV, they turn on Fox, they turn on CNN, they see the discordance, they see the arguing, they see the performance politics that are going on, and people expect that out of me. And that's not me. My job is to serve them and to make government work for them, and I hope that we can continue to do that.
Just briefly, if anyone has a question they want to submit through the app, I hit refresh on the screen here. I didn't see anything come up, but it could be a technological problem. So if there's a question, throw up a hand and we'll try to figure out we've got a few minutes left here, and if someone had a question in the audience, I just didn't want to skip over that. You guys are all missing the great Secretary Mattis line on this when he was asked in his first interview on what keeps him up at night. He says, "Nothing. I keep other people up at night." Now that didn't have to be true, but it was a great line.
He was talking about the United States Marine Corps, by the way.
Yeah.
When he said that.
It's just one of those great lines. Okay, please go ahead and shout because it didn't come through on here. So please go ahead, and I will repeat it so people at home can hear it. Great. I'll just repeat that for people that didn't hear it. It's basically a question is, do we have a problem with retention? Do we have a problem with confidence, the public not fully sort of being bought into what's happening? And especially with regards to the service academy, so I'll just start with you, Mr. Navy Secretary.
Sure, no, absolutely. Look, our nation's been at war for 20 years. I think that naturally has an impact. Obviously, immediately following the attacks of 9/11, and I was in New York when the towers went down. saw it firsthand. People were called to duty, felt they had a commitment to make to their nation. Over the course of those 20 years, that's waned a bit. And that's been a challenge, obviously. And I don't want to get into the politics of, pulling out of Afghanistan or not pulling out of Afghanistan. But nevertheless, I think it's had an impact on the American psychic over the past 20 years as well, too. Having said that, I think, the politicization of the military is something that's unhealthy. I don't think anyone should contribute to it, whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or independent. Keep the service members out of it. They serve proudly. Most of our service members, and I, command close to 600,000 of them, men and women. They put up their hands, they swear an oath to their country, to the Constitution of the United States. They're willing to sacrifice their lives. And we ought to respect that. We ought to treat them with dignity and respect across the board. We should not involve them in this political debate, whether it's about vaccines or anything else. Don't use them as a pawn for political arguments. We owe them better than that. And that's what we ought to go back to. We ought to take care of them. I need your help recruiting across the board. Make sure they join either the Navy or the Marine Corps, not the Army or the Air Force. But we need your help across the board to spread the word. Too many of our service members now come from, it's always historically been across America in general. Too many of them now just come from families where they've, previous parents have served before. So there's been a disconnect between American society at large and the military, and that's not been helpful at all either.
Well, on that upbeat note, if there are no further questions, I don't want to step on such a rousing sort of, let's all serve and get together. I want to thank everyone for their time. I want to thank the Reagan Foundation, and I hope everyone had a nice time and listened, and we'll see everyone else the rest of the afternoon. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to the Annenberg Presidential Learning Center. The Peace Through Strength Award ceremony will begin in less than 30 minutes. Thank you.